Hey, you guys. I moved around the damn boneyard last night, so hopefully you guys can hear me now. I just unmuted the mic. I gotta sit here and mess with the gain and all that stuff because I repositioned everything to make sure I'm coming through nice and loud and clear. What's going on, Sheree? What's up, Stranded? How are you? Make sure that I'm not picking up too much background noise, any of that good stuff. Yeah, yeah, that's why I love the two of you guys. I get the okay from Sheree. I know my sound's good. I get the thumbs up from Stranded. No, my sound is good. What is going on this fine Thursday, everybody? How are you guys? I got to speak briefly with Sheree last night, which was awesome. Still, shout out to Sheree, greatest mods on these internets. Smartest mod on these internets, too, apparently. She can catch BS from a mile out and realize it. See when something ridiculously funny happens and screenshot it. Like I said, it's like definitely where some people will never figure things out. Sheree figures it out faster than all y'all, I guess. We could kind of say. We can kind of say that. At least is very like, this is sus and just nails it. Sorry, I'm adjusting. Still adjusting this damn mic platform. Trying to get it where it's not falling over constantly or I'm banging into it too much. Oh, that's okay, Stranded. You were missed too. Um, thought you were in here for a minute for some reason, and then just kind of like disappeared. I just figured you were busy with life. Life, comes first. This is the fun show. Life takes precedence always. Oh, there was a guy in ABL's chat who FNA Ranger Xbox, everybody's favorite homeless baker. He put it out there like 4 or 5 times. ABL was rocking Porch Pirate Brown or something, and this guy like completely called him out, like, "Yo, what are you saying?" And all of a sudden, FNA Ranger Xbox went silent. Yeah, chat shenanigans and regular knuckleheads. That's the best way of putting it. Like, it was definitely because I didn't watch a good chunk of the live, so I might go over stuff tonight that wasn't it was covered last night. But talking to Sheree, some of the bigger points, I was like, did he cover this, or this? And Sheree was like, no, he didn't cover any of that stuff. And just kind of clicking through, I saw what he did cover. And yeah, I found out something very interesting too about the format of his show and how he decides what topics he's pretty much going to talk about. So he kind of spilled his secret sauce, I guess we'll say, to an extent, right? And oh yeah, you know what? Let me show you guys what we're going to be doing this guy here for as the replacement to the other Frogman I had done. The other Frogman unfortunately fell off the shelf and shattered in about 5,000 pieces. That was the one with the spear. I don't know if you guys saw that episode or not. But yeah, I got this guy. And his original form was about up to here on him was the size of him. And I redid him, cut him down, cut him into pieces and all that. He's gonna end up having to get glued together, all that kind of bit. But he's the replacement one. Figure I'd give that to the wife for Mother's Day. So he's got to get done now because Mother's Day, anybody who's paying attention, is on Sunday, which is crazy because I have my anniversary with my wife on Saturday, 13 years. And then Like I've known her my entire life, but 13 years we've been married. And then Mother's Day is like right after it. But yeah, so the secret sauce, finding out exactly like, so when I, throughout the week, I watch so much stupid news. It's always on in the background. If I'm playing a game, I'm listening, whatever. But watching the news on a pretty consistent basis all week. And then what I've taken to doing is this, and you guys can see my chicken scratch on it. I grab my little notebook, and anything that strikes me, I start writing it down. Right. And just I list everything out that I've kind of consumed over the week. And that's where I've been getting my news from is stuff on YouTube, other sources, and everything else. What I found is because I couldn't figure out, ABL seems to miss like some huge ass story. I mean, like some giant fucking story sometimes. Some I'm sure he avoids on purpose because they are divisive or what have you, which is fine. Hey, yeah, maybe he doesn't want to go down those routes and cause a firestorm. I mean, he certainly likes to on Twitter, but maybe not when you're doing your live chat. He doesn't want people calling in and disagreeing with his opinion and stuff like that. Because if you do call in and you disagree with his opinion, he's going to mute you and go, and just shut you down and try and make himself look like the good guy, like he knows exactly what he's talking about, and you're a complete fucking idiot, right? Hello, Devin. Would you like some popcorn? Damn, that sounds extra loud, my damn headset, whenever I lean in like that. I must have to angle the microphone different because I am definitely getting a little kickback on that. Sorry, like I said, redoing it. But what I realized is I'm like, where the hell is he getting these topics from? Because some of this shit is just like, And then he's showing the video for it and everything else. Last night, at pretty much like the beginning of the show, we got a lot to go through, blah, 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 blah. He showed his browser. If you're paying attention when he shows that browser, he's like, all those tabs are news stories. They were all Twitter stories. So what I realized was I was like, oh shit. What he's doing is whatever the hot topics are on Twitter is what he's discussing. So there's nothing wrong with that or what have you. But that's how he's missing these huge news stories because it's the stuff that's out in the cultural zeitgeist that everybody's talking about is what he wants to discuss because that's what's going to garner clicks, basically. But some of the important shit, he's just skipping right the fuck over because of that. Because, for example, when I say to you guys, can you guys tell me about, what the new war is? What war just started? Can anybody in the chat tell me? Yeah, all X. Exactly. Everything is Twitter. And that's not good. Like I said, I'm listening to all kinds of stuff. I'll listen to the Young Turks. I'll listen to ABL. I'll listen to Ben Shapiro. I'll listen to, thanks to Devin, shout out to Devin, Mark Dice. I'll listen to PBD. I will listen to Hassan Piker. I will listen to anything I can fucking basically like throw on in the background while I'm doing shit. What's up, Steve? How are you, man? Good to see you, brother. That's correct. The new war is India and Pakistan. Was it even mentioned last night? Like, not going to bullshit you because I didn't even know what was going on until I saw, oh shit, India attacked Pakistan with 9 missiles. I'm like, what the fuck? Because I don't know shit about the region. And I'm not going to lie at all. This shit concerns like Danny Boss too, to an extent because of the refugees going into the UK and what have you. So I ended up like, all right, well, let's look up some backstory and find out what's going on. Now, I didn't take the backstory as far back as, I saw that India and Pakistan basically couldn't get along because of their religions. One's Hindu, basically, and the other one is Muslim for the most part. So they separated the two of them. That's where you got India Pakistan separation or whatever. They turned one state into two. But so I'm not going to go into all that, but I will go back to what actually kicked off all this fucking bullshit. And it's crazy. Yeah, I do. I'm actually Mark Dice. I had watched him before here and there. He was a lot goofier when I watched him before. He's a little bit more serious now, but I do like his style. Um, same thing with like there's people I like some of their content and I'm gonna hate some of their content. And then some people have just flat out disappointed me and seeing every news article possible that you're covering is coming from X and you're not actually doing any fucking research. You're actually letting other people give you their opinion of it and then weighing in with your own opinion. It's kind of like you're just going with what's in the cultural zeitgeist instead of what should actually be fucking important if you're supposed to be broadcasting about news, right? Now, I'm not a news channel. I paint shit. I make shit and I paint it and I talk shit, right? But I also like to be informed. I also like it when you guys are informed and you kind of know what's going on around you. And yeah, I'll offer my take on stuff or my opinion, but I'm not going to tell you how to think, feel, or that you're a quote unquote big back because you don't agree with me. And you only knew about India because of Discord. Okay. And you knew somebody in your feed, right? Right. And Devon's right. I'm just sitting here. I'm reading through. Dice is like the godfather of this. Dice is Mark Dice is he's funny. Like I said, I remember when he was goofier, I guess. And I like some of his takes. Some of his takes I can leave or whatever. But if you're doing it so long, you're going to get jaded one way or another. I'm not going to lie. Um, but yeah, and that's just it. You guys are kind of informed on this. How come it wasn't covered last night? Like, what? Why wasn't the new war covered? I'd say that's a pretty big fucking deal when you have two people with nuclear weapons that are getting into about to get into a heavier conflict that is starting off kinetic, and maybe it'll be nothing. Maybe it'll just fizzle out after this. I don't know because Pakistan today said they're going to retaliate against India's attack on them. But where this shit started, I might as well start with it because, I'm talking all this shit about not informing or what have you. But basically, and here's the funny part this is how like, I started to go down a rabbit hole with this shit because I got like a whole full page of bullshit notes on this. AVL, I don't know. I legit was moving around the boneyard in here, Steve, but he did go after a guy because the guy's like, you're 40 years old and, like you should be doing some work that's still young or what have you. And ABL kind of went off on him, like basically saying, because like, I don't need to do that kind of work because he's got all this big money. Like, well, I get all my money from the YouTube talking shit on the internets, but legitimately, if that's the case, how come he doesn't pay his mods? If you got that much money and stuff, like little things like this, it's just shit like that annoys me because I may be the one with the microphone, I may be the one with the camera, and I may be on a stream, but I'm not above anybody else in this fucking stream. I'm not. I'm not better than you. I'm just the same as you. You think that was ABL's father from the grave? Oh shit. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Like I said, I'd never said anybody should hate ABL. I can just tell you what annoys me sometimes with this shit. Like Like sometimes, like I said, you're not above anybody else, dude. Yeah, you're just not. I don't give a fuck who you are. You're not. You can be a trillionaire. You're not above somebody else. Like we're all in this planet together. We're all the same pile of shit. Basically, just some of us have less to dig out of. That's all. If you thought he was thinking about paying Sheree, she deserves it. She deserves at least half those fucking super chats because I'm not gonna lie, a lot of those super chats are and shout out to Sheree or Sheree's the greatest and everything else. You'd think like if I ever got a super chat like that, like $10 or whatever, $100, what, and they're like, your mod is amazing. I'd be like, that's your fucking money. Now, granted, you got to give a third of it to the government when I hand this to you, but you know what? I don't know if anybody else. I'm sure. Actually, yeah, I don't know. You know what? That's a good question. I never looked into somebody paying their mods, but I don't understand because they're doing a lot of work for free. Just because they're either friendly with the creator or they're a fan of theirs, right? Yeah, and you're not wrong, Stranded. I've always said that, and I've told Sheree this, and when Beans was with me as a mod, I told her this too. If I ever get monetized, if I ever get, you know, that money coming in, they get the slice. Even if you don't want it, I'm cutting you a slice because you're going through this shit with me week in and week out. You know what I mean? Now, granted, I mean if they're banking on me for to eat, they're fucked because I always say, don't send me super chats, don't join, memberships, any of this shit. So I'm kind of shooting them in the foot as well as myself, but that's because I want YouTube to pay me, not my fan, people that are watching because they're enjoying the show or having a conversation or coming here to see their friends and have discussions. Wait, what the hell did Devin say where you're like, is she salty? Or why is Devin salty? I must look at this. Patriot Pete is a bitch ass troll. Holy shit. How about Steve? Yeah. You get multiple shout outs and an attaboy. How about that, Steve? That work for you? It's the same raise you get at retail, basically. Yeah, Alien would go broke if he paid his mods. He'd be fucking flat broke all the time because he made everybody a mod. I don't know anything about Patriot Pat, but he wasn't entirely wrong with what he said either. Like he simply was not. And it wasn't even so much what he was saying as the reaction to what he was saying, where it was just like, you're probably a big fat big back because you basically told me that I'm too young, like I'm too young to, not work or whatever. He could have simply said, look, I got my own career. I built a different path. There's nothing wrong with the path you're on. You didn't have to insult the guy. Like, what the fuck? Oh no, you're perimenopausal. I forgot about that. Shit. Um, yeah, I don't honestly. That's one I don't know about at all. Is the new pope? I know that they blew the white smoke and new pope has been chosen, but I don't know what the new pope's deal is. He woke or something? Poor Alien. Dear Lord, everybody try and support Alien at Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Blog. Apparently, he's going to have a class action lawsuit from Steve Kerfuffle. So let's help the boy out. Wow, woke Pope, and he's an American. Oh God. Oh, oh, that ain't good. Yeah, that's not good at all. I mean, look, in my honest opinion, and this is just my opinion, not being a Catholic, let alone a practicing Catholic or one in good standing. Um, in my opinion, right, and like I said, this is a very ignorant opinion, I guess, of all the facts on the board. But I always thought the Pope was just supposed to promote God in the kingdom and not really worry too much about other shit like that. Like, hey, everybody be kind to each other, like everybody rejoice in God's grace and all that stuff. I didn't think he had to, like be all political like that. Well, what if the new pope is actually Mr. in disguise? He's from Chicago. He Pope Leo, and because he was born in like August. Is that what we're saying here? What in the absolute fuck? Yeah, but there's a difference between a saint and choosing your shit based on your astrological sign. Oh man, that's well. Okay, look, can we all just agree that the Pope may be deemed the holiest person, right, as far as Catholic religion goes, but it's really your faith in your God and following his teachings and your point of view that actually makes the religion, not the fucking Pope. Cernovich on Twitter thinks some Catholics will convert to Orthodox. Oh, wow, really? Yeah, well, I mean, that doesn't shock me that people are denouncing the right wing. Yeah, see, into the astrology stuff and woke, that's not a good combination. That's a cult leader, not a religious leader. That's just my, you know, um, non-religious opinion on that. I'll say that. I'm not going to knock anybody's faith. Yeah, and Devin's 100% correct. I believe that if you are in astrology and all these other things, then you are not. You there's no you should not have been chosen as pope. And yeah, Steve, like he's going to be the first pope that smells of patchouli. He's going to smell of patchouli and refuse to shave his armpits. Yeah, new pope. That shit is crazy. All right, let me. I grabbed this actual image of a frog because I need painting guidelines. And then I'll fuck with the other thing later. This guy's got like looks like leg warmers on too. Actually, it goes with his little loincloth here. He's got no frog penis, so we don't have to paint that. I guess he's not a horny toad. That's my dad joke of the night. Yeah, I mean it's definitely. I'm sorry, Devin. That's got to be a rough thing. Like that really does. That's like, hey, the head of the Buddhist church, he's really into war. Like, just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. But then again, like I said, I'm probably a retard when it comes to religion like that or organized religion like that. I have a hard time believing in any of them. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like, honestly, this is terrible, but the only Pope I remember in my entire lifetime is Pope, Pope John Paul II, I want to say it was. I think that was the only Pope I actually kind of remember at all. I think that shit was during like Reagan's administration or Bush's administration or whatever. Just a goddamn shame. Legitimately. Yeah, see, Pope John Paul II, I know everybody like loved him. I do remember that when I was a kid. Hell greens am I going with here? I think I'll just start with a regular ass, normal ass. Yeah, we'll start with a regular ass green, I guess. Um, but I guess I'll go back to the new war. So here's the breakdown of why India bombed Pakistan, right? So, um, so there's a territory called Kashmir, right? Apparently, that's in Pakistan or what have you, and a terrorist, like an offshoot of a terrorist group, Muslim terrorist group that operates out of Pakistan, but Pakistan says isn't theirs. They went to where all these people were, and they basically only men. They killed 26 men who were non-Muslim. They were either Hindu. I think there was one Christian or Catholic, and one of another denomination. So there was 26 of these guys. They let the women live. They let the men live. And like, it's crazy because there's actually a video of a guy who is, they have a zip line set up there, and he's on a zip line and he's riding through, and you can see the people like running in the background and stuff like below him, but he doesn't know what the hell's going on. And he's just happy to be on the zip line. And yeah, apparently, so this terrorist attack happens, and that was back on April 22nd of this year, right? And the Palestinians, of course, they're like, yeah, those, that terrorist group isn't ours, but India still held them responsible. Um, so in retaliation, India cut off water to Pakistan. Like, let me see, did I write down? I can't remember what the actual providence is, but it starts with an A. But they cut off like their water supply, like just shut it the hell down, like this river or whatever, and they shut it off. And so it's like they cut the water supply going to Pakistan. And then protests started breaking out in actually the UK of all places, and the Pakistanis and the Indian people that are in the UK, separate sides of the street, separated and all this. While the Indian people were taunting them with bottles of like bottled water, like holding up from the camera and like drinking from it, and like making fun of the Pakistanis for not having water, getting their shit cut off. And next thing you know, India the other day, actually, what, 2 days ago now, fired 9 missiles into Pakistan. They killed, I can't remember what the amount of people was. I think it was like 26, like almost the same amount of people. They said they only hit like terrorist targets, but they hit the electrical grid too. And that's kind of where we're at with it, where Pakistan's now saying, like, yeah, well, you guys may have hit us, but there's going to be a response. So this is amping up, and you have basically, of course, Israel, go figure, is backing India and then China, for whatever reason, is coming into Pakistan's aid, which is really interesting considering China has a bunch of Uyghur Muslims imprisoned in prison camps and all that. But I think what's happening is America is signing trade deals currently, or in the process of, like, they're just moving the apple plants over there to India and all this from China. So I wonder if global trade has a play in this too. But the major concern with this war is that both Pakistan and India have nuclear weapons. Now, if Pakistan were to hit India with a nuke, they're kind of in the nuke field, like where the wind blows and what have you. Like, I could definitely see they're contaminating themselves. Considering India can cut off their water, like they're going to contaminate their own water and kill themselves if they nuke India. If India hits them, kind of the same deal because they're right there on each other's doorsteps. Devin singing Kashmir by Led Zeppelin. That's amazing. Um, Not sure how it's going to escalate. Not sure which way this shit's going to go. I'm hoping, and I think even Trump said, I hope that this ends fast and peacefully or whatever, and they come to the table. Interestingly enough, Iran is actually sending somebody to negotiate between the two countries, which is kind of fucking weird to me, right? Like, we're talking about Iran that everybody's like, oh, they're the terrorist arm and, funding all the terrorism around the world and all this. But Iran, of all people, is stepping up and sending somebody to kind of negotiate between the two countries. So it's going to be real interesting to see the way this shit shakes out. Yeah, somebody is really wanting World War III to start. Your friend's not wrong, Stranded, because Ukraine and Russia, Ukraine blew off the 3 days of ceasefire. They said, nope, we're not doing it. Russia basically put out a whole bunch of demands wanting a whole bunch of other territory outside of the stuff they are already occupying in Ukraine. So that's getting to a point where if they keep that shit up, both sides keep that shit up, Trump's just going to literally throw his hands up, be like, you guys fucking settle this shit on your own and we'll just clean up the pieces afterwards. But you have that going on. The big news over in Israel, well, actually, there's a couple stories. But one of the biggest ones that I saw is Israel is now saying that they are going to occupy Gaza. So basically, they bomb them into dirt, just pound them into hamburger, and now all of a sudden, Israel is going to go in there and take over the territory. That would be too simple, Steve. If you just let each other, if you just said each their own and just lived your life, that'd be too fucking easy. No, no, no. You got to conquer and empower people, like put other people, subjugate other people to your power. Which beef? Like, because I'll tell you what, Israel, man, man, getting in Israel, the more I see shit about Israel, the more I'm like, wow. And I'm not anti anybody, really, other than pedophiles. They can all go into wood chipper feet first. We all know this. But as far as, like global politics, honestly, I'm all about America. That's all I give a shit. Are we living a good life? Are our kids healthy? Is everybody happy and prosperous here? It's not my place to, I can talk about this stuff and tell you guys about it and what have you, but I don't have a dog in the fight. Like, I don't. Not unless it's like, oh, well, Iran getting a nuclear weapon and they're going to immediately blow up fucking New York City. Okay, that kind of concerns me. I don't think it'll go that way. I think, honestly, they'll just blow up Israel, but, you know, that's because I actually believe in this place and this is where I live and this is my country. I don't have another country. This is where all my family and my friends are. I do have friends overseas in the UK and what have you. But at the same point in time, I'm always going to put my country above other countries. That's just me, though. But yeah, so in Israel, there were protests, major protests, and I think I said something about this last week where people are pissed off at Netanyahu about not getting the hostages back. They got close to 6 hostages, and right before they got to them, the fucking Hamas or whatever shot them, killed them, right? So they just found the bodies. See, you're not wrong, Stranded. I do think you should do that, but there's a huge problem with that. And the problem is that if we pull out of too many things, then somebody's got to go in there and fill that vacuum. And if it's somebody like, do you want to deal with the devil you know or the devil you don't? Sometimes you're better off dealing with the devil you do. Like, and Trump is kind of breaking from things. We'll get to that in a minute because that also concerns Israel as well. But yeah, so there were huge protests over in Israel apparently, and it was Hasidic Jews. Right? This is something else as this shit's been going on and all that. I didn't know any of this stuff. Like I knew there was, there's Hasidic Jews and stuff like that. I've met a few. They're nice people. But I don't understand, all that much about religions, and like I had to ask Devin and Danny Boss about, what's the difference between Judaism and Muslims and why do they hate each other, and they had to explain everything to me because I don't fucking know all this shit about religion. Well, the Hasidic Jews and the Zionist Jews, the Hasidic Jews are basically coming out. I think I'm saying that word right too. But they're coming out and they did a whole protest. And those are the Jewish people that always dress in black, kind of look like American Amish for the most part, and have, they call them worry curls. But they have like the curl coming down the side of their face, always have the beard and all this stuff. And they are basically saying that the Zionists are genociding the Palestinians, right? They're protesting saying this, that they're genociding Palestinians, that actually Israel is Palestine and everything. I watched the cops beat the shit out of these people. Like, I mean, just beat the ever loving, like, good Lord. They were stomping mud holes in these people. One guy got beat up and drug off to jail, and they showed he was pushing a stroller with his son in it, and they just left the kid in the stroller in the middle of the streets. Yeah, and don't get guilted into supporting Israel because honestly, the only place you should be guilted into supporting is America. Period. But yeah, so you have these Hasidic Jews that are basically like, yo, what you guys are doing in Gaza is fucked up. Which brings us to the Houthis. So Trump's doing a press conference or whatever, and he gets the news, and he's just like, yeah, and just to let you know, we bombed the Houthis for 50 days. They're tough bastards. They took a lot of abuse and all this, but they've agreed to stop hitting U.S. ships. Now, they never agreed, as far as I can tell. They didn't say we're going to stop hitting like Israeli ships, but US, we won't fire on your ships at all anymore. So Trump's like, okay, we're going to stop bombing you because you're not hurting America. I think that pissed off Israel because the day after Trump does that press conference, all of a sudden, magically, ready for this, guys? I know you're not going to believe it. A Houthi rocket hits just outside of an airport in Israel, blows up, does no damage to any civilian buildings or population. But it's magic. Like all of a sudden, the Iron Dome missile defense magically missed this one missile from the Houthis that landed there. So what the fuck? Hey, Beans, how are you? But yeah, so that this one missile gets through the missile defense system and hits, blows up. So it was like, was that supposed to change Trump's mind and make him start bombing them again? Like something weird with that. Watching Ben Shapiro, of course, he's talking about Pakistan and India And out of nowhere, he switched the entire topic over how basically, I'm not calling for America to do war actions with Iran, but if you could just lend Israel one of the B 2 bombers, well, that is us helping them hit Iran. Like, I'm like, you're a slimy piece of shit, dude. That's all that kept going through my head while I was watching Shapiro. Hanging in their beans. Just went over like Pakistan and India and all that shit and why that kicked off. And then that's kind of transitioning into everything going on with Israel, which will transition into Mike Waltz and why he was removed as national security advisor, which I don't know why the fuck this hasn't gained any traction and nobody's talking about this, right? Like nobody. I'm like, I barely saw any news on this, and I'm like, how is nobody like going over this? It's fucked up. So basically, Israel at this point, it just seems like they want to hit Iran. They want a bigger conflict, taking over and controlling Gaza after saying they wanted nothing to do with it. Kind of, it makes me feel a certain kind of way. Like it's just me, and maybe you guys feel different on this, and maybe you're like, nah, Gam, you're wrong. But I'm kind of like, was this the play the whole time? Like, was this the plan to bomb them into dust so you could just take over the territory and resettle it? Like, something's fucked up here. Which part was in the news cycle? The shit about Mike Waltz, Stevie? Yeah, well, here's the thing. I think Tim Pool put out, I don't know if it was a video, he said it on his live, something like that. I did see a clip of him talking about that if you look at where Gen Z is and the protests and everything else, I mean, we'll get to the protests too, because that, in my opinion, I feel a certain kind of way, one way and the other on it. But Tim Pool even said he's like, less and less Americans are starting to support Israel because they're watching everything play out in real time with what's going on. And he's not wrong. Like, if you actually look at raw numbers, less and less people, he's like, in 20 years, we might not support Israel at all. So they got to be careful with what the fuck they're doing over there. Oh, okay. So it was more on MSM. So yeah, the text group, right? So, and I'm going to just call it like I see it on this one. But Mike Walls, of course, was embroiled with the whole big, signal leak or whatever, signal gate they called it, I think, where he had that dude who hates Trump and had him in the group chat with them. He had added them into the group chat and was basically sharing war plans, right? Yeah. All right. Cool. So yeah, I didn't know that either, Steve. That's good information because I was going to get into that with the protests and what have you. Which is crazy how shit kind of blends into one another. But yeah, so Mike Waltz, you had that whole Signal Gate thing, and Donald Trump didn't fire him, backed him up, and everything else. And then a little while later, all of a sudden, Mike Waltz was fired and then made UN ambassador to UN, right? Because, like, honestly, if you're the ambassador to UN, you really can't do fuck all damage, and you're not included on sensitive war plans. You're basically just meeting with other leaders from other countries or what have you. And I actually had to write all this shit down too because Mike Waltz, like, there was a whole big thing, right? So you had Signalgate. Well, before he got fired, there was a cabinet meeting. And during the cabinet meeting, Waltz had a Signal app up on his phone and was typing during the cabinet meeting. What was fucked up about it was because, modern day video and technology exists, we can zoom in and see kind of what's being said, what the app looks like, and all that, it was discerned that it wasn't Signal. It's actually an Israeli modified version of Signal called TM Signal. And what it is Israel, the Israeli government had modded the app and added in like an archive feature to relay and record like classified information. So if you're using this app versus regular ass Signal, you can basically record the entire conversation where Signal like encrypts it, protects it, or what have you. This one lets the Israeli government directly see it. And he basically got caught. He was messaging with somebody high up in the Israeli government over what was being discussed with war plans in relation to them bombing Iran, stuff like that. And apparently he and Trump got into it because Mike Waltz was really for bombing Iran, like all about bombing Iran, apparently. And it was also apparent that he had met earlier with Benjamin Netanyahu on his own, without Trump there, without anybody, like just they had a personal meeting with each other. And all of a sudden he's got this app on his phone and everything else, which is basically why he was knocked down from his position and put in the UN ambassador's position, right? But yeah, he was really apparently pushing. He was working with the Israeli government and really pushing for a war with Iran, like helping them out. So that's kind of the story of Mike Waltz, which is fucked up. And that's just it. How is that not considered treason? Instead, they knocked him down to the UN. I guess he'll be, coordinating shit in there because he can't really do much damage. But as a national security advisor, if Trump's coming to you saying, hey, look, I'm really torn on this decision and you're the deciding vote and you're in the can for fucking Israel and like, hey, Netanyahu and I met and I think it's a good idea we bomb Iran. That could have gotten us into a fucking war. And then, yeah, but then there's also, you have the campus protests going on. And that had just broken, I think, today, even though it happened the other day. Well, might have happened. But Steve's 100% right. They went and they arrested, let me see, I wrote that fucking shit down too. 80. They arrested 80 protesters at Columbia University. So now, protesting is an American right. If you're standing there with your little sign and singing songs and free Palestine and yelling all that shit, we may not like it, but you have a right as an American citizen to do it. If you're throwing bricks through windows and breaking into classrooms and not letting people of certain ethnicities past you and all this, that's a little different. Then it's civil disobedience and vandalism and shit, and you should go to jail for it. But if you're just speaking your fucking mind, that's part of free speech. It's right to assembly, right to protest. You have those rights. You have God-given rights to do that kind of shit, especially in America. Like maybe not overseas, but here you do. Like that's just it. People, I mean, and this will get into the argument about the crazy bitch up in Minnesota. Like we'll get to that too, because that was one that I knew was like a third rail issue. That if ABL had talked about it last night, man, that whole Porsche Ray would have been in overdrive, working hard, just having to delete a whole bunch of bullshit coming out of people's mouths. Hey, Paul, how are y'all? Ladies and gentlemen, my good friend Paul, whose last name will remain nameless. Um, he's going to pop the question soon to his girl, and you got to let us know how that turns out. Let me know if you did, so we can all cheer and celebrate for your happy union. let's like congratulations, dude. I'm telling you, married 13, coming up on May 10th. 13 years it's been since I've been married, and it was the best decision I ever made in my life. Um, I was talking with a couple others outside of doing the stream, people that are on the stream remain nameless, and like legitimately they've said pretty much the same thing. Like, you have to find a good partner in this world to make it through, to balance you sometimes. And everything you've ever told me about that girl, she sounds fantastic. So congratulations to you, brother. Congratulations, dude. Like, serious, bottom of my heart, from me to you. Congratulations, man. I'm proud of you. And she's a fool if she doesn't say yes. Yeah, you're not exactly the most handsome fellow. Um, Plus, you also have no soul. You're missing a soul because you're a ginger. But you're a good man and my brother. So I really do like congratulations when you pop it. Yeah, keep that focus on that for now, and that's congratulations to her too for completing her education in medicine. That's amazing as well. Um all right, so that aside, the protests, right? You do have a right. You have a right to speak your mind. You have a right to feel whatever way you feel. You don't have the right to violence, you know, to go out and do shit violently or force people to see your point of view. They have a right to their perspective as well. I think we can all agree on that fundamentally. I don't like, and this has given rise to a new cultural connotation, I guess we'll call it, of the woke right. Cancel culture on the right, like people on the right side of the aisle doing cancel culture. I'm not all for that shit. It's like, look, the whole point was I may not agree, and well, actually, to tell you the truth, I can tell you 120,000% I don't agree with what some neo Nazi skinhead has to say on the subject of race. You know what I mean? I don't agree with him. He's allowed to spit that bullshit because he has a God given right to it. I mean, there's consequences that come with it, but he has a God given right to it. You know, I just, the whole thing with free speech, and the way I've always heard this put that made the most sense to me is, it's not defending the speech you agree with, it's defending the ability for somebody to speak that you don't agree with, that you feel the exact opposite on, and you may hate what that son of a bitch has to say, but they have a lot, they're allowed to say it, they're allowed to express their opinion without you, with within our societal norms. Though there's certain things when you say them, then yeah, you're going to piss some people off, and they may feel some kind of fucked up way about it, or they may feel the right way about it. Who knows? It's really based on everybody's morals. I don't think, well, I think it does to an extent, Devin. Like, it doesn't to an extent where you're causing them violence, like you're visiting violence on them, but it's it's one of those, like, ooh, it's one of those razor edge things. It's nuanced. What's up, Eugene? How are you? Yeah, and there you go, Steve. That's a good way of saying it. Like, if you're knocking on somebody's door and then, screaming in their face or whatever, you're technically on private property and interrupting, disturbing the peace. But if you're walking down the sidewalk together and they're talking shit to you, they can kind of do that. Now, granted, you turn around and punch them in the mouth, while that may not be protected by law, And, yeah, maybe there's a better way about of going about things. People will kind of understand, you know, which here's that subject that if it came up in ABL last night, this one would have been just poor Sheree. We all would have been crying. I would have been crying for her today because she would have had to censor so much bullshit, which is what happened with the Minnesota woman with calling, and now they said the kid's 5 years old. I've seen a picture of the kid. He's more like looks like 9, 10 years old to me. That's just me though. Maybe he really is 5. Doesn't matter. Still a kid. But she called him the N word because he was going through her baby bag or something like this. And you know, I okay. So let's just break that shit down because there's so much wrong in the entire story on any side or any way you look at it and any which way you slice it. If you feel, and this brings up that new term that's been entered into the cultural zeitgeist, which is black fatigue, where, yeah, I'm tired of, BLM riots, this, that, and I'm tired of hearing that, I'm an oppressor, you're the oppressed, shit like this. Black fatigue is one of the new ones, just like right woke. Those people were harassing them and violating, if they were disturbing the peace, you should be able to call the cops in that case, Devin, and have them carted off to jail. No, no lie, or at least ticketed or fined or whatever for disturbing the peace. Yeah, see, Steve's got it in one. That should not be allowed. That's something that societally they allowed to happen. Same way when what would she was the press secretary at the time. The restaurant technically has the right to refuse service to her, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, right? But like reality is like she had no recourse there because a restaurant does have the right to refuse service to you, but at the same point in time, that was kind of fucked up. Like they're a patron, you should treat all your patrons the same, regardless if you agree with them or disagree with them politically. There was famously a bakery that would not cook a cake for a gay couple, and they sued that bakery and damn near put them out of business, which was bullshit. Yeah, I understand, Eugene, and that is pretty much what black fatigue is technically. And to Bina's point, that's just it. I think of, and this is going to be real funny what I reference here for this kind of defense of somebody calling you something that you don't, you're not. Have you guys ever seen the movie Roadhouse? Roadhouse with Patrick Swayze back in the day? And he's talking about, you're not going to start a fight and all this kind of stuff with the bouncers. And the one bouncer goes, "What if somebody calls my mama a whore?" And Patrick Swayze looks at him and goes, "Is she?" It's a string of words put together to elicit a certain response from you. But reality is, if your mom is a whore, well, I guess you would be mad. You may not like it or whatever, but there is another road out of it. But that's just it. Like, if somebody were to come on here right now and call me a racist, say, "Gam, you're fucking racist," be like, yeah, you might want to rethink what you're fucking saying there, bud, because when we break it down and I show you my children are half Navajo, or, you know, show you my moderator or one of my best friends that like I would take a bullet for, which is Bagum D, you might feel a little bit fucking different then. Or go to the city of Camden and find, and I won't name names, but you go find some of these people I would name off and ask them, "Is he a racist?" And they would be like, "Man, I'll beat the shit out of you for even suggesting it." So, it is what it is. But I wouldn't get all that upset because is it true is really the deal, you know? If it doesn't apply, let it fly. I like that. Um, that's a longer story. I honestly, my wife has always said to me, when it comes to me doing this platform, not to discuss anything about her. And that's more for professional career and other reasons outside of anything, you know. I can tell you certain things, there's other things I won't tell you. Yeah, but being the whole thing is, okay, something something with that. You're not wrong, right? I'm not saying you're wrong at all. And you're right, it should have covered that. The only problem is that court fights like that, the lawfare used, I want you to think how much money Donald Trump spent on just his legal fights, right? A small bakery and your average person, they can't argue something all the way up to the Supreme Court unless they are going to get the money back for everything that they put out there, including court costs, all that shit. You can bankrupt somebody real easy with lawfare. Yeah, that's really fucked up, Eugene. Like, not gonna lie, somebody even thought about hurting my dog. Well, they better, just pack up and leave town because I'm burning everything that they own to the earth. But yeah, so this lady, right? Let's get back to the kind of the case at hand. This lady says this to this 5-year-old kid. Guy starts filming her. She drops the N bomb like three, four more times or whatever on film and all this. We all know this news. Does it puts up a Gibson Go 700K? I think she is raised. The kid that was called the N word, his family is raised like 300K. And that's basically the actual news story. That's what happened. Now let's talk about everything that is fucked up with this. Number one, I and these are just things that came to Gam's head. Her calling the kid the N word. Let's say she didn't use the N word. Let's just say she called him a little motherfucker or a little asshole or a little piece of shit. Would that have been okay? I'm just asking you guys. Do you guys think that would have been okay if she called him a motherfucker, a piece of shit, or a little fucking asshole? You were not wrong to complain to the manager about it at all, Stranded. Not at all. If it made you feel some kind of way, and that's kind of where I'm going with part of this argument that I have. So, like I'm waiting for somebody to disagree with me, but nobody's going to, and it's fine. But you're right. It's not okay if you had said that to a 5-year-old kid because they're going through it now. If you said that to their parents, that's a different story because you're an adult. It's a 5-year-old child. They don't know any better. Kids are fucking stupid. Like, you can have the most brilliant kid in the world. They still do stupid things and they still do goofy things and they don't mean nothing by it, right? I don't think this kid was like, I'm going to go into this lady's purse and take her fucking wallet and run off with it because, like he was raised by, oh God, I can't remember the guy's name, but the dude from Oliver Twist that was teaching the children to steal. Flanagan, I think, was it? I can't remember. Some shit like that. But you know what I mean? It wasn't some shit like that. Like, this kid just was rustling through her baby bag and she turns around. It's really not even so much about the word, in my opinion. It's more about the context in which she used. Like, if I call somebody a fool, you're a fool, right? Maybe that doesn't bother you because I used the word fool. But if I say it with some hate in my heart and call you a motherfucking fool, you fucked this up, you fucking fool, right? That word takes on a whole new meaning, doesn't it? And it's just the word fool. I'll get to that in a minute, Danny, because that's one of the side things, right? Because and this is where I'm saying there's so much wrong with this fucking shit. So one, okay, the N word or what have you. I get why people are offended. I get why, but it was legit. If you had called that kid an asshole, a motherfucker, little piece of shit, this, that, and the other thing, that was the word that came out of your mouth was the N word. My first problem with this, where the fuck were the kid's parents? Now, granted, let's say I'm in the park with Sheree or Bagum D or even my own kids. They go over and they're playing around and they screw around and they go into some lady's bag or whatever. And she fucking like pipes up at them and called them a little motherfucker or dropped an N-bomb on them or whatever. I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to have words with that woman as a parent, and she'll be lucky if she isn't picking her fucking teeth off the ground by the end of that conversation, right? So, and that's just it. I'm pretty sure Sheree would agree with me. If Dee were here, he'd agree with me. Like, if you sat there and you said some hateful shit to my child like that as a full grown ass adult, you better expect the receipt from me. I'm going to, I'm not going to go over and fuck with your kid. I'm going to fuck you up in front of your kid, but I'm not going to, so to me, that was the bigger thing is that she did this shit to a 5-year-old, right? Now, why is it receiving national news coverage? I see somebody asked. Reason why is because she dropped the N-bomb, and so therefore she's a racist, right? Well, here's my second question. Where the fuck did this happen? It happened in Minnesota. Who's the governor of Minnesota? Oh, the guy running for the vice presidency of the Democrat Party. So it doesn't really, Minnesota went, heavy red for Trump during the election, right? No, they were more Democrat. Gee, I wonder why somebody would use a racial slur so openly and emphatically in a Democrat controlled state. Just wonder. Right. And that's just it. She should have taken it up to the kid's parents. Then that goes to the video. Okay. So we get the video from the guy. And as Danny said, apparently the dude is of Somali descent. And allegedly, I'm not gonna slander him. There's also a reason why I'm not saying this chick's name, which I'll get to, right? But the guy who filmed the video apparently is an alleged kid diddler from Somalia. Why the fuck do you have a kid diddler that close to children where he could hear her say this to him? It wasn't the kid's father. It's a random asshole. What the fuck is this? And then Bina just called it out again. Where were the kid's parents? Why have we heard nothing from this kid's parents about any of this? Like, why didn't the mother, the father, whatever? So they weren't paying attention to their kid, apparently, because that's why this shit happened. But once this shit happened, how come they weren't the ones filming this woman and going the fuck off? I would have understood. Like, if a mother walked up and she called, the kid the N word, and the kid went crying to his mom because he was so, oh my God about it. As the mother of that child, I would have expected her to knock the shit out of the other mother. That's just me. I don't know. Am I wrong here, guy? Am I fucking crazy? Yeah, and that's just it. You guys see me. I'm so white, I'm transparent pink, right? I've been called the N word before, lovingly. It's like, it's really in the context and the way you say some shit to somebody, but saying it to a 5-year-old, I don't care if she called him a little piece of shit. Still not right. You're a full grown adult that's a 5-year-old child. The first words should have been, hey, what do you think you're doing? Where are your parents? and then going to the parents with the child in tow and having a conversation about it. And then if you really wanted to drop that M-bomb, drop it into the mom's face and watch the fucking fist fly. Right? Like, this is what I'm saying. There was a much better, much more appropriate way of handling the whole thing. Look, we're human beings. It's not going to play out in the best possible scenario. All right. Now, there's people that are comparing this shit. I think, did we cover everything to do with, yeah, like with the pedophile, like everything? Now, granted, the guy filming and all that stuff, that's a whole separate thing from what this woman actually did. And her getting 700 grand. Oh, I know what I skipped over. One of the most important parts. Can you guys tell me what that woman's name is? And don't type it in the chat, please. Just say yes or no. There's a reason why I refer to her as that woman, that piece of shit from Minnesota, whatever. There's a reason why I am not naming this woman. Because this is one of those things that actually pissed me off on top of being pissed off over everything else. Just her first name, right? Sheree said no. Stranded said no. No. Okay, so you guys can't name her. If you actually see the video, they put her full name and whatever Minnesota, like whatever city in Minnesota she's in, make her famous. You doxed somebody. Like, what the fuck? Like, if it was just random white woman, well, you might recognize her at the fucking grocery store if you knew her, but you put her name and all that shit on there and identify her out into the public. Now, granted, okay, yeah, I'm calling out a racist. I'm calling out a Nazi. Okay. Pedophiles have to identify themselves, right? Dude, in the 80s, 90s, if we had social media, we kind of did. It's just we had to do that shit in person. Well, I'm telling you what now. I talked to Sheree about this, and we've decided, right? Since as apparently I can make 700 grand off this, Sheree can make 300 grand off this, right? All I got to do is call one of her younger kids the N word, right? And we film this, then we'll just split the money up the middle, right? So we each get half mil for just talking shit. So, like I'm just letting you guys know if there's a video of me and Sheree meeting up. Now, granted, I also told her that, well, I didn't tell her this, but your husband's allowed to punch me in the jaw afterwards. I'm fine with that because I feel that's appropriate, but we're still splitting the fucking money up the middle, right? But no, legitimately, they doxed this woman. So why is she getting all this money? Because in reality, her life is ruined. Because now they're going to look at an application comes in, this woman's name comes up, and the guy interviewing her says, "Oh yeah." Now everybody around her that is woke and all that kind of bullshit in Minnesota, if she's not, they're like, "Oh yeah, you can't. You're done. Like your kid's going to get ridiculed. It's fucked. It's fucked." But people calling for her to go to jail, all this kind of, they can go suck a dick because like it's still free speech. I don't agree with it, but she has a right to say it if that's what she wants to say, and people will have the right to be outraged about it. But it goes back to, you can't threaten somebody's life. You can't, there are limits. There are limits to what you can and can't do in retaliation for somebody saying some shit like that. So, you know what I mean? Like I said, it kind of sounds like I'm contradicting myself in a way because I'd never walk up to a 5-year-old regardless and call him that. I I wouldn't walk up to a full grown adult and call him that, Now I'm going to call him a lot of other things, but that's just me. Doesn't mean I couldn't say it to him, but I wouldn't. That's just, my moral compass. But that Free speech is free speech for a reason. Neither you believe that shit or you fucking don't. There isn't like a gray area here of, like, okay, I say, hey, go murder person. I want this person murdered on this date at this time at this place because I know they're going to be there. Well, that's not protected free speech. But saying, like, we'll just use this as an example. Joe Biden's a real piece of shit. I hope he dies. That's free speech. You're allowed to say shit like that, I'm not calling for violence against him or any of this stuff. I just think he's a piece of shit and hope he dies. It's all right. You're allowed to express yourself. Yeah, exactly, Steve. From now on, that's the woman who said the N word to a 5-year-old in the park. Like anybody who sees her, meets her, or whatever, and has seen that video, that's who that woman is. And now, granted, I think some of the money she raised is probably from, white racists that were like, yeah, you tell them, some weird shit like this. But I think some people are doing it because of cancel culture. I think some people might find her attractive and are donating to her. There's a lot of reason why people give to people like this. I watched ABL's video on it. And what annoyed me was this. He compared it to the kid who murdered the other kid during the track meet. Now, granted, I'm going to stop saying that kid's name too, because up until he has his day in court, I'm kind of doxing him when I spit his name out, even though we all know who it is. Yeah, I saw that, Steve. Yeah. Um, I saw that shit, Danny. You thought you were fast. You thought you were fast, but I caught it and read it. But yeah, ABL's take was, well, white people are doing this because, like it's anti the track murderer. And I'm thinking to myself, like, wasn't like this chick like caught the kid going through her handbag, right? Like this 5-year-old kid, and was just like, don't touch my bag again or else. And the kid touched her bag again, and she pulled out a knife from that bag and stabbed him right in the chest and killed him, right? No, she didn't fucking murder anybody. She just said some bad words to a child, which was fucking abhorrent, right? It was fucked up, but she didn't take somebody's life. Like the other kid legit murdered somebody. Like there's a big difference here. It doesn't have anything to do with skin tone or color or any of that shit. It has everything to do with this kid may be upset, but he's going to live, like she didn't end his life. And you're right. Not all, never all. It does feel like a psyop, right? But if it bleeds, it leads. And I'm not going to lie, I'll bet you. I have this weird feeling that any video that and did you guys notice in my title, I didn't say, hey, we're going to be covering the chick who said the N word anywhere in there or any of that stuff, right? You look at the title of it. What do I got? I got what I'm painting, which is the Frogman Redux, New War, that viral story. So that could be anything, right? I didn't mention it specifically. And the reason I didn't mention it specifically is this because people use that kind of shit to drive people to view them. You're getting shit for interaction on Twitter. Well, if you talk about this story, guess what? A lot of people that agree with you are going to chime in, upvote it, and talk a whole bunch of shit. People that disagree with you are going to downvote it, chime in, and talk a whole bunch of shit. But any which way you're looking at it, you're getting the interaction from it, right? And yeah, they do want to say. That's why when I put my comment, because I did watch ABL's video and I put a comment in there on my feelings on it. And at the end of it, I said, you guys got to stop breaking everything into race because we're one race. We are the fucking human race. I didn't say fucking, but we are the fucking human race. We're humans. We're all one race. We have different ethnicities, different beliefs, and individuality. We have different religions. We have different skin tones. You can't tell me like all black people are the same skin tone, all white people are the same skin tone, all Asian people are the same skin tone. You can't. Everybody's a variation. You might find, they're pretty close, but nobody is the same because of cellular structure, genetics, everything else. We're all fucking different. But we're one race. We are the human race. The only people I want to be fighting are Bosnians because Bosnians I heard are tough. That's a joke, Bina, before you get angry. Yeah, I don't think the kid was 5 either. I mean, he may be, I'm just going with what the story is, but he may not be 5. I got to look at that because Stranded said something and YouTube blocked it. They want to keep us divided because they're terrified of what we'll do when we, the people, stand united. You are 1,000% not wrong. I see Beana sent over a Discord. I'll check that in a minute, Beans. Stranded, you're 1,000% not wrong. I'm going to tell you this now, right? I'm going to look at my fucking chat real quick. Tell you now. I got a British guy who's a proud Christian. I got a Bosnian woman who you're not Muslim, are you, Beans? I don't think you are, but whatever. She's got family that's Muslim. My moderator, Sheree, proud black woman. Steve, white guy. I'm white. Paul, that was in here, he that kid doesn't even have a soul. Like he's a ginger, right? Couldn't be proud of him as a brother, but I mean, you think I'm transparent white, you should see that sucker. Like he's like a glass of water white, right? Proud Catholic, practicing, very proud Catholic in Devon. Look at all of us. We are all coming together. We can have a discussion. Stranded's another one in here, right? We can all come together. We can all have a discussion. We can all share our points of view. We agree on a lot of things. There's shit we're going to disagree on and all that. I consider you guys my friends. You guys, you're invaluable, right? Pretty sure you guys kind of feel the same about each other, too. You all interact. Eugene's in here. Like, we're exactly what should terrify the fuck out of mainstream media and race baiters and all this other stuff that want to divide. Because none of us give a shit about those other things. We determine is somebody a good person or are they a shit human being? Basically, I think. Looking at my chat, that's what I see. Is a bunch of people that are like, you know what, we're all good people and we're all here and we can all have a discussion and we may have come through life different and had different backgrounds, everything else. Doesn't fucking matter to us. None of that shit matters. We look past all that and just look at each other like we're good people. No, I know you're not Catholic, Paul. That's fucking awesome, Sheree. But yeah, and that's just it. It's all about being good fucking people. Like, But yeah, that's all it comes down to. So why do people let themselves get divided like this? Are they simple-minded? Do they not see the game for what the game is? Like, how are they so easy to control? Is it that old Men in Black quote of a person is smart, intelligent, and can figure things out, but people are dumb, panicky, and stupid? Is that what it is? I, I, I mean, look, I'm happy. I love. I look forward to my Thursday nights. There's a reason why I actually, and Paul will tell you this, I'm lazy as fuck. Well, actually, you all tell me this. My superpower is laziness. Yet I write all these little things down in a notebook so I can discuss them on stream and actually research them a little bit and, get a little bit below the surface, not just so that I'm informed, but so I can tell you guys, this is what I found. Does anybody have anything to add to it? Perfect example. I have not a fucking clue about the woke ass Pope, apparently, but you guys just told me all about him. Long term manipulation. Well, that's just it. If you can keep, somebody said this earlier, if you can keep, Venus said it, they want us all fighting. If you can keep the non administrative people fighting amongst themselves and off center instead of focused on what's really going on behind the scenes, man, you just have power forever. But the moment there's a lot more of us than there are of them. But the moment everybody gets on the same page and can just sit here and laugh with each other and joke and what have you, man, they're in trouble. Well, I mean, we do respect each other's opinions. For the most part, I can be a dick about things sometimes. I won't go any more in depth on that, but yeah, there's definitely times where I'm a dickhead. Let me get Discord up here. Let's see what good old Beans got to say. I think it was Mark Dice because Devin told me to watch Mark Dice. Oh, shit, that's just got to update on my PC. It's installing now. Um, because Beans had, or not Beans, Devin had me look up Mark Dice or whatever. He had asked Grok on X like all these different terms for white people, like derogatory, like cracker and stuff like that. And man, I was dead laughing when I was reading that list. Like it didn't insult me because I think I've been called more than half of it. Like White Demon was one of my favorites. I always said Whitey the Blue Eyed Devil. Like that was always one of my favorite ones I got called once. Whitey the Blue Eyed Devil. You're Whitey the Blue Eyed Devil. And I went, wow, are my eyes blue? I thought they were more hazel. Look, David's here. Yeah. So to Danny and David with the whole Pakistan India thing, you guys thought you had a lot of Pakistani people in your country. Man, they start really going to war and like that shit escalates. You guys are going to be overwhelmed with refugees. I'm just letting you know now. I was saving that parts for when I had both you Englishmen in here. All right, let's see. What did Bina say? Guys, Sheree, let me know if you guys hear this all right
Hey guys.
before I continue on with Bina's thing. Did you guys hear that? Hey guys. Perfect. Thank you, Sheree. Thank you, Stranded. You guys are awesome. My audio team right there. They were here for Friday night fuckery where the audio kept going out and they had to both scream at me. So we've kind of developed hand signals. I do have a spare room that I just moved around, David. Um, you would be allowed to come over, but the only thing is you'll have to get your second knob removed. All right, here we go.
Hey guys. I saw this post a couple of years ago and I always think about this. So it went as follow. Um it said that there's a jar with black ants and red ants in the jar, and they totally like peacefully coexisting in the jar. But then somebody comes by and shakes the jar. Now the ants are fighting, the black and red ants are fighting, but nobody ever questions who shook the jar. I feel like that's our society right now.
Honestly, that's a good call. Um, like who is shaking that jar? Well, I hate to say it, like an old school cop, considering I never was one, but follow the money. Always follow the money. Follow the money, follow the power, and you'll figure out exactly who's shaking what and for what reason. The only problem is that's the quickest way to die is to follow the money and the power. Yeah, Steve, watch that video. Come back. Let me know what's up with that because I had seen that before. Duke! Special shout out to Duke Raoul. It's because of you, brother. I went and ended up jumping on Twitter and following that whole shit stream of what was being said and some of the asinine things and everything else. And then you brought about a lot of realizations about where content comes from and everything else regarding that channel. So thank you. I do appreciate you, Duke. You cock looker. Nah, Trump's not a bait and switch, right? Okay, so I mean, if you want to talk about something Trump did that was amazing, his tariffs are working. Not gonna lie, they're working. China, we'll go to before I even get to the UK trade deal, which yeah, it was coming. It was in the pipe, and that came out earlier today, where he held a press conference, the whole 9 yards. China is in fucking bad shape. As much as everybody wants to say they're in good shape and all this stuff, and the tariffs haven't hurt them, no. So I watched a whole breakdown on China's economy and how it works and all that. They don't have a consumer base. What they have, they're trying to convert it over to a consumer base, and it's failing miserably because of these tariffs. What they have is a manufacturing base. Trump isn't the only one who's put tariffs on them, though. Mexico is pissed off at them because they kind of see China as the reason why they got hit with more tariffs. So they put a tariff on China now. Brazil, India. I'm trying to remember Taiwan. They're starting to hit China with these tariffs. China's starting to slowly choke, like their economy's choking. They're shutting down factories. People are losing their businesses over there, like their manufacturing plants and all that. So if they're going to come to the table real fucking soon, because it's crazy to say, but Trump was right. We're going to feel a little bit of pain, but it'll be temporary, and then we're going to take off again. China's in fucking deep shit. No, I don't think the messing with India is related to BRICS. Anything to do with that, the only thing I would say is that remember the Apple plants, like iPhone and all that shit, are supposed to open in India soon. So maybe it's fucking with that. But even that is a little outside the purview because Pakistan is still saying those aren't our terrorists. If Pakistan was taking credit for those terrorists, it'd be a different story. But I don't know. They just hate each other though. And it's funny because I wanted to include the conversation because I couldn't understand a fucking word coming out of either of these guys' mouths, but the two of them were arguing over a Zoom call. One guy was Pakistani, one guy was Indian, and they were arguing about this whole topic. I guess they're like political commentators from over there or something. And they're like, and the other guy's like, Like, that's all I could make out. Oh, yeah, give GAM a like. I'd appreciate that. That's awesome. Well, I knew about the advisor. I don't know what the deal is with Pam Bondi, but she is kind of fucking disappointing because of the whole Epstein thing. I'm just gonna say that. Goes back to that the Satija story. Like, that's all I fucking could understand. But like, it's hysterical because the two of them are yelling at each other, and like, I couldn't understand a fucking word. That's all I heard. It's like because David has a thick ass British accent. Actually, he's got a Cockney accent. So when I tell like I told David one time to talk like an American, and he did the American accent. That shit was hysterical. Thank you. Come again. There will be no wheezing of the juice. Do not wheeze the juice. I'm the weasel. I'm going to wheeze the juice. Do not wheeze the juice. There will be no wheezing of the juice. It was like I was listening to I think it was Alien had called in on AVL, and it was hysterical because I don't know if AVL just didn't have any other phone calls or whatever, but Alien was like, he was talking and talking and talking and going off and going off and going off. And every time he would, like, he'd be like, so I'm watching this trial and this is what happened and everything else. And then AVL would go, okay, cool. And then Alien, it would go dead silent for a second. Out of nowhere, Alien would be like, and then, and so I started typing in chat. I'm like, and then, no, and then, no, and then. Now, I mean, David also wrote a song once and played it for us about these two star-crossed lovers named Paul and Vane. And I had it on a Twitch stream, and we didn't clip it, and we should have. That shit was hysterical. And I'm going to use this high ass green as the base. And we'll start getting into the muddy colors and everything else. But just for a shit base coat, I'll use this high end green. So the whole, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If Perry's trip to space, right? Like that whole 11 minutes or whatever they were in technical space makes her an astronaut, then that would make David a gynecologist. That's kind of where I'm at with that. Yep, David, go ahead. You guys do your southern accent. A British accent off. Let's see who has the better southern accent, Danny Boss or David Munn. I was gonna say my whole reference about the beans that David would be a gynecologist, and then you said a dictator. I'm like, my mind went places that it shouldn't have gone. All right. What to say? Hey, Paul, go ahead and type in a sentence, you southern bastard, and tell these two what they should say in their southern accents. They're going to have an accent off. Like, what should they say, guys? Man, I'll tell you one of the other fucking funny things I saw this week was Piers Morgan trying to interview Ye. That shit was hysterical. Uh, what should they say, guys? Come on, let's give them a southern accent contest. What should they say? That's nice and scratchy on there. Should give me a good baseline. Yeah, you're doing a voice chat. Don't be a bitch, David. No, I think they did it, but all you have to do is break Earth's atmosphere and you're technically in space. So it wasn't like they flew, landed on the moon, and then, or like went to the International Space Station park for like 2 days and then flew back. They were up there for 11 fucking minutes. There you go. Paul has put forth what you are to say in a voice chat right there. You see what Paul said? Does everybody see it? She can't make no cornbread without that jiffy in a can. Bless her heart. That dog just ain't gonna hunt. I'm sorry. Paul's got it right there. We're talking about a. I'm not going to give away. He has been down south his whole life, and Paul has one hell of a southern accent, and he would know that is legit some southern shit somebody would say. So, and yeah, you can also, and there you go. There's the follow up. Say what Bina said too. That's good too. And let's see. I lost my Chevy and my dog. I lost my Chevy and my dog died. My life is a country song. Oh yeah, it is. It's definitely a whole different mix of accents. Actually, that is up until his throat, so it would be down this arm. Would be green. Sorry, guys. I'm just laying in the paint marker because it'll be like 6 in the morning. And I'll be finishing this fucking thing. If not, we'll give him some spots on that arm. Let me just get my reference paint on here. Before we get into the actual paintings. Paint's all half dried out and shit. Brush is all goopy. I should write it out. Matter of fact, I will write it out. It'll take a minute. Let me just get the base paints on here so I can, for the green before it dries completely. See exactly what we're doing with this son of a sucker. This mud sucker. But yeah, I'll write it out and then I'll show you guys one of the oldest fucking Southern accent jokes I've ever seen. Like when I was still living up north, somebody pulled this shit on me that was from the South, and I was dead laughing once I could actually understand it. It's even funnier now. I live in South Kakalaki, and there are people that talk like this. Let's see. We're gonna go green in there. Bring green down in here. And the whole head will be, for the most part, green, except for this one little patch. Just nail them out real quick. Give me Uncle Sam. So yeah, we just covered a whole lot of fucking news, and I know there's still. Oh, um, the Panama Canal. Here's another one, just to finish out our news bullshit. Give you guys an idea of different things. Apparently, Panama and the United States have inked a deal and pushed China, for the most part, out of the Panama Canal from owning anything. So that's another win. Trump met with the Canadian Prime Minister, and I'm not going to lie, it looked like a wolf talking to a lamb. I'm pretty sure that Trump wanted this guy to win. I don't think he actually wanted the conservative dude to win. The way he was acting towards that guy, he was very, very complimentary and everything else. I have this feeling that is, and like the way Trump acted was kind of aloof. Like, yep, I'm glad you won. Now we own your ass. Like, there's definitely something about it. Definitely made me feel some kind of way. Like, I think we are going to nail out Canada real soon, or the tariffs, are going to work out in the American favor because this dude won, and no matter what rhetoric he comes up with, Trump's just going to make him his bitch. We'll just put it gently. But he definitely was not acting like, oh shit, I better take this guy super serious. He was very complimentary and was acting very dominating, so to speak. Like he definitely had a dominating personality over this new guy, Carney or whatever his name is. So I don't know if that's good. If you're Canadian in the chat, I feel bad for you because it looks like Trump's about to eat your lunch. Oh, arms are going green down to the fingertips. I'll just get that in there real quick. Get my green reference. Damn, I can't believe I made this thing so fucking big. I blew it up to like 500 times the original size or some ridiculous number. That'll all be green down in there. Okay, I'll check it in a sec. Yeah, I'll check it in a sec, Danny Boss. But yeah, I'm dead serious. Like, if you watch the two interacting, you're like, oh, this is not going to be good. Like, it looked like Mike Tyson back in the day when he was talking to one reporter and told him he was going to eat his babies. Like, it was just not good. I actually kind of felt sorry for that dude. All right, let's check Danny's audio real quick. No, no spliffer pipe on this one, David.
I've had a bad day today. Lost my Chevy and my dog died. My life's a country song. What you staring at, boy?
Pretty good, Danny. Pretty good. Not bad. Not bad. Damn it, Stranded. You're supposed to send some of that shit my way. What the hell? Why you Bogart? But yeah, let me write this out real quick. And then I want to see how many of you guys can actually read what I wrote the hell down. Oh, what the ball or something in this? That's what I get. I get a brand new pen from the wife. It did have a cap on it. Okay. Get to see my damn terrible handwriting. Oh. Okay, guys. Let me see. Can you guys actually read this or not? Let me turn off the one lamp. All right, ready? Can you guys tell me what that says? All right, you ready for this one, guys? If you've read it, this is two Southern men arguing over what they see in the sky. Emmer ducks. Emmer not ducks. CDED beady wings. LIB. Emmer ducks. Yep, and you have no idea how true that statement is. Yep, Cletus the slackjaw. Yep. Emmer ducks. Emmer not ducks. CDED beady wings. LIB. Emmer ducks. It's like one of my favorites, though. Emmer ducks. Because I did the same thing. I'm like, Mr. Ducks, Mr. Not Ducks. Seeded beaded wings. Ilb Mart and Mr. Ducks. They took her jobs. Emmer ducks. Emmer not ducks. Seedy itty bitty wings. With L-I-B. Emmer ducks. I showed that to a Southern guy one time, and he about pissed himself, laughing. And he was like, "I would be insulted, but it's pretty spot." They took her jibs. I told that man coming around going for my cousin, I said, "Hey, she ain't good enough for Ken. She's still a virgin. She ain't good enough for Ken. She ain't good enough for you." Dude, I'll tell you what, there is something about a girl with a southern accent. And I'm sure for girls there's something about a guy with certain southern accents, right? So like that was one of my things was Rogue on the X-Men. Jesus Christ. A YouTuber was stalking you? What do you mean by stalking you? Hey man, I'll tell you what. One of the funniest things I saw last night was better not mess with ABL. He's from the streets. He said it last night that he's from the streets. You better not mess with him. He's from the hood. Don't say that shit too loud around David Beans. You'll have him like hitting you up. And he don't look anything like Mr. Cavell. If you know, you know. Yep, Duke did sleep him. That's what I think. I think the YouTuber was stalking Duke and Duke put him down. He died like a dog. ABL would pee himself if he ever went to the real hood. Oh, shit. Hey, I'm not going to lie. There was parts of the hood that I wasn't allowed in as soon as the sun went down because I was too white. Like, people told me that. I was like, yo, I'll give you a ride home. Yo, you can't give me a ride home where I live. You go in there and it's after dark, like the sun's going down now. They'll kill you. I was like, oh. A better Donald Trump? I don't know if I can. I don't know. The whole problem with Donald Trump is if you actually listen to his voice, he has like a nasaliness to him that I don't know I can pull off. It's almost like a wheeze in his speech. Yeah, I think I'm better off with like an Anthony Fauci. All right, let's go dark to light. Shit. You wouldn't be allowed to have a Glock. You're British. Last time we had British people in this country with guns, it didn't work out so well for them. shit. Fucking yeah, I already covered the Houthis reaching the deal. That was another news topic though. So did you guys hear that SCOTUS upheld Trump's ban for the military? Hate to say it. Sorry, transgender people, you're not allowed to say you can no longer serve in the military. Sorry, you'll be given full severance pay, but you can't serve in the military anymore. I know. It's heartbreaking. It affected so many. And yet that's the way SCOTUS came down. They upheld Trump's executive order banning trans from the military. Yo, I'm telling you what, Danny, if you want to go down there and go hunting and fishing with Paul, right? He may or may not fish with dynamite in the boat. I'm just saying. And he may call an alligator a big toothed lizard. So be careful, who you're going to hang out with. We talked about flying David to America at one point. Still are, kind of. Like getting him over here. The only thing is, we're going to send him to my buddy Twisted's house, and he's got to shack up with Twisted's brother, Johnny, for his duration here. So David's like on the fence about coming to America now. Yeah, where I'm at, we got alligators all over the damn place. Like they do the one bar. That's actually their specialty is alligator bites. It's like fried and breaded alligator, bread and fried alligator rather. Got that ass backwards. I don't know. There's certain things that I don't fuck with. Alligators are one. As my wife has explained to me, they are a throwback to the era of dinosaurs. You don't fuck with saurians. All right, hold on. Now I got to zoom in because Duke said something that didn't come up. I'd rather have alligators than retards. And let me tell you, Salt Lake is full of retards. We've all met Meddy. It's cool. We understand. Oh, yeah. Beans and Henry Cavill. Beans is obsessed with him. Stranded, like honestly, Stranded would be a cool one to hook, like hang out with. The only thing is, she'd hook you up with, like you'd be like, "Damn, I feel funny after drinking this." She'd be like, "Oh yeah, I dosed you. You'll be all right. You'll shake it off later." Yeah, yeah. Henry Cavill's the one dude that no man can ever argue. Like you can't. I'm sorry, you just can't beat Henry Cavill. You're not wrong. Like there's certain ones. Here's one for you guys. Question for you: did you guys see the whole big upsetness over Holly Berry's dress at the Met Gala? I'm not gonna lie, Holly Berry's still built. She's old as hell, but she's still built and she can pull that dress off. So I don't understand what the upsetness was. Why stranded? Why am I not supposed to tell that part? It was the best like 6 hours of my life up until I started coming down. But thank you for the orange peels. They helped. Shit, Duke said, like, why are they? He must be saying retard or something in his comments. Duke, I made a soy boy cry the other day. He had like 6 hot dogs, 3 drinks, and a bag of crap. I told him to have some respect for his fat ass self. He cried, and I pointed and laughed at his fat ass. I don't think any of the woke bitches are sexy. That's what Beans says. I mean, yeah, she's a mother. You're not wrong, right? I think she might even be a grandmother at this point. But I'm sorry, it's fucking Holly Berry. She still carried that dress off. Like when when I first saw the one picture and they had it like blurred, I was like, did she really show her whole hoo ha? And then I was like, oh, it's just side hoo ha. I was like, it's like a bathing suit. Yeah. Hugh Jackman. There's something about Hugh Jackman's normal talking voice though. He strikes me as gay. I mean, I'm not being a dick here because, it's Hugh Jackman. And I think he's a fantastic actor and I like him and all that. And I know he's not gay. But there's something with his normal talking voice where I could definitely, I don't know why he strikes me as gay, but he just does. I was trying to get out of my mash unit back in the Korean conflict there, Duke. That's why I was wearing the dress. I was in a mash unit with my friends Hawkeye and Pierce, and yeah, I wore the dress trying to get out and be able to fly back home. That's why I was wearing the dress. Yeah, her face doesn't look anywhere near as good as when she was younger, but she's also old. Like she's very old. And like I'm not gonna lie, I also think my one criticism of Holly Berry is because they're like, she is a Oscar winner and all that. The movie she won the Oscar for, I swear to God, I think that was an actual sex scene. Like I think her and what the fuck's dude's name? Um, oh God, it's gonna drive me nuts. I think the two of them really kind of did stuff because it looked like they did stuff in that movie. Billy Bob Thornton, that's who it was. I don't know if anybody beat me to the punch. I'm not looking at my chat right now, but no, it's not normal Aussie talk. That's the problem, Stranded. Like, okay, so Chris Hemsworth, right? Dude who plays Thor, he doesn't sound like that. Like, there's nothing where he talks and he sounds gay to me. But there's something about Hugh Jackman's normal voice that just there's something in there, something fruity. Yeah, well, I remember old school Holly Berry, and that's the picture I got in my mind, and it'll always be that picture. Um, but yeah, I mean, and Beans, you're not wrong. A lot of guys like it's like the chick who's playing Sue Storm in the Fantastic Four movie. Like me and my wife are just like, she looks like she had a lot of work done, and she looks old. She does not look like fresh face girl next door Sue Storm. She looks like an aging actress that had some serious work put into her. But you're also not wrong that most guys think that some of that shit is normal. Some guys like legitimately like it's like the women who have the plastic surgery, especially around the lips, and then they look like a duck. Like I can't stand that shit. I'm like just look natural. Um Matter of fact, there's actually a wrestler, Charlotte Flair, Ric Flair's daughter, that she's had so much different plastic surgery over time. She like I don't even recognize her when I see her now. Like it takes me a minute to even realize it's Charlotte Flair. And like when she came in, she wasn't great looking, but she wasn't terrible looking either. Then she got her boobs done, then she had this done, then she had that done. And like now she doesn't even look like the same fucking person. Like, yo, is that even the same, woman that started all them years ago that was I really like her, but I thought she had a decent look when she first came in, and she was so self conscious about her appearance or whatever. She kept having surgeries. Some women are like that. Some women just don't want to get old. But I got a secret for you: beauty fades and plastic crumbles. We all get old. Here's another one that nobody likes to talk about. Right? Every one of us take a shit. Every one of us, and they all stink. Hate to tell you this. Hate to tell you this, but we all women are going to get their periods. Eventually, all women are going to stop getting their periods. Hate to tell you this. It's just age. It's age. All men that want to remain healthy will have to get their prostate checked at some point in time. Just age. It happens. Some like men and women are affected by age differently. It's one of those things. Men don't go through hormone storms, they go through horror storms when they get older because they're afraid of getting old and not being able to, pull young, sexy girls anymore. So all of a sudden, they just want to go out and bang hoes. Some men did that when they were younger and can just fight off that urge at will because they already know what that life's like and they're living a better one. It's I don't know. It's just something. Maybe it's because I've seen him in too many musicals, Stranded, and that's where I get it from. I don't know. I don't know. Just something that always struck me. I didn't mean to like insult your dream, man. I was just saying for me, I just hear a bit of gayness in the voice. I mean Ryan Reynolds, same thing. Like you told me Ryan Reynolds, definitely tossed a salad or two. I'd be like, okay, I could believe it. He's got that swishiness in his voice. Yeah, and maybe you're right, Beans. Maybe she did have to show off her side hoo ha to be relevant. I mean, like I said, she was definitely something back in the day where they paid her an extra $1 million on the set of, I want to say it was Password S Wordfish, like Password Swordfish or whatever, with John Travolta, where she showed off her boobs for the first time. They gave her an extra $1 million for that, to show her boobs. And I'm not going to lie at all. It was not a disappointing scene. It just really didn't make sense in the context of the movie, but the scene itself was not disappointing. Like Holly Berry was definitely like, wow. But that's many years ago. I'm still waiting for Steve Kerfuffle to get back here and tell us that, that shit on Pam Bondi. But he probably realized that they put out the video the other day with the Prince Andrew advisor or fixer for the royal family explaining how Prince Andrew was having sex with underage girls. And he didn't say girl, he said girls, like with an S on the end of it. So that means there's definitely multiples. Yeah, that is kind of hilarious when you break it down like that, Stranded. The other thing I find hilarious when you're talking about Wolverine, I'm guessing, you know, Wolverine wasn't Canadian. So they started him out as a Canadian. Then he became an Australian, like the origin story of Logan James Hallett, right? The actual Wolverine. And then when they finally laid out his entire backstory, it turned out he came from colonial America. And then Canada was where the whatchamacallit was, and then the Outback. Yeah, well, that's just it. Everything's a conspiracy theory until it becomes the truth. But it also still doesn't make Alex Jones a prophet. Just saying. Although Alex Jones, I think, dropped a video yesterday or the day before where he was saying that James O'Keefe told him as a dead man switch that basically Pam Bondi is actively covering up the Epstein files. And I was like, what? Like, what the fuck? So it's going to be real interesting. But apparently, there is some kind of link between Pam Bondi and Jeffrey Epstein. That's why I'm kind of interested in seeing what Steve Kerfuffle comes back and tells us. If he comes back, he might be going down a rabbit hole right now. Yeah, obviously she is. Well, I mean, I just figured it was a matter of her being in over her head and incompetent, you know? That was my take on Pam Bondi. Like, really thinking that, oh, I've got all the files. You don't have shit. Here you go. Here's all your files. Hand them to a bunch of influencers. And all it is like all these names that we had already seen. Like, oh, yeah, I already knew this one was there. I already knew this one. Wait, this is just a visitors list to the island. What the fuck are we looking at? We had that like 5 years ago. What? That's all your Epstein files. Like, no, it's not, you liar. Yeah, I think he did. I think he did. He said he was playing something. When David's playing a game, he gets kind of locked in on that shit. And I don't blame him. Like I said, I think he was number one for the thing and got the title and all that or whatever. He really gets nerded out. Like he's playing, he gets invested in it because he's good at them. Like I honestly, as much as I break David's balls, that's the one thing I can't break him on. If it comes to like a shoot 'em up or something like, he's really good. One of the first people I ever saw go through Elden Ring naked, like just the weapon and the character, no armor, and win, stomp everything out in front of him. I had like 5 audios lined up and ready to rock. Very nice, Danny. Dear Lord. Yeah, I mean, good and bad. You know, Beans, you're probably right there. I should probably add. The only thing is, I have no fucking clue what we're all going to be discussing, and if I say chill motherfuckers in this chat, I think they might ban me off YouTube. So I don't know what to say exactly or how I would describe this because it is part painting show, it is part 3D modeling show, but then we get the other part of it where I'm just sitting here on a microphone talking shit for like an hour and joking around and doing accent contests like freak offs at a Diddy party and this kind of thing. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly how we would define all this. You know, I can't say sexy ladies and stuff like that. They ban me on YouTube. With your rock band guitar. What the fuck is ferment dome? Oh God, here we go. Actually, to tell you the truth, I'm not even that annoyed by the flat Earth debate anymore. It doesn't even annoy me, and that's only because I've met fucking Atomic, whatever her name is, Tabasco or whatever. That woman is dumber than a brick. Just really is. Some of the shit she says, I'm just like, you what? wait, wait. What did Duke say? Duke said something with cocksucker following it. I got to read this. Call it retarded. The retard show starring GAM. Yeah, I'm sure YouTube will endorse the shit out of that one. I mean, you can want to discuss the Fermi's paradox. Yeah, UK trade deal. There's only one last subject that I saw this week that I even thought about discussing, and that was the. I want to say it was Brazil, but apparently Lady Gaga was going to put on a concert, and a guy threatened to, did a bomb threat to the concert, and it turned out that guy was kicked out for being an illegal immigrant to the United States about a month before. That there's water above us. That sounds almost like hollow earth theory, but in reverse, Danny. It also says that a woman betrayed her husband with a snake. And yeah, that's the reason why you women all have painful childbirth. I'm just saying. Just saying. I do wonder. Do people actually like? Do you think there's somebody out there that'll fight somebody to the death if they were like, flat Earth is not a real thing, and the other person's like, yes, it is, and they just pull out a knife and start stabbing them? Is that a possibility? Like, I mean, how serious do you take that theory? Is it like Kevin Costner in Waterworld? Flat Earth is not a myth. Oh, you're reading books about it? I mean, I'm just going to say this. That's a lot of money you could have invested in something else. I'm sure those books aren't cheap. Flat Earth is not a myth by Alex Jones. Ever since the Rothschilds got together with the Clintons and formed the Clinton Foundation and formed Pizzagate, where you could order your pedophiles, children from British Columbia online to have your way with. Yeah, they'd take them out to Bohemian Grove, and that's because they knew right there in Bohemian Grove was the entrance to the underground lair that proves that flat Earth is real. Yeah, but Adam was p-whipped. That's why he followed Eve's lead. Like, there's one woman. It was either her or his hand. I mean, in my opinion, I think he made the right decision. Um, and yeah, you're right. The Adam Eve story isn't all that cut and dry because you also had Adam's first wife, which was the snake and the demon Lilith. And that's some pagan religion shit right there. I told you guys before. I think we need a show on flat Earth on like Netflix, right? Get them to host it, make it a reality TV show, and you have four flat earthers that are convinced about flat Earth, and then the finale of the show they get $1 million if they can find the edge of the flat Earth. I'll also give somebody a couple $100,000 if they can prove Jormungandr is alive. Unfortunately, Christianity. I hate to tell you this, Danny. You really need to start researching some of the pagan religions. They actually do line up with Christianity quite a bit, and it's scary. Certain days, certain things. And I mean, I'm not, like I said, I don't know which book's right. I don't know. But I will tell you, be careful because there's certain stuff when you find it, you'll be like, this pagan religion was out before Christianity, yet it lines up with Christianity. Why? And you'll have to ask yourself more questions than you want to answer. And it'll make you question your faith. And question your faith will send you straight to the devil. And the devil will be chilling. And he'll just be down in hell and like looking up and being like, he'll be, let me see. Can I actually bring this thing up? Will it actually work? Let's see. Resources. Yeah, it will. So I should be able to do this and go. And then the devil will look up and be like,
Danny Boss, I've waited for you to question your faith in Christ. Now your soul is mine.
or something to that extent. Warrior Storm God. Yeah, see, Paul said, thus both were punished. That's what happens. Chumps jump up to get beat down. Yeah, actually that was one of my favorite aspects. Well, not one of my favorite aspects, but it was definitely one aspect that made me happy. That show Vikings, when they were kind of getting into the crossover between Odin and Christ. Like it was interesting as hell because that is one of those kind of taboo you're not supposed to talk about at things. Yeah, and I mean, supposedly that's where the Dead Sea Scrolls came from too. Was they hid away different parts of the Bible in different locations because they were afraid of the Bible getting destroyed completely or whatever. Which is why some of the stuff that was approved and went into the Bible or wasn't approved for the Bible is actually that's where you get your Book of Enoch from and all that other stuff because those were chapters that they took out of the Bible. They didn't really, align with anything. Yeah, I believe he was real. I don't think that's fake. I think there was a dude named Jesus who did stuff and walked around Earth, did good things for people. Dude, I honestly, I have watched a lot of Wes Huff. Huff, I'm not going to lie, Danny, is actually a hero to me because I had mentioned him on here before. Billy Carson. There's a dude named Billy Carson who was going off about aliens and Anunnaki and all this stuff and how he had all this knowledge. And like, I kept calling out his bullshit, calling it out. And he debated Wes Huff, and Wes Huff handed him his ass, and it was fantastic. So, yeah, I know exactly who Wes Huff is. Dude he was on point. But I've told you this before, too. When it comes to religious shit, I'll ask Paul, I'll ask Devin, because they are two of the most knowledgeable people I know on that stuff. They can tell me not just about their religion, but others' religions as well. Now, granted, they're both very, very much versed in Catholicism and Christianity and what have you. but they also know a lot about Judaism and Muslim faith and all that stuff, which is why if I really am confused about something when it comes to, like, for example, when I was like, why are the Israelis and the Palestinians fighting to begin with? And both of them explained it to me. And I was just like, so you're telling me this shit's Game of Thrones with the prince that was promised? They're both like, yeah, pretty much. But they know what they're talking about. They're pretty good with it. So there you go. Paul just answered what was up with the Book of Enoch, how they're extra biblical. Yeah, see, like you guys, and this is what I'm saying. I love having fucking smart, good people on the show that fucking, because you tell me, argue the Bible versus somebody who doesn't believe in the Bible, right? I'm not gonna win that argument. I go up against like a biblical scholar, they're gonna fucking crush me. But I can look to somebody else and say, hey, Paul, hey, Devin, what's up with this? And they'll just break that whole shit wide open and be like, yes, but in this part of the Bible or whatever. It's like arguing Lord of the Rings with my son. Like, remember when I was painting his fucking figure or whatever and had it on stream? And, it was like, what happened to the Ents, the Ent wives? Like, where do they go? And he could cite me pretty much verse, paragraph, where they're mentioned in the book, the whole night. It's like the AI, dealing with AI for a specific subject. Like, he knows his shit on it. A rabbi is an interesting. The reason why you can kind of, like, not gonna lie, debating a rabbi or asking a rabbi religious questions is actually a brilliant thing to do, is because they don't want to convert you to their religion. So they just, like, they're pretty specific and honest with their answers. So that is actually brilliant if that's where you get a lot of your esoterics. Hey, Rebel, it's good to see you. What's going on? Very good to see you, man. So, Sheree and I have decided, Rebel, that we're going to shoot a video, and I'm going to call different people in her family the N word, and then we're going to set up a Gibson Go so she can get 300 grand, and I can get 700 grand, and we're going to split it. So, just letting you know ahead of time, it's all work. We're getting paid. I wouldn't do it with anybody other than like Dee or Sheree either. People I can actually fucking trust. You always want 10%, you cocklooker. Yeah, it does seem like a good retirement strategy. I mean, now granted, like they're gonna firebomb my house and probably murder my wife and my dog. So I don't know if it's completely worth it, but and it's gonna be real awkward when they figure it out that my kids are half Native American, right? Like that's gonna fuck some people up. Dear Lord, like Paul, I'm telling you, you guys scare the shit out of me. Paul and Wes Huff would be a pretty good goddamn debate. Actually, it'd be more like shared agreement on most things, and then like 5% debate. Yeah, you know what, Stranded? You are 100% not wrong on that shit either. You are not wrong. I'd be like John Wick crossed with Clint Eastwood's character in Unforgiven. Shot men, women, and children. I'll even kill your dog. Burn your house to the earth with you still inside of it. I'm old, mean, and I just want to walk out of here. No, none of you sons of bitches better take a shot at me. No, I do. I really love my puppy. He's my buddy. And that's just it. You know, I don't fault anybody if you actually love your animal and you know, some people that animal is their entire fucking world. I mean, I've got my dog as my support animal. David Mon's another support animal I own. Like, yeah. Well, you know, here's my other thing, right? Since we're talking about cancel culture, what the cancel culture right and black fatigue and all this. With this new pope, how is it that I can see Devin, for example. I just watched her visceral reaction to that, right? Like her being fucking inflamed over it. How is it that they let that shit get away? That's almost like Disney putting out shitty Star Wars films, right? For a nerd. Like how do they get away with naming a pope that's that woke or that fucked up without everybody in the community saying no, we don't accept him as pope? Like what happens? Somebody, I don't know if somebody can explain that to me, but what happens if the Catholics as a whole, outside of the higher up church, don't accept that man as a pope? What happens then? Do they like can they impeach him, or how does this work? Nice, dude. Fiber optic, awesome, Duke. Thank you for dropping in, brother. We'll see you soon. That's because we don't want to go to jail, Duke. That's why. Yeah, man. Enjoy that fiber. I know what that's like. Fucking amazing. Um, Everything got quiet all of a sudden, unless I lost chat signal. So 7 books were removed from the Bible, huh? Lord, that fucking bass is heavy as fuck on this thing. Nice, Duke. Yeah, I'm on a laptop myself. I chose the laptop over the desktop for mobility, and this way, if I ever have to go to New Jersey for a funeral or whatever, I can still stream and do all my shit from the laptop. Krifa isn't included in the Protestant Bible because it occurred after what is considered canon for Jewish OT. So, you guys and your Jesuses. So are the miracles of Jesus kind of like the 12 labors of Hercules? I'm just asking for a friend. I'm just curious. Did he have to fight the Hydra and shit? Would have made for a better book, guys. Would have made for a better book. Guys hitting me with this be nice to people thing. What the fuck? I mean, you would think in the Bible Jesus would have said, be nice to everybody and kind to everybody unless they're nailing you to the cross, then burn those motherfuckers to the earth. Man, my own mama don't love me, Steve. What are you talking about? I mean, I'll be honest with you, that's one of my favorite things that I ever heard was doesn't matter if you believe in God or not, it's whether or not God believes in you. It's kind of a cool sentiment right there. I like that one. Yeah, but some people do take it as literal. Some people take that shit as fact. Brother, we live in a world where people believe that Alex Jones is a prophet. Like he's never gotten anything wrong. Even when he says, "Yeah, I got that wrong." Well, at that point, it's like Aesop's fables, right? I mean, technically, when you really break it down, we should revise the Bible ourselves, guys, and just come up with, I don't know, we'll call it the Bible of GAM, right? And it'll just say stuff like, don't be a douchebag to people. Um, you know, never vote for a man that is clearly mentally unstable. We'll have little life lessons in there like that. Don't have sex with your neighbor's wife because when he's having sex with yours, you're going to be mad. Things like that. Just simple lessons in life. And yeah, you know what? Danny's not entirely wrong. Some of that stuff is actual historic. They've proven it. Danny's saying that the whole Bible, some of it is literal. Like you should take some of the places and events that happen as literal. But other things, you're not supposed to take as literal, factual stuff. Like you're supposed to interpret it. I think that's what he's saying. I'm not trying to put words in Danny's mouth. Somehow the stream became Bible studies. I mean, there's shit. So, the idea of Atlantis or whatever, like, I know this kind of switching topics up, but the idea of Atlantis to me started to go to the wayside a little bit because there was all these other stories of different things that happened that were like, oh, that's just a myth. That's just a myth. And one of the big ones for me was, the Trojan horse, the whole story of Troy and all that, and the Battle of Troy. And they're like, yeah, but Troy never existed. And then they fucking found Troy. And it's like, oh shit. Oh no, Bible study is not here. No. No, I'm too like I said, I don't think any set of religions, in my opinion, I don't think anybody's gotten it 100% right. I think it's a lot of it's up for interpretation, and there's no wrong way of viewing it as long as you believe in something, and more importantly, that something believes in you. Nah, Atlantis is a real place. I just don't think it's what everybody, how they blew it up, where it's this technological village where people flew around in magic cars and shit like this and had laser beams and all that. I don't think Atlantis is that. I think it might have been a big trade city that they protected with rings or whatever and had what was it, like 3 rings and their remotes or whatever. And they might have had technologies like, I don't know, wagons. But that's about it. I don't think they were like, like, oh my God, these guys are like fucking aliens. I think it was just like some small civilization, and then the representation of it being wiped out for its hubris. Well, that's in all literature. How do I know I'm right? Well, how do you know the Bible's real or Jesus is real? You don't. It's just, I don't know. Something about it. I can believe that there was a lost civilization that because Plato wrote about it, right? Like Atlantis. And it was actually a parable it was a story from his grandfather about them being high tech and being wiped away. And when you look at the time period of Plato, his grandfather, and all this, and the time period they were talking about, that's right during the Younger Dryas, which is right when we know there was heavy calamities and world change. So there probably were a couple different civilizations out there that were completely wiped off the face of the planet. So the probability that there was a place, and maybe it wasn't called Atlantis, maybe it was called something else, and they just called it Atlantis, it's definitely possible. It's a possibility. I mean, it's the same thing with Lemuria. There's supposedly a lost continent called Lemuria. And what's interesting about that is if you actually look at landmass, the way we know Lemuria had to exist is because of the lemurs, because they showed up in these different continents in different spots. But when you line up where the lemurs actually are, right there's a chunk of ocean that could have been a landmass at one point. Now, lemur supposedly same as kind of like Atlantis sunk into the sea. And there's all kinds of crazy theories about there was a war between Atlantis and Lemur, and Atlantis had so much powerful technology it sunk Lemuria rather. But reality is, it probably got flooded with water. It was probably a lower, like where sea level is now. If sea level was even lower back then, and then the sea level raised, it would have covered that continent. Animals would have fled, and they fled in different directions. Sure, you can. If the sea if the sea level were to raise, I think it's what 3 feet. Then where I live right now would be underwater. You wouldn't even know this part of America existed. A lot of it has to do with your sea level rising and all that and transformation of Earth. Not just that, but scientifically, we know the poles on Earth, north and south, they switch polarity every, what, 30,000 years or some shit? So if there's a polar shift like that, it's going to cause massive events across the world. Sea levels are going to rise. Ice caps are going to melt because now they're in more of a hot zone. So they're going to melt. They're going to flood out. And then other parts are going to freeze up. Yeah. See, like, that's just it. The whole thing is you can, if you just look at, here you go. Here's one for you nowadays. Think about this in 100 years. People are going to look back to this time and they'll find news articles about how there was a pandemic in the world and everybody believed it came from a wet market from people eating bats and be like, how the fuck could people ever think that when there was a virology lab right outside that wet market that specifically studied coronavirus that were found in bats? What's even crazier, like they're going to look at us like we were fucking nuts. Now, accelerate that 1,000 years in the future. And what do you got? How's that story play out? Have a good night, Stranded. Always love to see you. Thank you for dropping in. That's the other thing. Oral tradition used to be a real thing. They didn't write much shit down. And a lot of the stuff that was written down, wasn't it the Tower of Babel that they stored a lot of the written documentation of shit back then and it burned to the earth and is gone? Like all that history is gone. I mean, when we're deep diving into like ancient civilizations and shit like this, that's part of the reason why I, like even like looking at this cryptozoological shit, like the Loveland Frogman, which is where this whole Frogman idea came from and all that. There are giant frogs in the world. They've seen a couple of them in China, stuff like this. But you have different things that have been lost to time that, man, if we could look back on it and watch it, it would probably be the best fucking show we've ever seen. I think Bina said it best earlier when she's like, all this shit I used to think was conspiracy theories is all true or all got proved true. She's not wrong. So many things that were so conspiratorial that have been proven right that it wouldn't shock me if we found out Atlantis was real and it was just some kind of like trading center or some bullshit. Wasn't anything big. I got a deep yellow. Yeah, but it is also a game of telephone too. Right? Like that's the thing. It is a game of telephone because what you interpret one way can be interpreted by somebody else completely different. Like, okay, the whole story of the burning bush. You know, somebody put out that theory, and I thought it was an interesting one. And then, like I said, who knows if it's right or wrong? We're just discussing things. But the burning bush, if it was an ayahuasca bush that was burning and people were tripping balls off of it, anybody who breathed it in, maybe they thought they heard the, God talking to them. And yeah, it wasn't God, it was just in their own head. I don't know how much LSD you've ever done, but yeah. Yeah, you definitely you hallucinate shit like that sometimes. It could have been a hallucination. Like same thing with Moses' part in the Red Sea. They found that at that point in time, even I don't know how many, thousands of years, hundreds of years, whatever later, that there is a point in time where that particular part of the Red Sea, you can walk across it because it becomes shallow and the tides go out. Little things like that. Yeah, exactly. Fear mongering 2,000 years ago. Could you imagine that? Like they had their own Dr. Fauci 2,000 years ago. The science says that you can be resurrected. The science says it doesn't matter if you hang up on a cross and rot. That if you get pulled down and put in a cave, you can come back and be fine. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. It is fun to think about. Yeah, Wes Huff is Wes Huff does prove some of the historical stuff. That's why I like his content, because he actually, if you get in a debate with Wes Huff, he'll actually bring up like dates, places, times, and all this stuff is like, well, this is documented, like X amount of people saw the resurrection, for example, all this other stuff, right? Like you can argue some of that stuff. It's legit. It's pretty cool. Like I said, I really do enjoy Wes Huff's stuff, but it also comes down to faith too, because if you think there weren't conmen back then that could put up like dilute a population into something in a simpler time, you'd be shocked. Like if they're, for example, how long was it that the Chinese people had gunpowder before anybody else discovered it? So if you set off a bunch of fireworks in front of a bunch of people that don't know what the fuck fireworks are, they're going to think you're throwing magic from your hands into the air. Now, fireworks already existed. Some people knew about them. If somebody had traveled to Asia and back again, they would have known about them. But the population at large would have been ignorant, and they would have claimed that God empowered them with magical abilities. That's just an example. Yeah, he did that with Rogan, I want to say. I think he was on Rogan when he was talking about something like that. Wes Huff has one of the most interesting things with Wes Huff was how he was paralyzed for a while, and then just he was like, it was his own personal miracle, which is what set him on his path of proving that this shit exists, which is cool. That's good stuff. And like I said, there's no knocking somebody's faith, but I also don't trust shit. Kid, I've been all around this galaxy and I've seen a lot of stuff. And if you think I'm going to believe in some hokey religion, in the immortal words of Han Solo, the whole thing is I've seen too many cons that are pulled too convincingly where I didn't think you could pull it. I've seen too many illusions that makes me think. And looking back to that time, there was also stuff that existed that doesn't exist anymore. For example, Greek fire, right? I'm not going to tell you there was no such thing as Greek fire. There was a thing called Greek fire. And it's like, well, how come we can't make that shit today? Well, the reason we can't make it today is because the one element doesn't exist anywhere anymore. So, Roman concrete was like that too. They couldn't figure it out for the longest fucking time until they finally did and realized that they mixed something else in with it. Now, maybe it was extraterrestrial material? And I don't mean alien in the term of biological, we mean harm, we come in peace, alien. I mean, maybe it was an asteroid that crashed here and they got some material off it, something that we just don't have on Earth. That's what rare earth materials are, like lithium, cobalt, shit like that. They're not readily found on Earth. They're from meteorite strikes. Yes, there you go, Bina. That's a perfect example right there. The only thing is you're talking about an alien planet with aliens. So I'm not talking about aliens. I'm talking about stuff that actually does exist in the natural world, where people back then thought there were actual wizards, or they had these mystic powers, and it was really a lot of times faking it. Just because they believed in Christ and were killed. I mean, there's people that believe that they blow up a school bus full of Christians, that they're going to go to heaven with what, 70 virgins or some shit. People believe in extreme things. It happens. I mean, Steve, yeah, I could see that. I could see that. And Bean is 100% correct with faith is something that, is something you have when you're not sure. She's not wrong. Paul chimed in. He's probably got a good singer. I did not like that sound. Did I lose? No, I didn't lose video. Okay. I didn't lose sound either. Did I? Wait. Okay. Making sure my hand shows up on screen. Otherwise, I know I fucked myself here. Paul said, everyone has faith in something. I've met atheists with more faith in their beliefs than some professing Christians have. Paul's 100% right. And thank you, Sheree. Saw the check. Um, right, exactly. And that's what I'm saying too, is they thought they were gods because they had never seen anything like that before. Well, when you can't make sense of something, or you don't, you put that shit to something. Like I said, my example was fireworks. If you were a Chinese person, you knew what fireworks were. If you were somebody, like a Greek, for example, never saw them before, nobody explained what the hell they're seeing, and all of a sudden, Chinese, but somebody else had been to Asia, knew what it was, and then used it to exploit, you could. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm not saying that shit is fake or any of that stuff. I'm saying that I don't have, I believe half of what I see and almost none of what I hear most times. So I investigate it myself. Well, yeah, but see, like, here's the other thing too. And this is one of those things, Danny. You have to. I'm trying to think how to phrase this. You are allowed to believe that, and that's a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, and you're on that journey, and you're trying to find that truth, or that's what you believe and wholeheartedly and everything else. And I'm not trying to insult that, right? But also, nothing should make you mad about it either. If anything, it's the same as I was saying about somebody calling your mother a whore. Is she? Like, why get mad over it? If you know you're right, it shouldn't even bother you a little bit. You just, if anything, you should pity us for not believing and going to heaven. Yeah, and Paul's right. Well, Jophius was the biggest historian during Jesus' time. Why did he never mention him? That's an honest question. I have no idea. I don't even know who the fuck Jovius is. Roadhouse. Yeah, you can't, and you're not wrong either, Paul. You're right. You can't prove that gravity would be a constant either. Like if all of a sudden something happened and gravity flipped, you know, you'd everybody be like, "What the fuck?" Well, we know gravity exists because we can test it. But what generates gravity is the bigger question, in my opinion. Like, where does gravity actually, is it mass spinning on a scale? Is it like what actually generates gravity? If we knew that, we'd be able to stay in space. Because one of the problems with space travel is you lose bone density from not having that gravity. We know that bigger planets contain higher levels of gravity and smaller ones contain less gravity. I mean, but do we really know? How do we know? I don't know any human being that's ever been to another planet. So how is that? We could outside of a mathematical theorem. How do we know? Because even if you simulate it, you're not actually going to that planet. So maybe your theorem's wrong. Yeah, and you're not wrong. Like either, Paul. We all do have faith in one way or another in something. John Rambo, for example, had faith in his knife. Rambo, what you have faith in? I have faith in this. I don't even know who Jophius is. Is he related to Morpheus? Like, did he know about the Matrix? How come Jesus never warned us that men can be women and women can be men, and they can play in sports together? How come there was no warning in the Bible about that? How? Tell me, I want to know. It's a fucking full on joke. Have a good night, Paul. You enjoy yourself, sir. You keep us updated on if she say yes, sir, no, sir. Yeah, I mean, how true is that story of the apple, though? Like, is that actual factual that he got hit in the head with an apple and all that? Or is that just, like George Washington cut down a cherry tree and said, I cannot lie. It was me because that story was bullshit. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about mathematicians here. You don't think he was already trying to prove gravity when that shit happened? And it was just like, I don't know. He was busy healing people and flipping tables. So, Danny, from the Christian faith perspective, is it a genocide going on in Gaza, or is it or are they right to obliterate the Palestinians? I'm just curious because apparently, like I said earlier, the Hasidic Jews are completely against what's going on in Israel. They're fighting the Zionist Jews right now. Have a good night there, Girl Scouts. I watched an interesting horror movie too. Well, it would have been a good horror movie, but they had an amazing premise and then shit the bed on it. But it was called Until Dawn. All right, Danny, you send that. Might go later in the belly. Yeah. Premise Until Dawn was they they're like looking for the one girl's sister, and it's like this mining town or whatever that had collapsed and was wiped out. And there's a God, what the fuck is the thing called? I almost called it a sundial. What the fuck is it called? Fill it with sand. Hourglass. There's an hourglass on the wall. And it turns out that if they can stay alive until dawn, with shit trying to kill them in the house, that they get to walk free basically. But after a certain amount of time, they become part of the endless night that starts when the hourglass flips over. And it could have been really, really cool. Like you could have done like a whole bunch of different monsters in it or whatever and different ways of dying. And it was fucking like, it was stupid. Like they just lost the plot line somewhere halfway through the movie. Definitely a shame. Definitely a wasted fucking opportunity. Definitely a wasted opportunity. But then again, most movies nowadays are. I heard that I still haven't seen it, but I heard the Thunderbolts like basically bombed the fuck out of the movie theater. I'm pretty sure that Fantastic Four is going to bomb too when it comes out. We shall see. what do I want to do here? He's got this nice little spot on his head. And neither of the frogman or frog pictures I pulled up really go into it. I mean, the feet, I'm going to go into an orange. Whatever I do with the loincloth thing here in his pants, I'm going to keep that same running through the leg warmers. But I don't know what to do with that part. Let's see something. I'm going to have to sand him down more before I link him in. Dude, not just you said 6 people, there's 7 people. Sweet Danny. Wait, he just cleared the chat, but it says 6 people here. I don't know, dude. This happens constantly, right? There's people there. So, I mean, raw numbers, right? There's how many of us that have been watching this shit the entire time, right? Like people in the chat. All right, let's list people out. Sheree, Devin, you, right, Steve, Danny Boss, David Mon, Paul, Beans, Rebel was here, Duke. Right? But then yeah, no shit. Yeah, good call on that one. Right? So that's 9 people, right? Total. I've already got 42 views on this. Oh, stranded. So that's 10. So where the fuck did the other 30 views come from? 30. Yeah, we'll say 30. Conservative. Eugene was here. So 30. 30 people have been watching off and on, here and there, dropping in and out. I haven't seen D, I haven't seen CLB, but even then, that's only 2. Well, yeah, Sheree saying David's still here. Sheree knows how to keep track of everybody. But this is what I'm saying. Like, it's weird because I'll have videos with like 85, 100 views or whatever, like live streams. And I know some people drop in, they'll watch the beginning of the model, watch the middle of the model, and then they'll show up at the end of the model, which is cool, you know, because they want to see what it looks like painted and assembled and stuff like that. But there's people that just watch the show and stay silent. You coming and going, like, unless you did it like 30 times, then no. And then, oh shit, and then out of nowhere, here comes 6. Oh shit, he's a ghost. Should have known 6 was out there. I just didn't. I don't ever expect 6 till like right around midnight. Yeah, 6 is fucking good about that shit. He'll just pop up out of nowhere, be like, "Yo, the model looks good." I'm like, "What the fuck? How long you been here?" I've been here for about 4 hours. I just didn't feel like interacting with you dumb shits. I'm all right with it though. I mean, somebody else is watching it for entertainment value and all that. Although I do have to see what did fuck Danny said. Hold on. All right, guys. He left a minute one. Here it is. Wait. Wait a minute. He left 2. Hold on.
Yeah, I'll try to be really quick. So, what was the question? Something about is it genocide in the whole Palestine-Israel war.
I was joking, dude.
Well, as far as I know, no, it's not a genocide. That's just Islamist propaganda. A genocide has an actual definition, obviously, in court and law and stuff like that. You know what I mean? You have to, just because there's I guess, a current war going on and there are losses, doesn't mean there's a genocide. I mean, the genocide is quite a deep, what do you call it? I guess quite a loaded thing to say. You know what I mean? It's not just, oh, some people are being killed. Oh, it's a genocide. It's not. It's just a Islamist propaganda talking point. And at the end of the day, I'll just be brief. Palestine isn't a real place. It's not a real thing. It's been fucking made up. There's no such thing as a Palestinian person. I mean, you're just talking about Arabs in that region. I mean, what's the difference between a Palestinian and someone from Jordan, Egypt, all the surrounding Islamist Muslim countries? I mean, what's the difference? That's nothing the same people. They're just Arabs. That obviously, when the Islamic conquest happened and they spread throughout Arabia into the Middle East, and they went and took over many nations, many countries that were, a lot of them were Christian. And obviously, the Israelites were living in that land for fucking hundreds of years. The Jews were living there hundreds of years before the Arabs came and conquered. So they wouldn't always act like, oh, give us our land back. This is our land. This is our land. Well, at the end of the day, it's a religious war. Let's
I love
get it
Danny.
right.
He lets me not talk for like 5
Islam
minutes,
has
and
a
I'm
problem with the
happy about
Jews.
that.
Hamas don't have a problem with Jordan, don't have a problem with Egypt, even though Egypt have a border on Palestine. Why isn't the Egyptians letting them in? I mean, they're their Muslim brothers, right? Egypt are their Muslim brothers. Why they got a border as well? Doing the same as Israel. But no, they don't want to bomb and attack Egypt because they're Islamists. So they don't have a problem with them. They've only got a problem with the Jews because they're told to persecute and to kill the Jews and to the Christians. Oh, if you don't believe, well, do your own fucking research and go look at the Quran and Hadith yourself. So it's a religious war. It's radical Islamization. It's Arab supremacy. If they want to live like Arabs, man, go fuck off back to Saudi Arabia and live with the Arabs there.
You're not wrong.
Just leave the fucking Jews alone. How about you just leave the fucking Jews alone in Israel, and maybe they'll leave you alone. So how about that? And as for the whole this religion talk, I mean, look, it's difficult to talk like on these chats. You know, send in a couple of words here and there. I mean, look, if you don't believe, you don't believe. If you don't want to believe, that's fair enough. That's your own journey. I mean, you know, I'll carry on watching all these biblical scholars, these debates. I'll carry on looking into the historical evidence and the archaeology evidence, the scripture and all that stuff.
But that's
And I'll
good.
actually
Then you
listen
can
to people, the
enlighten
experts
us.
who actually know what they're talking about, who dig into all this stuff. And that's just how I view things, innit? I mean, so yeah, I'll just leave it as that, mate. And yeah, I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Have a good night.
Nice. Let me check the other one, Danny. Some people did it. Oh man, Steve. Some people did a thing. All right, here we go. Last
Oh, and just so you know, bruv, like, I'm not all like, I'm Israel backing all these Jews or Israel, whatever. Like, I'm on their side because, like, the other day I was at the park walking my dog, and I walked past some Jewish man. I know he's a Jewish man just by the clothes he was wearing, and
Fair.
just by his accent, I could just tell he was a Jew. And I heard him on the phone to someone, and I heard him say, "Oh, you know, if I had a nuclear bomb, I would just bomb the whole of Europe." And
Oh
I
yeah.
looked at him and I was like,
Yeah,
"Oh
I
yeah,
believe
okay.
it.
Well, if I had a nuclear bomb, I'll just bomb the whole of Israel. How about that? How'd you like that?" Yeah, I was like, if you want to talk shit about Europe and you want to talk about nuclear bombing Europe,
Get
why
the
don't you
fuck
fuck
out
off
of my
back to the
country.
where you come from? Then go fuck off back to Israel then, if you think so highly of it. So look, man, I'll give it to you either way. Either way you're from. You know, I don't take no shit like that.
Yeah, see? That's exactly where I would have been too. Like, fuck you, dude. Yeah, you can hate on America all you want, but if you're really that displeased with it, then pack your shit and get the fuck out. I'm right there with you. Right there with you on that one. It's like, yeah. Yeah, good voicemails, dude. Some people did a thing. Yeah, I mean, dude, both of those voicemails were pretty cool. Um, yeah, like I don't think it's genocide either. I don't think it's genocide. I do think it is a land grab, though, in a way. I think when you blow everything the fuck up and then say, "Hey, I'm going to take this shit over," that's kind of conquering something. I don't know. I mean, back in the day, they invaded places and did that kind of shit. Like, I don't know. I Israel Palestine fucking whole thing kind of pisses me off. I'm not gonna lie. It's like, look, can't you guys just learn to get the fuck along? It's been long enough. You know, you killed us, we killed you. Let's call it a day. He was saying by the way he was dressed and his accent, which I'm not gonna lie. When I was down in Freehold, New Jersey, you could definitely tell who was Jewish, who wasn't. Well, a lot of times because they were Hasidic. They were all going to the one. There's a rabbi school. I want to say it's either Lakewood or Lakehurst, New Jersey, somewhere in there. But they would come in all the time. You could tell exactly who was Jewish most times. I don't know, but like I was saying before, I'm kind of worried about you guys over there in the UK, there, Danny, because if India and Pakistan get into, it gets a lot more heated, and that shit gets really bad. You guys are going to get hit with the influx of refugees. Just so you know, the Pakistanis are going to flood the UK, and because you guys got open borders, it's not going to be good for you. Definitely not going to be good for you. And I honestly, I kind of feel like some kind of way about that too, because all the Islamists here can fuck off back to Arabia, and all the Jews here can fuck off back to Israel. How about that? Honestly, that's actually not a bad statement, Danny. You guys are a fundamentally Christian nation and have been since the time of the fucking Vikings, and probably before that. And if you're religions can change over time, but if it's because people are bringing their religions and overwhelming your religion, that's kind of an invasion on its own, isn't it? I mean, I'm not gonna lie at all. My one buddy Ben, I would love to get him on here. um I haven't talked to him in many years, but anything I ever needed to know when it came to Judaism, that kid is scholarly on it. Like, he is devout in his religion. It'd be real interesting to hear his take on everything going on. Dude, no, so there you go, Steve. You're 100% right. I've had this discussion with somebody who is a veteran of foreign wars, most of them in the Middle East, most of the places they were in the Middle East. And Muslims and American Muslims are, dear Lord, completely different than Middle Eastern Muslims. It is the difference between somebody saying they're Christian and Catholic, basically, and a devout Catholic. Yeah, but that's just it. If you judged Muslims by American Muslims, then it's a different. I don't want to say animal because it sounds like I'm comparing them to animals, but it's a different thing entirely. Like something like this. American Muslim. You go to Walmart. There's women walking around and all that in skimpy outfits or what have you. They don't freak out or anything like that. If you do that shit around Middle Eastern Muslims, they're going to stone that woman to death, possibly grape her. Like shit like that for breaking their laws, like Shariah's law. Yes, Bina, that's where I'm at with it too. I don't think it's so much religion as it is their culture. The culture is different. I don't like the Saudis. I'm sorry. Like, I know that's probably going to be a hot take and somebody's going to get pissed off about it out there, but I don't. You got to remember who orchestrated 9/11 and everything else. It wasn't Iraq, it was the fucking Saudis. Same thing for like Qatar. I don't trust them. Why? Because one of the people that masterminded October 7th is in Qatar in a mansion right now. But yeah, I mean, evil people do evil things to each other. And religion, like real devout, they take it a lot different than we do in America, where we think we're devout in some of our shit, but reality isn't the same in different places in this world. So the influx that they would get in the UK, for example, of Palestinian or not Palestinian, Pakistani Muslims is going to be a lot different than what you think of, like when you think of Muslims in America. You can, right, but it's also one of those how you interpret it and how devout you are to it. So, American Muslims, I'm not saying they're not devout in their religion, but they also don't. I'm trying to think how to put this. They make exceptions in their religion for things versus black and white, they see a gray zone, if that makes sense. And yeah, you know what? He's right. He's right, Steve. Saying Packy is considered racist. We don't have that many Pakistanis here. Yeah, and Christianity is the same thing. Like, you get people that say they're good Christians all the time, and then you look at some of the shit they've done. It's like, well, technically, by your set of rules, what you're saying is your religion, your book, you're not a good Christian. You're actually a pretty terrible one. But yeah, I mean, it is. It really is. I think Bina's got it said it in one. It's really about culture. It's really, really about culture. And when the culture is different, but that's just it. If you let stuff like shit like that fly, then, and I don't mean you as a person, I mean the government lets shit fly to a point where it's absorbing that government's national understanding of itself. That's where you run into fucking massive trouble, in my opinion. that's where the rubber really is going to meet the road, and it's going to be fucking bad. Like really, really bad. Yeah, and that's just it. There are people that convert, and then, but you noticed what you said. One of the main Al Qaeda dudes was born and raised where you're at, right, Steve? But notice he's probably not there anymore. He moved to where the culture was the same as his beliefs. Right. I was saying, love, that your country's people may be in for an influx of Pakistanis. Yeah, you shouldn't hate anybody. Well, I disagree. I can hate fucking pedophiles on their belief that kids should be used for their pleasure. I I semi agree. I agree, but I disagree too. Let's see what we got. All right, that's all going to get tightened up. That's going to get cleaned up. What game? What game did they add? Here. Oh, you fucking asshole! I knew I was going to do that. I should use the short brush or the fine detail brush. You would think they believe all of them believe in one way or another, but like I said, culture. Like I know, I don't know. I guess I've just met too many different fucking people that when I ask them about things, unless I deal with somebody who's seriously devout in a religion, like I mean, like I will go to war and kill you for not believing my religion, kind of shit. Um, then there's always some kind of exception in there on different parts of that religion. What color is that? I guess I'm gonna go with a brown into a red. What do I got that's reddish brown? Roadhouse. Take care, fam. Good to see you too, Danny. We'll see you again soon. I thought I missed something in the chat. I guess I didn't. But yeah, they just it. I've seen evil from all sorts of peoples. Your black and red example or red and example earlier. Yeah, you're not wrong either, Beans. Like who is shaking the jar? In this case, like with something when it comes to like religion and stuff, who's shaking the jar? Follow the money, follow the power. Who's got all the money? Who's got all the power? Why do they want you at each other's throats? Why do they want you fighting? What are they distracting you from? I always used to say that with war. Like, what in a war, like sometimes they'll I don't know, maybe it's from living on military base when shit happened And like I kept waiting for news about it to come out, and it never did. And I was just like, wow, they don't even know that we sent troops here. They don't know that this happened, like at all. Like if I wasn't here, I wouldn't know about this. But they do. They distract us in different ways. And who would want a bang out between religion? Super religious folks with something to lose, I guess. You know, whole thing is, and I've noticed this about British culture, especially interacting. Like David's a little shithead, but um, they're very polite people usually. Very calm and very proper for the most part. Except for maybe Piers Morgan when he's going to interview Ye, but so it's always interesting to me. Well, here's one of those things, right? If we're actually discussing God, who said God's even like paying attention to us? What if he only checks in on us every couple 100,000 years? You know, who knows? Everybody wants to think there's God in your life and all that stuff, but what if God's like, how's that speech go? He's an absentee landlord, right? What if he just like put us here, said, "Here you go, here's free will," and then was like, "All right, I'm out. Peace. I'll see you when you're dead." Or, you know, we don't know. We don't know what the fuck. Right, but the problem is, right? So everything you just said, infinity, right? How do you explain infinity? You can't really give it a framework because our brains can't truly like we can kind of guess what infinity looks like and kind of think that this is what infinity means, but the vastness of it, our little brains, I don't think, can comprehend. We got little monkey brains, happy little brains, but they're monkeys. I like that, Beans. I think that's pretty fucking like a pretty spot on thing. Um, what defines good and evil? Well, they define each other, and you know them when you see them, and you know them when you feel them, and you know you're capable of both, right? But if you actually break down what's good and evil, is it what's acceptable in society? Like if if eating other people was acceptable in society, would it make it evil if you did it? You know what I mean? To me, it would. Like it's still evil because you're like, well, shit, I wouldn't be the want to be the one who's being eaten. So, but even then, that's just applied to my individuality, I guess. I mean, I haven't seen Atlantis Morissette in a while, but I'm sure if you got a poster of her, then you do see God every day, according to Kevin Smith. Eugene's back with that second win. But okay, so this goes back to what I was saying earlier, right? Like Beans is back, Eugene's back. People are like floating back in, right? 9 people watching. So we only gained 2 people over what we're watching. So who the hell were the other people that are watching and not saying anything? We know 6 was one of them. Like he just out of nowhere, like, yep, it's me. I'm lurking. But legitimately, like it's crazy how that works on here. Also a little eerie, you know, that people are watching you and you're talking like, well, for me, it's kind of eerie because it's like, no, I'm talking to you guys, and maybe somebody's got me back in the background while they're, you know, spanking one out like David or something. But I don't know, guys, what do you think? You like that transition? Like that creepy fucking into the paw of his hand? I'm gonna have to clean all this up with a finer brush. If I get in there too much thicker, it's gonna fuck up. Well, I mean, honestly, it's a good thing to talk about it though, because then you can test theorem and ideas and stuff by bouncing them off other people and hearing what they have to say for it, right? So, like, I like it when Beans pipes up because she has, I'm going to say, about a bajillion times more experience with things in Muslim culture than I do, right? I know a couple of people that are Muslim that are cool and all that stuff, but Beans has family. So it's neat because I get her perspective on it. Or Danny, who's on that journey of, you know, I just figured out that I believe in Jesus and all this stuff, and him telling me his point of view on things. I enjoy that. You know, or Sheree, who just sits there quietly and just goes, these assholes are talking about religion again. I enjoy that too. It's always fun. Oh, what's up, Forever? Yeah, that's fair. Fair Forever. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I've like flat out, Steve. Like my whole thing with why I believe in ghosts because I've dealt with them, you know, throughout my life, like actual real fucking ghosts. I did a whole stream on it for I want to say it was Halloween, wasn't it, guys? But I did one. I think it was before you were actually listening or whatever. And I went through everything and I was real personal about it and all that. You know, like, and it's why I do actually believe we got an afterlife because I was totally basically proven to me. But that was my firsthand experience. It wasn't something that I read in a book. And I can tell you that. But I also said when I was telling the story, you guys can also think I'm full of shit for all I know. Like, you can tell me I'm full of shit and you don't believe me. I'm all right with it. I get it. You know what I mean? I wouldn't believe me if I fucking didn't live through it. Yeah, and that's fair too, Beans. It's kind of where I'm at. But um until we swap out forever for AVL. That's just it. I'm gonna tell you now, and this is weird for me to say this. I think ABL might have watched one of my streams at some point in time. I don't know why. I don't know when. But there was he had an interaction with me, and he had said something. When he said it, it was something that had come up on my stream. Now it could have just been coincidence, but it was fucking weird. I'll put it that way. Because if he did, he never said anything. Which is cool, you know. Hey, I mean, I'll be quite honest with you. If ABL ever dropped into this stream, right? nothing would change. But I would definitely ask him, like, yo, let me know how you do that call in thing. Call in, and if you want to debate over shit, or you think I'm wrong on anything and want to, let me know. We can do it on here. It's cool. But it was weird because I can't remember what the fuck he said, but he said something, and it hit me, and I was like, watch my stream. Um, watch his intro. Why? What happened on his intro? Because I was there before he went fucking live, and said hi to Sheree and everything, like I normally do. But yeah, what was up with his intro? I mean, I was laughing because Alien did a stream and he called it Chillin and Chattin. I was like, well, shit. I guess those two words caught on. I was like, that's cool. I like that. Chillin and Chattin's fine. Makes sense. That's what you're doing. What was his intro? Like, what did I miss? I didn't see like. I think I dipped out probably right before he went live. I'm not gonna lie. Well, it could be that, right? Maybe just the appreciation for the viewers. He always says thank you to, you guys are the smartest people on the internet. Like he used to say that shit all the time. But it could also be that he's caught so much flack from the track team thing, and I don't know what the blowback is. I haven't seen any blowback with the whole white chick thing, like the chick from Minnesota. I haven't seen any blowback from that yet. But if he's getting like some severe blowback, and I think it was Bina who said, like, for every 500 viewers that stop watching me, 5,000 sign up or whatever. If that factor dried up and like a whole bunch of people stopped watching him over that stuff, then you got to win those people back, or when, maybe it woke him up. Maybe it was a gut punch of, oh shit, I flew a little too close to the sun on this. Like that's just it. There's times where I'm talking about something and like I'll piss Bina off, for example, right? And then Bina won't watch me for 2 weeks because she's pissed at me. But she'll come back in 2 weeks, when she's not so mad or whatever. And if I really said something stupid that really offended her, and I know I did, I apologize to her, right? And it's not to force her to keep watching the show. It's because I honestly didn't want to upset her with whatever I said. It's the same way, like, taking the piss out of Danny about, like shit like the fireworks, all that stuff. It's not to question his religion or anything like that. It's just, I'm being GAM. Like, I'm just being me. It's not to say his religion isn't real or his belief isn't real or anything like this and really knock him down a notch. It's just me being me. Like, I joke. That's what I fucking do. No, they're not as big as they were 2 to 3 years ago. I 100% agree with that. And then since you have some of the bigger ones like Ben Shapiro, right? Ben Shapiro, I'm sorry, Daily Wire, whatever. They still get probably like 500,000,000 views a month or something, right? But how many people are watching them to hate watch, and how many of them are watching and believing the message that's coming across? What was the apology from ABL? Beans? I'm not sure. So how Tim Pool got so big? I used to watch Tim Pool all the time. I don't watch his shit anymore because Tim Pool, when he was first starting out and was actually a reporter and all that and doing Occupy Wall Street, he was on the forefront of something, right? And he had an honest voice in it. And he came across as authentic. The only problem with Tim Pool is the more that he talked, the more he exposed himself, some of the shit you thought was authentic about the person. Like, here you go. Here's one for you. Let me put it in this comparison, right? I listen to you guys and I listen to your opinions and we have discussions and stuff. I actually care about your opinion and what you think. I take it in and I process it. If I agree with it, if I don't agree with it, I still take it in and I process it because I'm authentic. I'm GAM. Like, I'm just me, right? Tim Pool made the viewers feel that he actually gave a fuck what they thought. And what it really came down to was dollars and cents. That's all he gave a shit about, was how much money he was making from the platform. Now, maybe in the beginning he was authentic and he actually did care, but that went away when the dollars and cents really started to build up. He changed his tune after the shooter live. Also, I like the people in chat and find the entertainment value is worth a few bucks a month. Okay. Well, hey, Beans, you know, I've said this before. Give money to those you support. You know what I mean? If that's a value for you and you're all right with it and everything else, you know, hey, more power to you. Not going to fault you. You watch what you want. Like, honestly, you've always been a staunch supporter of mine. You watch my shit. I just always tell you don't send me any money. Yeah, 4 to 6 videos a day also helped a lot with that. You're right, forever. He was like anything that broke, he was like news immediately at one point. Yeah. Tim Danger. Let me tell you, let me pull on my shirt 3 times, cover up my sensitive nipples. Beans, even when I'm monetized, you better not send me a fucking dime. Like, honestly, all the originals that are here that have tuned in for all these shows and everything else, I like, you guys shouldn't have to send me money. If anything, if I'm actually monetized and making money, I'll probably end up gifting subs out to you guys. Cause yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's right. Although Sheree will probably be grateful because she'll be like, holy shit, I'm actually getting paid for, you know, shit I'm doing. And she earns it. She earns it on the other channel too. Um, Quite a bit actually when there's some kind of discussion. But yeah, I the whole thing is once you show me your true face, I can't unsee it. It's the same way with me hearing your voice. Like if you leave me a voicemail, I hear your voice. Anytime I see you type something on screen, I hear your voice in my head when I'm reading it. It's the same thing. And everybody has a true face. And it goes back to inauthenticity, right? If you're exposing yourself for like, and like I said, I still have not found, and I don't know, I think it was you, Beans, who told me that, where he said, yeah, for every 500 I lose, 5,000 will join or whatever. I never saw him say that, you know? And that always struck me as like, what the fuck? But if that's, and you told me that's a real thing, and I believe you, I don't think you're making shit up. But if you're telling me that, um, then that's one of those bells for me that you can't unring. You can't unring that bell for me. Right. He felt like a friend on your side. You know, there's something about that person. Like, that's the whole thing. You guys, as much as I criticize ABL, you never hear me say, I don't want to see his show anymore. You know, I want to see him out there making shows. I want to see him making content. I want him to succeed. I don't want him to fail. I think he's an important voice. I also think that I won't ever follow him like I did at one point in time where I was watching every show and not missing a beat, because you kind of violated something with that one show. Because you kind of showed you slipped up for a minute. And when you did, the mask fell off. And I got to see the person behind the mask. You know, and that's not, like, you guys have heard me say this how many times now? I'm a fucking asshole, guys. I can be an asshole at times. When I recognize I'm being an asshole, or somebody says, hey, GAM, you know, that was a real fucking asshole thing to do. I'll sincerely apologize if I feel like I was being an asshole, if I was like, nah, fuck that, you know, or whatever. But you have to recognize when you're being an asshole as well as anything else. Because all of us have bad days or a bad take every now and again. Now, well, yeah. Okay, so you're a flat earther. I don't really give a shit. Doesn't make you a bad person, right? Like I just got done saying, we can all have a bad take, we can all have a bad day or whatever. But at the same point in time, I've never seen you be cruel. I've never seen you to another person in chat be cruel to them or be nasty to them. And like I said, once you see the mask slip, you start to understand, which is what kind of annoyed me about the whole, you know, I don't know if that Patriot, I've never interacted with that dude, Patriot Pete, ever. So I don't know if he's a good guy or he's an asshole. Like, you know, you guys would be more informed on that. But at the same point in time, ABL was kind of nasty to him last night. Like, you don't know if that guy's fat or skinny. You don't know if maybe that guy goes to the gym 6 times a week and is fucking ripped as fuck and would just twist you into a pretzel in a second. You know, maybe he's an MMA fighter. Maybe it was Henry Cavill under an alias. You don't know. That's just it. Unless you're seeing somebody on the other side of the camera, you don't know what they look like. You know? Right. Yeah, I agree with that, Beans. Yeah, I'm not anti anybody as a person. If anything, if I don't understand, I'm going to ask you for perspective on something. Right? Like, I'm going to try to in most cases. Like I said, there was one time where, and that's why I apologized to Bean, gave her a heartfelt apology. Because, like, the way I reacted, I didn't mean to react that way. I just did. It's the same way I would talk to, like, David or my buddy Twisted or somebody. You know what I mean? Like, I just reacted without even thinking. I'm like, you know. But Beans has never been cruel to anybody. Sheree definitely hasn't been cruel to anybody, but you probably wouldn't want to get on Sheree's bad side. She seems like the type of person to kick the fuck out of you in 3 seconds. Fucking forever. Jesus Christ. Let me see what the hell. What the fuck did you say, Beans, that got censored by YouTube? And yet we're in the great land of the US and freedom of speech is the thing. You know what's fucking hysterical about that? Like, no bullshit. That shit didn't pop up on my tablet. I had to pop it up on the screen to read it, right? And what Bean says is, and yet we're in the great land of the USA and freedom of speech is a thing. and they censored it on YouTube. Like, I can't make that up, guys. Like, just can't make that shit up. Yeah, people that Eugene is good people. How can you be anti Eugene? Well, actually, I better say anti. If I say anti, then it sounds like he decided to have the surgery after all or something. You know, like it's kind of messed up. I am gonna have to get in there with a finer brush. Actually, I think they might have it. I had to shut down and reopen. I can make it make sense because one drives more money, the other one doesn't. Yeah, 110%. Like anger and hate and all that stuff has been monetized. That's how that worked. Somebody figured that out a while ago. Saying something, and that's the whole clickbait end of everything, really, is saying something that pisses off a great deal of people, gets everybody upset, gets people typing as fast as they can hatefully at the PC or at the phone or at the tablet or whatever you're on. And because of those interactions, you're driving the monetary value. Okay, I got what you're saying. Um, I mean, that's just it. When somebody tells me, like, all right, so this is one of my favorite ones, and I never can remember the chick's name, but she said, if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. And she was a comic book person, right? And I want to say she was writing Captain Marvel. And all of a sudden, they interviewed her like 4 years later, and they're like, "Yeah, so the comic book industry with all the all the movies and the MCU and all that, you guys have got to be doing big business." And she's like, "Yeah, it's actually in a slump right now, and all this kind of stuff." And it was like, because you told everybody, if you don't like what I'm putting out and you don't agree with it, then don't buy my shit. That's kind of how I feel about YouTubers when they say, if you don't like what I'm saying, then unsubscribe from me and stop watching. It's like, so what? They have to see your opinion 100% of what are we saying here? Nobody has to see my opinion 100% of the time or see my point of view. You can understand, but you may not agree with it. You may think I'm full of shit, whatever. But it doesn't mean that, I'm like, oh, well, unsubscribe. No, I want to hear a difference of point of view. I want to hear, it's nice having people agree with you, but do any of us really want to be in a fucking echo chamber? Yeah, that's real fucking boring when everybody is in total agreement and you might as well just be the same fucking people, right? Like, how fucking boring is life at that point? Like, hey, my favorite movie is we'll say Star Wars. My favorite movie is Star Wars. Mine is too. Mine is too. Mine is too. Mine is too. I like Raiders of the Lost Ark. You could take your shit and get out. Like, what? How does that work? You know what I mean? Bark, bark, bark. like I said, I think that's why the Democrats are going to lose the next election too. Now, granted, I mean Trump is hitting some surprises out of the park with shit lately, but I think Democrats are going to lose the next election because they keep discarding anybody with a difference of opinion from the main collective. And therefore, it's if you don't like my politics, don't buy my books. So it's like, okay, well, then I'll take my ball and go home. I just won't vote then because I don't like Republicans either or whatever. Then you're losing your vote. It's that Jeb Bush moment when he was like, "Please clap." Like it's like that. Still one of the saddest things I've ever seen. Guy goes from front runner of the Republican Party to "Please clap." Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong at all, Eugene. It's also like I said, as somebody who's creating content, I'm painting shit, right? I'm talking shit, painting shit, and we're all hanging out and sharing our points of view on different things, all this kind of stuff, right? If somebody wants to change the subject right now to, I don't know, whatever, rubber baby buggy bumpers. Ha, you didn't know I was going to say that, right? If somebody wants to change the subject to something else, they do it in the chat and just change the subject, and we switch the subject up. If things getting too heated, like religion, like I could tell Danny was getting a little off put with everything in there, right? Try to soften it with a few jokes, but he might still be feel some kind of way about it. I didn't tell Danny, well, if that's your opinion, get the fuck out of here, did I? You know, like it's like, yeah, sorry, dude, like not trying to like cut you down or break your religious balls or anything like this, but it's just one of those things where you don't disrespect the people that are taking the time out of their fucking day. You guys probably, let's say more than half of you probably worked today or did something today. Hell, you woke up and had breakfast even. Like, whatever. You did something today, and yet you're still tuned in at 8 o'clock, 8:30, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. What the fuck time is it now? It's 20 after 12 right now. I'm not like quarter way through this fucking shit because I'm running my gums so much. But you still tuned in to just even drop in and say hi. Like, how do you not appreciate that? That somebody took time out of their day to just say hello to you, And that's one of those things I don't like when YouTubers do that shit. Like at all, like that will infuriate me and make me just like unsubscribe, stop watching content, stop supporting you, anything like that. Is when a YouTuber's just like, well, if you don't like what I'm saying, then go fuck off, basically. And it's like, appreciate the people that you have watching you because they can go away. Holy shit, Latina A. Latina in California. Good to see you. Haven't seen you in a minute. I think my dog's got to go out too. Right in time. Meantime, the hell was that word? I'm trying to remember. I got to gold those eyes. I got to black out the nose. I got to black the face. I got to figure out what I want to do with this spot on his forehead. If I want to make it a deeper green or I want to go with one of the other colors. Yeah, I mean, and that's fine forever. Like, I'm not going to lie. There's people that I usually see in here that when I'm not seeing them on the show, I'll shout you guys out too. Like we did that I think last week. Well, you donated $5 to somebody and they didn't even fucking like acknowledge it. Was it a bigger channel or? this shit's going on. Let me see. Trying to remember whose shit or what commercial I was going to run today. I know what I'm going to run. No, I can't run that one because it's got music. I don't feel like getting hit for the copyright strike. I know exactly which commercial I'll run tonight while I walk the puppy real quick. Boom. Pause. This one's only 32 seconds. Shit. I need a longer commercial. Yeah, I think that is total bullshit. If you give somebody a super chat, they should basically like hook it up. Settings. How the hell? Isn't there a way to create like a playlist or something? How the fuck do you create a playlist on YouTube so I can like wait, hold on. Am I an idiot? I am an idiot. Because then I can add these shit to a fucking playlist and just play all 4 of them or whatever. Fucking shit's hysterical. I'm just trying to figure out how to fucking put the shit in the goddamn playlist. Am I retarded? I am retarded. All right, let's see. See if this works. I do this. All right, I think I got it. I think I got this now. This is cool because then I can do this in the future and then won't have to rush as fast. That's the same fucking video, you bastards. Add this one on too. Yeah, I'll add this one to
Journey.
hopefully this won't. I'm going to drop the volume on it too, so it's not blowing out anybody's eardrums, just in case. be able to go here. Sorry, guys. I wish I wasn't fucking brain dead. I would have.
Journey to the Miss.
Okay, there's that. There's two of them. Where the fuck's the third? Ah, guys, you got to help me out here. What else should I put up while I'm like walking the dog? I know you'll behave. You guys are already having like whole conversations and shit. Damn, that like had no fucking volume to it, I don't think. Oh well, we'll save it anyway. Wow, it won't let me save it because that commercial was made for kids. That was kind of fucked.
Robin.
Ooh. Oh, what the fuck? How come this you piece of shit? These bastards. What do you mean it's... Oh my god. I fucking... Sometimes I really fucking hate YouTube, guys. Just saying. This lady actually... That's pretty good. Alright, fuck it. I gotta piss. I gotta walk the dog. Now I gotta pee. My life is not getting any easier. Let's see. Do that. Playlist. So it'll play too, and then I don't know what'll come up next. My luck, it'll be this stream, and it'll loop itself. All right, I'm going to take a leak. I'll be right back.
Rockin' and we're bopping and we're singing this song. Robin's Diamonds, you can't go wrong. Jim's Can shows you what it's all about. Robin's Diamonds takes the guesswork out. Rocks and Robins. Rocks, rocks, rocks. Robin's Diamonds. Rocks, rocks. It's your rockin'. Rockin' and we're bopping and we're singing this song. Robin's Diamonds, you can't go wrong. Jim's Can shows you what it's all about. Robin's Diamonds takes the guesswork out. Rocks and Robins. Rocks, rocks, rocks. Robin's Diamonds. Rocks, rocks. It's your rockin' Robin's Diamonds and we'll rock, rock, rock tonight. Jerry's got a diamond in his beard.
Lots of people think that's really weird.
Get your rockin' Robin's Diamonds and we'll rock, rock, rock tonight. Rocks and Robins, Rocks and Robin's Diamonds.
A cut above the rest.
Journey to the mysterious world of the Far East. The wondrous and wicked world of the Kung Fu Masters, where honor is not taken lightly. Enter the Dragon's Den for a deadly display of fisty fireworks each week on Kung Fu Theater. Confucius say, person who watch Kung Fu Theater on USA Network is one smart cookie.
At 1 p.m. and 11 p.m. Eastern on USA Today.
It wasn't a ghost. Joe Biden's back. The revenge tour's in full swing. First stop was the BBC. Today, The View. After a little trouble finding a seat, he called the country sexist.
Why do you think the vice president lost?
Finding a seat, he called the country sexist.
Why do you think the vice president lost?
Finding a seat, he called the country sexist.
Why do you think the vice president lost?
Rockin' and well, come on, baby, let's go downtown. Rocks and Robbins at the Walnut. Robbins keeps the prices down. Rocks and Robbins at the Walnut. You love our diamonds and you want to give them to your girl. There's a Robbins rock for everyone, and Robbins makes it fun, fun, fun. You can wear your diamond any place, but I'm still wearing it on my face. Rocks and Robbins.
Thanks. Thank you. I needed that after not being named Pope. I know, disappointing. Happy Thursday, everyone. Yeah! So, former President Joe Biden was on The View today. Yeah, it's the closest Joy Behar has ever been to a vegetable in years.
Autoplay right to Fox News. Nah. People pirate that shit all the time. Plus, I'm not monetized, Latina. Yeah, Kennedy, she was conservative back in the day. I'm sitting here like, Rand took a leak. I tried to loop the damn stream, right? So you guys would just like loop onto yourselves, and I thought it would be funny, and didn't realize it was like Fox playing. So then I switched it over to the other Rockin' Robbins Eighth and Walnut ad, and then it went right into another Fox News thing, and I'm like, what the fuck? Dear Lord. All that to take a leak. Yeah, I'm definitely setting up a playlist though of ads, so this way I can just run off and take a leak or walk the dog or whatever next time. The dog peed and then I peed, and I think me peeing was even more important because that monster, man, I'll tell you what, it builds up. And that poor dog, like, he's gotten really good about it because once I'm done the stream, if he's a good boy through the stream, he gets a puppy cup. So he's been, oh God, it's just like frozen. He's been really, really good about holding it, and only when he's really got to go. So it was like a good 2-minute pee he took. Don't whiz on the electric fence by Blamco. Hey, I guess you guys whizzed on the electric fence. I'm so angry. I used to love Ren and Stimpy. I can't even watch it anymore. I'll still quote it, but I won't watch it. I always liked Mr. Horse. It was definitely him and Powdered Toast Man. Steve Kerfuffles. Well, I mean, that's just it. If you look at Fox News, so you got Rachel, what's her name? Compost Duffy. And then Sean Duffy, and both of them were on Road Rules and Real World and all that stuff. And they were super conservative back then, too. But yeah, Kennedy was conservative back in the day. We just didn't realize it because she was goofy. Yep. Theo Vaughn. That's another one that came off Road Rules. Yeah, some of those VJs and personalities. You guys remember the dude who won the Who Wants to Be a VJ contest? His name was like Jesse. He was like a stoner dude who didn't know what the hell was going on most of the time and all that. Turns out that guy was completely fake. He was just basically putting on an act. He wasn't all stupid like that and stoned. But when the cameras rolled, he put on that act. And just ran with it. Ren and Stimpy sounds familiar. You've never seen Ren and Stimpy? Everybody I know, if they know nothing about Ren and Stimpy, have usually seen the episode that was called Space Madness, where Ren has he's in the bathtub and he starts losing his mind and he grabs a hold of a bar of soap and he's like, "Oh, my beloved ice cream bar. How I love to eat your oh so nutty chocolate covering and your creamy filling." "I'm the keeper of the cheese and you're the lemon racist." That was in the army now when he went nuts. Yeah, Puck almost killed Pedro. That was the dude with AIDS. His name was Pedro. And that's the same season that Rachel Campos Duffy, just then Rachel Campos, was on. Thanks, Six. "You fat, bloated sack of protoplasm! Congratulations, you're in the United States Army." The 12-foot statue of the black woman to offset all the white people that were historical figures. That statue, is that what we're talking about in New York? Just looks like average lady that I don't know why the fuck they made a statue of. I didn't understand. I don't understand why that was even commissioned, or who paid. Did the citizens of New York pay for that? Because I'd be pissed. It's like, yo, this is what you did with my tax dollars? I'm going to talk to the manager. Rachel. Yeah. Dude, yeah, Steve. She is the weekend news anchor on Fox and Friends. That's who. That's Rachel from the real world. She married Sean Duffy and had like 25 kids or something. I don't know. They had to like, basically nobody told her it's a vagina, not a clown car, apparently. So when she got married, she just started popping them out. But had the thing for the bad boy Puck and all that. And then I want to say the dude's name was Steve, but him and the one Asian chick ended up getting together. Kim, I think her name was. A little on the nose for a Chinese name, not gonna lie, but like the two of them ended up together. Yeah, Ren and Stimpy is a classic though. But yeah, the guy who created Ren and Stimpy, a guy named Bob Christophelisky. I can't remember what his last name is. But his name was Bob K. He ended up being a kid. Well, went after very young and underage girls and shit. And yeah, for a show that was on Nickelodeon / MTV, yeah, it wasn't good. El Duce. El Ducey. Huh. Still trying to figure out what to do with this mother trucker's spot on his forehead. I might actually go brighter with it. Yeah, you guys do realize that the real world road rules is the reason why we got all the what you call it TV reality TV shows was because they hit big. Like if we had never watched it, like if we just tuned into one episode, like this shit's all right, but everybody knew everybody. Like we're sitting here citing Pedro and Rachel and like all these weird motherfuckers from back in the day. That's our fault that shit like Survivor went 55 seasons or something. God damn it. I hate it when it does this shit. Bina said, Eugene, exactly my point, but it's probably the same people who made the turd penis MLK statue. Then Eugene said, Sheree, the left picks the worst people or the worst things to idolize. And then Duke said no, but I to Nazi Fest in Oklahoma, lots of punk neo-Nazi bands with one-word lyrics. And then Bean said, it pisses me off how these fucking liberals are erasing all black folk from products but putting up statues of dumb shit. Jesus Christ. Latina said Queen Latifah, when she was fat, was there some nipple on that statue? That's fucking great. But yeah, like they banned that shit off the fucking live stream. Like I had to literally like go look to find it. Trust me when I say you didn't. So Road Rules was they took a whole bunch of strangers. It was like Big Brother with nobody getting voted out, right? If you've ever seen Big Brother Forever, it was a bunch of people that were in their early 20s and they got them all together in a house to see what happens when people stop being polite. And then Road Rules, they put them all in an RV and sent them out to do challenges across America or Europe or wherever the fuck they were. Yeah, see, Steve, that's just it. I have my shit set to all messages, but it still edits things when people say certain words. You say certain words that, YouTube has deemed that are not nice words to say. Well, it may just hide your comment. Like, YouTube pisses me off sometimes with shit like that. It's like, if I set this video for made for kids, okay. I understand you like blocking people saying whatever's on their fucking mind. But if I got it set to, nope, this shit is basically for adults, so don't show this to children's, and you still hide all this stuff, and I get a predictive list of words that I could block. Like if you said it, it would immediately delete your content or your chat. But I don't have any of that set on purpose, and you're still blocking my shit. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that spot on his head. I feel like I should go with a different color. Yep, I know everything I just read to you was not on your screen because it wasn't on my screen either. I'd let Queen Latifah babysit my teenage daughter for a week. I think she'd actually take care of her too. Believe it or not. I don't know why. Good Lord, Duke, that would be amazing. You set that shit up and people are just like, I don't understand. I keep sending chats. They just disappear as fast as I can type it. Yeah, not everybody in Hollywood's a scumbag. Case in point, Keanu Reeves. I don't know what color this is ultimately going to be, but we'll start with this one. Use this linen color for his nut cover, his shorts, and the wraps. Actually, you know what? I mean, there's question is, would you let Brad Pitt watch your kids? I'd let Henry Cavill watch my kids. He just is that guy, you know. He definitely. Beans would let Henry Cavill make kids. Just saying. Let's throw that out there. Henry Cavill does seem like that dude that you could definitely trust your like kid around. Yeah, but as Rodney Dangerfield once said in Back to School, best part of kids is making them. So, I don't know. I'll leave it at that. I mean, I think if I had another kid, I'd teach it to be an assassin and just make it like I would lock him in a cell and just make him just emotionless. I'm kidding, of course. Wait, how the fuck did that even come into the conversation? I must have missed. There's a chat that came through that I didn't see because of Bina's response. I'm cool with adults being gay, but I'm not cool with transitioning children. What the fuck did I miss in this conversation? Because I just looked over, saw one, and don't see what ever led up to it. Let me look. They allow that kind of talk because they want us to become more degenerate. I'd be worried about her trying to get this. So. Yeah. No. Yeah, I've never asked that question either. But yeah, kids transitioning. Definitely like why wouldn't you just do it later on in life? Like when you're an adult? I don't understand. Makes no sense to me. Like does not compute. Just think, back when you were a kid, you wanted to be an astronaut or a firefighter. Now little boys want to be little girls. How does that work? My, we've changed as a civilization. Mommy, when I grow up, I want to be a drag queen. Like, what? Yeah, you're not wrong either, Beans. They're gay, not pedophiles. Eugene, hey, groomer, leave those kids alone. All in all, you just want to cut off that small child's balls. We don't need no circumcision. We don't need. We don't need no castration. We don't need no hormone blockers. Yeah, there are people like that, Latina. You're not wrong. I'm not saying that all people are like that. They're not all like that. It's never all. But yeah, there are people out there that are like that want to convert you over to they want you pitching for the same playing for the same team. Leave them balls alone. Yeah, there's just fucked up people in the world. Because it is fucked up when you really break that shit down and you want to take some little kid's innocence, like that. Like, you want to rush them into an adult worldview. The best thing for children is to let them enjoy their childhood. Let them be kids. Don't rush them into the adult life. It'll come fast enough. It'll definitely come fast enough. So people are fucked up like that though. Like they want their kid to be a miniature version of them. Or they want them to be some people either want to relive their glory days through their kids. I've seen that shit too. That shit's tragic to me. It's like, nope, let them live their own lives. Find their own way. Shame this model didn't have more texturing on these pants. Like the linen color looks all right, but I'm gonna have to change it up. Dear Lord, that's a lot of people with some conversion shit going on. You've run across. Then again, you did say you're in California, right? My aunt was born, raised, and grew up in California. Actually, I got a lot of family out in California. My one aunt once told me, she goes, "Welcome to California, land of the fruit and the nuts." And I was like, I understand. Crazy people and gay people. Definitely was a lot of them. Yeah, that's just it. I've met somebody who is trans as well, and like honestly, they just low key wanted to be left the fuck alone. They didn't want anybody converting to anything or any of that stuff. They're just like, like kind of, please don't ignore me. Please don't bother me. I just want to go about my life, and I just feel like I was trapped in the wrong body. Like, okay, cool. Bet. Nothing sinister about it or anything. I think the problem is that nowadays you got a lot of people that really don't have that issue, really aren't trans, that just see it as like either trendy or they're seeing everybody else get attention and want that attention. Like, oh shit, I'll be popular if. What the? I keep looking over and catching like bits and pieces of conversations and having to go back like 3 steps and read, like, wait, that transition. Well, that escalated quickly. She's having fun. Let her have her fun. I'll take that over. I'll take that over. While I was wearing my Trump supporting hat to the local flea market, and this lady came up and complimented me on it. And then I got thrown out of the same flea market because I was wearing that shirt. You know, whatever. Don't take my friendliness for gayness. Nobody jumped out and yelled, "Beta!" Debating on how much later I want to go with his undergarments here. For his cloth wrap. Thinking about making it look a little leathery. Well, she definitely wanted to mow a lawn. We know that. Mow. What color do I want to get that into? Yeah. Yeah. He probably was into you. Yep. That was it. Jesus Christ. I don't know what you put in the chat there, Duke, but I'm not gonna lie at all. You know what just fucking busted through my brains when you said that? I thought you typed in slee stack. Now, who in the chat remembers what a fucking slee stack is? Does anybody? Oh, see, that's a little scary. Duke remembers what a slee stack is. But yeah, that is a little scary, Latina. You might want to report that person. Slee stacks. Yep. Well, yeah, I knew what you meant when I saw that, but like the first thing that went through my head was slee stack, right? So not Mo from The Simpsons, right? But a slee stack, and a slee stack. In case you guys don't even know what the fuck a slee stack is, back in the day, Marshall, Will, and Holly all went on this adventure and ended up meeting Chaka in the land of the lost. And yeah, their enemies were these lizard people called the slee stacks. Yep. Yep, land of the lost. Same way if I were to say Michael and Gloria Stivic, what show are they from? This is how I know how old some people are. Like Beans nailed out Land of the Lost, right? But and I know Duke knew what I was talking about too. But yeah, Michael and Gloria Stivic. Yeah, well, I mean, just because somebody's parents are school teachers or whatever, like if their parents were superintendents, that would have been a little different. Then you got something on the line, but a school teacher, kind of not really, though. But yeah, the Stivics, their parents' names were Archie and Edith. Yeah. Yeah. Meathead and Meathead's wife was Archie's daughter, Gloria. Oh, Meathead. Archie Bunker. Man, it's crazy to think how old he was. Like when Carol O'Connor did that show. Land of the Lost wasn't a dinosaur cartoon. They were like puppets. Like people in rubber suits for the Slee Stacks. They had one dinosaur that came after them that was a T-Rex, and his name was Grumpy. Yeah, stop motion dinosaurs. Yeah, they had the one dinosaur that would always chase them was Grumpy, and he was a big old T-Rex. So the Lost World, that was actually, I'm trying to remember the fucking dudes. It's gonna Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was who did the Lost World. That was so the actual book of the Lost World. It was this. He was like an archaeologist or paleontologist. I can't remember, but there was this one dude who's an explorer, and he figured out that in like somewhere in the South American rainforests that there was a like mesa or whatever, but it was basically this huge raised land. And when the land raised up, the dinosaurs got trapped inside like a giant ass crater. And they were still like, they stayed in the crater and stayed alive. So they existed through time. Like they didn't get wiped out like all the rest of the dinosaurs. And they go in there. And then the end of the story, the explorer comes back, presents all his findings. Nobody believes him. And then he sets a pterodactyl free on their ass. The plateau. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what it's. I haven't read The Lost World in a long time. It's the same way. Eventually, I still got to make the video where I am just reading off H.G. Wells, like lesser known tales. Because H.G. Wells wrote. H.G. Wells wrote War of the Worlds, Isle of Dr. Moreau, The Invisible Man was another one that H.G. Wells wrote, but then he wrote like these like smaller stories, and some of them are some of my favorite things to read. And anytime I bring up one of those stories, nobody ever knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Like the egg, um, the new star. Yeah, he wrote the Time Machine with the Eloy and the Oh God, what the fuck were the other ones? The Eloy were the friendly ones. What the hell were the Eloy and the fucking God damn it. What the hell was the other race called? Well, actually they were both humans, they just evolved differently. But the Eloy were like little midget type people that were friendly and just carefree about life and didn't know anything. And then the other race was actually like giving them food and all that, and then basically fattening them up to eating them. But yeah, H.G. Wells by far is one of my favorites to read. Asimov, I always liked his stuff, but it was a little long, like kind of drawn out, a little too technical in places. He was very smart and all that, but like iRobot, all that kind of stuff. Foundation's End. Yeah, First Men in the Moon that's a good story. The Morlocks, there you go. That's exactly what it is, Eugene, is the Morlocks. And I should have known that because that's why they named the sewer dwelling mutants on the X-Men the Morlocks. First Men in the Moon. There was The History of Man, I think, which was kind of interesting, a little drawn out for my liking. There's one, and I can't remember. It's an Irish name, and it's about a drunk guy who magically gets the power that anything he wishes for comes true immediately. And one of the things he wishes for is that the world will stop spinning because he's drunk. And all of a sudden, it's just like it causes a cataclysm because the world literally stops spinning on its axis and everything goes flying. They didn't make movies out of all his books, but I swear to God, I think they made a TV show with some of the shorter stories in it. But yeah, he was ahead of his time. Jules Verne, he had Around the World in 80 Days, and what was the other one with the Nautilus? 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. That was Jules Verne. There's some interesting concepts in that, like submarine that you could live on, and basically was powered by sodium. Like they would separate the salt from the water and then the sodium from the salt, and that's what powered the engine on the Nautilus. Land After Time is the dinosaur the cartoon with Littlefoot. Well, you had 2001 and 2010, and the movie for 2010 didn't do it justice. Actually, 2001 didn't really do the book justice either. 6, Time After Time is fucking fantastic with Malcolm McDowell, where he goes back in time and he's chasing Jack the Ripper. Or comes forward in time. Journey to the Center of the Earth. Yep, that's another one, Beans. Yeah, Steve, it was Land Before Time, not Land After. But yes, yeah, you're right there with that cartoon. Oh, the Disney movie 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Yeah, it was pretty good. Good night, Forever. Thanks for jumping in, man. Good to see you. Glad to know you're still out there. Yeah, it had exactly, Beans. That movie had Malcolm McDowell, and he's chasing Jack the Ripper and ends up in the future. And honestly, I think the love interest in that movie was no, it wasn't Mary Stuart, Master Antonio. It's the chick that's married to oh God, Ted Danson. What's that chick's name? Mary Steenburgen. Dude, Buck Rogers, Aaron Gray, my God. And Hawk, like the one dude with the feathers all on his head. That's where they got Birdman from for Rick and Morty. Yep. Yeah. Roddy McApe. Fucking, you're not wrong. Because whenever I think of him, I think of Cornelius from the Planet of the Apes series, which is crazy because that's is it Escape from the Planet of the Apes? I think that's like the old series, but basically what ended up happening was Cornelius, and I can't remember what his girlfriend's name was, but they go back in time and she's pregnant and she actually gives birth to Caesar, the first ape that like overthrows humanity. Actually, um, Roddy McDowell, I loved him in God, what the fuck was the name of that movie? Kids living next door to a vampire and can't prove it, but he sees the vampire kill the chick, and then Roddy McDowell plays Peter Vincent. And I was wrong too. It's Malcolm McDowell that's in Time After Time. What the hell is that though? He plays Peter Vincent. Malcolm McDowell plays Peter Vincent. He's like a vampire hunter on TV. He hosts like kind of like the Elvira horror movie kind of shit. And then dude's girlfriend goes and hires him to kind of fake that the other guy's a vampire, and then something happens where he sees him in a mirror. They remade it too, and I can't remember what the fucking name of the movie is. Zira was the name of his girlfriend, yes. Um Friday night. Fright Night. That's what it was called, Beans. Fright Night. Yes. Yeah, it wasn't Friday night, it was Fright Night. Yeah. And because that's the name of the show that Peter Vincent hosted, like Malcolm McDowell's character. I used to love that movie when I was a fucking kid. He lived next door to the vampire and all that, and then like the girlfriend thought he was crazy. Yeah, I haven't seen that movie in a very, very long time. But I used to love that fucking movie. And he had like the bodyguard or whatever. And then you had Evil Eddie. Like Charlie Brewster was the kid's name. And his buddy's name was Evil Ed. They all called him Evil Eddie. And then he got turned into a vampire. And he comes back, he's all fucking creepy. Oh, let me see. Do I got a linen color? I think I'm going to go do it this way instead. Let's go into a brown. Yeah, Fright Night. Man, that's just it. They don't make shit like this anymore. What was the last, and I mean, even on like a tablet, what was the last book you read that came out in the past 20 years that you're like, holy shit, what, Harry Potter? And like, what book really has come out where everybody just like, wow, nothing really ahead of its time. You know, nothing like predicting the future, really. Yes, Evil Ed was a garbage pail kid as well. As a matter of fact, he's a vampire and he looks like Dracula. Like classic Bela Lugosi Dracula. Yeah, I saw Life Force just honestly, maybe about a year ago, because I remembered it from when I was a kid, but I had seen it on TV and watching it with the space vampires and watching that shit now, I was like, oh, they edited a lot out of this movie for TV back when I was young. Like, holy shit. Like, the chick was like full frontal nudity through the whole fucking movie. What do you mean it's tough to get one by me? That's a fucking look. I was what was known as a I don't know. I don't even know how you would sum me up. I was somebody that hung out with everybody, right? So I hung out with the jocks, I hung out with the nerds, I hung out with every little clique that you can come up with when I was in high school, when I was a kid. Grade school, I was always the outcast. So I hung out with a lot of outcasts. But yeah, like because of that, there was a lot of stuff in pop culture that I was either exposed to or really into, which is probably why I'm a giant child now painting 3D prints. Like my wife had said to me not long ago, like, can you imagine what you would have done if you had the printing technology and everything you had nowadays? And I'll be honest with you, I'd have made so much cool shit when I was a kid. I would have gotten full bore into it. But nowadays there's nothing really pop culture-y, like pop cultural, I guess, that would really pique my fancy. Like the 80s was definitely a special time. So was the 90s. So was up until a point, and then everything just got, I don't want to say boring. I want to say sanitized. Or, like I remember watching special effects with a kid that nowadays I'm just like, how the fuck did I ever think that was cool? Yeah, my mom took me to see Terminator in the theater when I was a kid. And yeah, like the whole where they have, when they make John Connor fuck me up. Like I was like, okay, so that happened. Like I didn't really even give a shit. It was more to me about Schwarzenegger in that movie. Project Hail Mary. Yeah, I like I said, for some reason with me, I always go back to classic books whenever I read a book. I do. I pick up like an old classic and read it. I don't read like newer books for some reason. Like it, it's probably a shame. There's probably some good shit out there. I think the last book I read was an autobiography, and it was by Sammy Hagar, and it was called Red, where he was explaining like his life in Van Halen, like his all love for music, the whole falling out with Van Halen and all that. I think that was the last book that I read that was at all kind of modern. That's fucking hysterical. I've been reading books since the turn of the century. I bet you have. The Exorcist, still to this day, the scariest movie ever made, my opinion. Still think it's the best scary movie ever made. When I was a kid, that movie used to scare the shit out of me, right? Because of the demonic possession and all that. As an adult and a parent, it took on a whole different meaning. Um, because I couldn't imagine being in that mother's shoes and your kid is possessed by this thing. Medical science can't explain what's wrong with her. Like nobody can really tell you like, oh, this is what's going on with your kid. It's just what the fuck is happening to my daughter. Like, what do you mean you can't help her? We can't find anything wrong. We've run brain scans and everything. Fucking head turned around. She fucked herself with a crucifix and Yeah, see, like, I don't know. I don't think I could read actual political books, guys. I don't know if I could do that. Um, Historical books, maybe, but actual, like, how somebody got into politics or political commentary and stuff, I don't think that would land with me. I think I'd get bored. Which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I could believe it was a good book. Oh, Latina, that The Exorcist is terrifying, especially if you see there's a version of The Exorcist, and it's called The Version You've Never Seen, right? And this came out a while ago, and they cut it from the original movie, not because it was scary, but because you find out the one guy died. Right? So that was supposed to be the emotional punch point, is that you find out that this one dude died, and they show him die and everything else. And of course, it's like the demon killed him or what have you. And they thought that it would be too much, like too over the top, but they added it back in the version you've never seen. So the mother gets a call that this dude died. So she's all emotional about it. And then the little girl in the movie named Reagan comes walking down the stairs, and it's called the spider walk, and it is one of the creepiest fucking things you've ever seen. Good night, Eugene. Thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you. Definitely happy you were able to drop in and, relive some of these crazy fucking memories. Whoa. Yeah, get some good sleep too if it's storming there, Eugene. That nice thunderstorm sleep. So the whole thing is like when they show God in movies and stuff, it's usually played out for humor, right? Um, there was an old set of movies, and I say movies because there was really only one of them that was really good, and that was the Prophecy series. The first one was pretty decent. The second one was so up until the very end. And basically, it had Christopher Walken playing Gabriel, the Archangel Gabriel. And he's in a phone booth at the end of the movie, and he's been stripped of being an angel. And he's sitting there and he's shaking and, like, all fucked up. And then all of a sudden, the clouds, like, you can see the moon in the sky, you can see the sun in the sky, because it's just that part of twilight. And the clouds form into this face that it's supposed to represent God. And that shit was epic. Duke's spitting out all kinds of different shit. Except for the shadow people, I painted those figurines, dude. What are you watching the Y Files too? Yeah, comic books. Like, it's a shame they destroyed comics. Yeah, I haven't sat down with a good book in a long ass time. I'm not gonna lie. Let's see how we're looking, guys. All right, so I've got a paint all in here. This belly. Actually, I guess if I crush it down like that, it's all right. Let's see how this guy's looking or how he's coming out. I think I'm going to go dark up here on this dot right here. I've got it light right now. Got to tidy him up. But our little frog dude's coming along. Got to do his tassel and his belt. I'll get into a deep brown for that. I think he's cute. I think he's coming along. Ooh. So yeah, Hecklefish. Hecklefish is funny. My only issue with the Y files is that motherfucker takes a lot of breaks before in between content. Like he really does. It's like he'll put out a video, then all of a sudden it's like 5 compilation videos, and then he'll put out another video, and you're like, dude, it's been like 3 months. Where's a new video? And people pay for a Patreon service to them. I'm like, so they get exclusive content that they're really kind of not getting. And I'm like, what is going on? I used to watch, I watch Y-Files, but I also used to watch a lot of Mr. Ballin, who he covered Missing 411, I think it was. Yeah, it's not 911, it's 411. Missing 411, where people disappearing in parks and stuff like that. And Mr. Ballin was pretty good. He got popular, and I'll be honest with you, he's one of those guys that I think 110% deserves his popularity and his money and all that he's making from it, because he turned around and started like charitable organizations for some of the people he tells the stories, like the victims of the story. So if it's like a murder or something like that and he's talking about it, he gives the victims of the murder a chunk of the proceeds, and he's actually just a really good guy. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. I haven't watched him in ages because I got so bored with his storytelling, where, you know how you joke about Tim Pool being like Rodney Dangerfield, always pulling on his shirt and shit. To me, Mr. Ballin is doing that shit. He's doing the Madonna Vogue video with his hands the entire time he's talking, which I'm not going to lie at all. When I first started doing videos, like if you go back and watch some of my old content, and I put on the mask, my trench coat, all that kind of stuff, and would sit there and do the video. If you watch my hands, I was talking with my hands all the time, and stopped doing it because it like, I was like, damn, did I pick that up from Mr. Ballin? Like when you're telling a story, you got to move your hands and kind of be expressive with your hands and shit. But it was off-putting to me. Yeah, I haven't seen any new content on Y Files. Like I've seen a little bit here and there, but that 24/7 channel is just all the videos he's done kind of glommed together. Then he put out all the shit from Operation Podcast, and that was just all the tales, just the audio version of them. Then he's putting out, like, it's the same stories though, but he keeps changing up the video on it. So like he did Stripped, I think is the other video series that he's been doing lately, but it's not new content. It's all the same content repeating. That's the only problem I have with Y Files. And trust me, in no way, shape, or form am I knocking that man's channel, any of his stuff. I think he is fantastic. I think he does a good job. I think he's got a really excellent staff working with him. But like I said, if I got people like, if I had a membership going and I was like exclusive content, right? You would get exclusive content, and I would donate a chunk of my time to just that content for people that are paying that extra, because you're paying that extra. You're paying my bills at that point. There's a fishing bulb that talks, so it's good, right? How did I miss? I definitely missed something. There was something that Bina put up that did not come up on my screen because I'm looking for it, and she's talking about somebody. Let me see. What did you say, Beans? Yeah. I knew all this about Candace Owens, though. That's not like revolutionary. Candace Owens I like, but sometimes she goes a little too hard in the paint on conspiracy shit. Yeah, and Sheree, like that's just it. Like with Candace Owens, she's cool. Like I definitely like some of the stuff she says. I definitely like some of her content and everything. Um, and she does put out some really entertaining things and some really informative shit. But yeah, they sometimes it is definitely hard to follow some of her stuff because she does kind of, I don't know. Like I said, she goes a little hard in the paint and into conspiracy. Plus, some of the people she supports, I don't. I can't. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine, Beans. I wasn't like, coming at you and saying you're a fucking idiot or something for your opinions. You're more than entitled to them, and I wasn't even commenting on your opinions. I was just saying to Sheree, like, I kind of agree with Sheree. Like, I've seen more of her content now that she has left the Daily Wire than I ever did when she was at Daily Wire, and I saw a lot more of her content before she went to Daily Wire than when she went to Daily Wire. Like when she went to Daily Wire, I saw like nothing from her for months. She just kind of fell off my radar. But then she came back, and everything, and I fully support her with the having a difference of opinion and saying Christ is king and all that. Like you guys know where I am. Like I'm not very religious, but at the same point in time, I thought it was kind of bullshit that Ben Shapiro fucking like killed her off for saying it. Like I thought that was like some weak sauce bullshit. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you did say her book was good. I mean, hey, I'm sure it probably is. She's probably got some interesting stuff. Yeah, I don't like Tim. I've gone off about Tim Pool. Tim Pool, like I said, there's a point in time where I really liked him, but I think over time he lost his authenticity. Like he lost that connection with me where I didn't believe 90% of what he was saying because he was genuine in it. I think it was more he wanted to just get money. It was all about the money at a point, and once you hit that point, I don't know. I mean, I don't feel that way about. As funny as it is, I don't feel that way about ABL though. I don't think he's just in it for the money. I think he actually feels he's doing a service to people, which is why I still say, like check him out and stuff like that. But I do think he talks out his ass sometimes. If I remember, it's there. Jesse Peterson. You're talking about beta. That could be fun. I'm sure that's got to be a decent chat. Yeah, but you know what? This is what pisses me off, right? And this is okay. So what you just said right there about Candace, she's anti-Trump, right? I don't think she's anti-Trump. So she broke with Trump on one thing. You know, that's not her saying Trump's, like going anti-Trump. Like that's just her saying, "Yeah, I don't agree with this." And people took that shit to an extreme that bothers me because that's exactly what the left wing has done to people, and that's why they're falling the fuck apart. But breaking with Trump, because and honestly, I hate to say it this way too, I don't think Candace's opinion was completely wrong either. Where she's kind of right, unless if they're breaking in, because she was talking about him defunding schools, right, for saying something that they don't like. I think that's what the divide was, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So but yeah, you're right, Beans. You can like somebody and not, but I also don't think her take was all that wrong either. I mean, look, nobody should be a protected class of citizen. Everything should be on the table. That's kind of why comedy has gotten ruined over the years, like or over the past like decade. Comedy has, outside of like Dave Chappelle, who says whatever the fuck he wants, most comedians won't say certain things like they used to. Like they're afraid of, oh, well, that would be unacceptable. So if a Jewish comedian goes on stage and does a whole set about what's going on in Israel and Gaza, and it's actually hysterical, should that man be, oh, we're not going to book you anymore because you made fun of Jews, for example? Like that was anti Semitic speech. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Yeah, right, because he was going to pull federal funding because they were letting protests happen. That's bullshit. She's right in that one. I'm sorry, like, sorry if it pisses anybody off, but I honestly think she's kind of right on that. That, one, we probably shouldn't have federal funding going to Harvard. I think they get like what, $50 billion or something just from the alumni. Some ridiculous number like that, 50 million, 50 billion, whatever the fuck. Like it's some stupid ass number like this. So they don't really need the government's money to begin with, right? But if they are taking that money for, I don't know, if they're bringing in somebody who's poor and not alumni and all that and giving them scholarships with that money, why are you going to strip it away because somebody doesn't agree with Israel? Just because you don't agree, what if that were, let's say they sided with Israel and didn't like Palestine, okay, and they were protesting because it was the opposite. Would you still ban them? Like, doesn't make sense. Tires on Netflix. Dude, there's been some good shows. Um, there was one that was on Hulu. It was called Shogun. That show was fucking epic. And yeah, everything should be able to be made fun of. Like that's part of life. Like if we can't just laugh at shit we do, like you got to be able to laugh at yourself to laugh at others. But the whole thing is, some people want to take themselves so seriously that you destroy everything, right, or you make people miserable. And maybe that's part of the problem is there's people out there that are completely miserable with their lives. And instead of dealing why they're miserable or dealing with it internally, why am I miserable? They visit that misery onto everyone around them. I think it's not good. It isn't. I also, I don't think there should be really that many protected classes of people. Like, well, let me rephrase that. There shouldn't be many protected classes of adult people. All right, if you're special needs or you have mental disability, like legit mental disability, not, hey, I think I may be, but you're actually like, oh, yeah, I have this disorder. Fine, protect that person, right? But everybody else, you should be able to rationalize things as a human being and, more importantly, an adult human being. So, why the hell is, taking over a college campus and smashing all the windows in, setting fire to the building and stuff? Okay, that's outrageous. Chanting that you hate something or don't like this or don't like that, that's fine. But I also don't recall a time where, why is Israel synonymous with the Jewish faith, like, or Jewish people? Because it's a lot of Jewish people there. Like that. That's like saying, well, you're anti-Asian if you fucking hate Japan and you're protesting against it. Well, you hate all Asians. Like, no. I don't understand. Yeah, and you guys know my stance because people are like, I can't remember. Somebody flipped out one time because I started talking about Donald Trump and I was criticizing him. And this is like early Stream Bean. I think you were still a mod when that happened. And somebody was all upset because, like, they're like, well, wait, you're not going out and voting for Trump? I'm like, I'm not voting for anybody because I don't believe in any of these assholes. And they're like, I can't believe you're not going to vote for Trump. And I'm just like, yeah, no. What, do I have to vote for Trump so you'll keep watching me? And I don't think the person's watching me anymore, so. But it's, I'll criticize what I call balls and strikes. I'll call them like I see them. Some shit's good and I like it. Some shit's bad and I don't like it. And if I don't like it, I'm going to call it. Because honestly, what is, as Bill Clinton famously said. Not everything is for me to like, and not everything is for me to hate. Latina, have a good night. Thank you for dropping in. It's great seeing you. We'll catch you next week. I'm usually doing this shit every Thursday. What, 8 Eastern. So, speaking of which, when I dropped in last night, there's a special shout out I need to give right now because I'm in a stream on somebody else's channel, and there's Bina when I logged out for the night, and she said, GAM goes live tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central. And I was like, thank you so much, Beans. Yeah, we're not safe anywhere. Well, why aren't you safe anywhere? Like, that's my question. How are you not safe? You have a homeland. You call it Israel. But that's not safe either. And why isn't it safe? Because you keep blowing motherfuckers up. And they keep blowing you up. So, what do you want me to do? Like, I can't make your shit safe. I'm definitely not going out there and fighting a war to protect you. It's not my fault. I'm not fucking anti Semitic. I don't hate you or want you dead or anything. You gotta learn to, how's that old saying go? Nut up or shut up? Nut up, man up, motherfucker. But yeah, Beans definitely, you shouted me out last night and it blew my socks off. I was like, damn. And then, because like, legitimately, Sheree's working when she's in there and she can't exactly go hyping other people's channels. That's not, that's not exactly kosher. This guy's got a little drawstring in his pants. All right. Yeah, that'd be a leather opening. All right. So we're looking good there. But yeah, I was definitely, I was like, oh, that was so sweet of Beans. Thank you, Beans. Special shout out to my homie Nick the Grip in Cell Block 16, located in the ATL prison system. Shout out to you, buddy. Yes. Well, that's one of those things. It's automatically their safety. Well, how's it your safety if nobody's calling to kill you? I just don't believe in your shit. That's some real bullshit. Like, can't be. It's the same way. Like, oh, you don't agree with me and I'm black. That's racist. Like, wait, what? How did we get to this leap in logic? Just because I don't agree with your opinion? You know, like, I don't. I'll never understand. I'll never get it because honestly, and I don't know when it happened because definitely that shit didn't happen when I was a kid, but somewhere along the line, people got into if I'm a victim, then there's some kind of reward in it for me. Like, oh, yeah, well, shit. My people were this, that, or the other thing. My people were oppressed by X. And that's like, oh, well, we need to reward you and repay you for all that bullshit. And it's like, yeah, but you never went through that oppression yourself. Like, what are we talking about here? Dude, somebody called me a racist. Be like, how'd you know? I don't know. But I always got a kick out of being called Whitey the Blue Eyed Devil. That was always my favorite name. You're Whitey the Blue Eyed Devil. Oh, shit. Just something with that name. It's just classic to me for some reason. No, you don't have to agree with anybody. You just, like I said, the whole thing is some people need their path laid out to them. Some people need that. I need you to socially accept me. I want all the friends. I want all eyes on me and all that stuff. And I'm more kind of the, hey, you know what? Just leave me the fuck alone type person. If you don't, in normal life, I guess you'd say. I'm more of the, hey, just let me do my thing and leave me be. I'm cool. I think there was a point in time where, I've said this. I always had people around me, everything else. And then as I got older, it's like, nah, I don't need all that shit. You just need to be content with your life. You just need to be all right with yourself. And some people can't figure that out. Why? Would you say Beans? I didn't. Hold on. I'll go through. Let me go look and see if you got censored. Good night at Latina in California is the only thing I have before did YouTube just censor my comment. So I'm going to say yes, it did. Yeah, you know what? There you go. You're not wrong, Steve. I've told my personal like background in an argument with somebody that told me that they had it roughed. I said, "Your parents are still married, correct?" "Oh yeah, they've been married for 20 years." "Oh, okay. You live in Cherry Hill in the upscale part, right?" "Yeah." "Okay, cool." Um and then, my parents split when I was 7 and go through my whole story with it and they're like, "Really?" "Yeah." "So how's my white privilege worked out for me?" Basically, like, I wasn't white trash, but I was, well, actually, yeah, I can say I was poor white trash, basically. Not complete poor white trash, but definitely white trash. Like, poor and white trash in my upbringing. So everybody around me always had money. I was always the poor kid that had a broken family and nobody wanted to like when I was real young, nobody wanted to hang out with me because my parents were split up and that wasn't normal. However, as we got older and their parents started getting divorced, all of a sudden I was the cool kid who had all the answers, right? Yeah, somebody said this, and it may have even been Tim Pool that we're one of the only countries in the world where the homeless people are obese. Right, everywhere else, everybody is like emaciated and like starving to death and flies hanging off them and all that. In America, it's like I'm homeless. I live by the ocean in California, and yeah, I eat a Happy Meal for breakfast every day. Like what? I have conversations. Yeah, I've had an offline conversation with Sheree, and it's like where the two of us were talking. It was just like, yeah, like I grew up like it. And Sheree's just like, yep, I get it too. I don't understand why anybody bitches about damn near anything. With enough ass busting work, you can have whatever you want in this country, and that's the beauty of it. That's really the beauty of America. You can go from having nothing to being the next Elon Musk if you're smart. If you're driven enough, if you're smart enough, and you work hard enough, you can attain heights that you can't anywhere else. Feds in the chat. I mean, look, according to what I'm looking at, we still got 10 people watching or whatever, which is, here we go again. Like, who all is watching it? Because you guys remember what I told you what the view count was before? I said 45, right? I was like, we have 42 views and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we're at 71 right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. The one guy who is not, no mistakes, like zero mistakes at this point, and has not fucked around or anything else, and has turned out to be one of the best hires is fucking RFK Jr. Like, my opinion, RFK Jr., he did exactly what the fuck he said he was going to do. And I got to fix that. I didn't realize how long that shit went on for. Newsfield. RFK Jr. has done just a fucking bang up job. And like he isn't done. That'd be cool if ABL was here. He should chime in. Imagine out of nowhere ABL chimes in and it's just like starts talking about how Ivan's an asshole or something. Like just you know what I fucking hate? I hate when motherfuckers call in and they think they know all the shit in the world and they just keep going on and on and on about some liberal bullshit and I gotta say, excuse me, sir, 500 times in a row. I'm tired of this motherfucker. I hope they take him back to Panama. Blah blah blah. And like ABL's just going off in the chat. That would be fucking. I'm not gonna lie. I would fucking resubscribe. In a heartbeat. I'd just be like, oh, I'm resubscribing. Like it's just too good. But it'll never happen. All right. It's like 2:00 in the morning out where ABL is, where I'm at. That's way too late for him. He's definitely one of those early to bed, early to wise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. He's definitely that dude. I don't see him staying up late night for shit. Unless it's like, you know, Bean is doing like a swimsuit model contest. He might stay up for that. Yep. And Bean's got it. Yeah. Bean said it. Yeah, it's way past his bedtime. He goes to bed way early. Not me. I stay up very late. Sometimes not by choice. Sometimes because I'm painting shit and it's taking forever. Sometimes shit's painted into the model like these eyes weird. I really prefer like the slit eye, but the way this is done, this part pops up. The pupil actually pops out of the eye, so I can just get it like that. Get it. Wait, what? Oh, the swimsuit contest thing? Like, it was a joke, Beans. It was a joke. Joking. Trust me, there's a couple people ready to tune into a whole new channel right there. Not gonna lie. Like, oh shit, here we go. Oh, good fucking God. Dear Lord. Yeah. I already got that most times. I ate Wendy's today, so I'm expecting that late. As soon as I get off this damn stream, I'll be filling the bowl twice. So it's all good. I guess that means I can go off for a minute. I didn't say anything bad. Like if I said, you know, yeah, well, except for Bina, she looks like Lizzo in a swimsuit, that would have been something bad. No, I said something that was actually like complimentary in a way. Even though it was a joke, it was still complimentary. 2 in the morning, shit flies out of my mouth. What can I say? rough trying to even out the paint job with that fucking. The print's not even. Yeah, I'm all right though. Bina's not a gypsy. She's a Bosnian, so I'm safe. Ain't the first time I've had a curse put on me. Yeah. If she's poking a voodoo doll, it's interesting. Debating if I want to paint that little bit of seaweed on the side there, because it's just see what we're looking at. It look like a frog head. Looks like a frog head. Look like some frog hands and frog arms. It does. How about you? Looks like a frog belly. It's a belly. Just because you lived in New Orleans, I lived in Philly for a while. We specialize in I don't give a fuck foo. Well, actually, I didn't live in Philly. I lived just outside, but we still specialized in I don't give a fuck foo. Wendy's, I had a Baconator. It was all right. And then I had a crispy Cajun chicken sandwich, I want to say. And that was actually pretty good. But the fast food around me, because it's a small town, that shit's fresh. Like, it's not like it's been sitting there for 12 hours. They cook it like you'll be waiting 10 minutes for this shit, but it's pretty good. That's okay. I got a dad bod too. Actually, it's not a dad bod. I call it a father figure. I think I'm going to get a little more on those fucking toes. His feet are a little. Yeah, I didn't see Bubba tonight. I didn't see CLB. I didn't see Bagum D. Got a couple people missing. Probably busy with life. Bean said something and it didn't show up again. What the fuck is up with that? The frog reminds you of Jasmine's Crockett's crooked ass. The eye. Trump made a joke earlier today that was fucking hysterical when he was at the UK when he was talking about the UK trade deal. He was talking about Pete Buttigieg, and he goes, yeah, Pete Buttigieg used to ride his bike to work. Good on him. He had his husband, a very loving relationship, had him riding, shotgun in the back seat of it. And then he's like, between him and Jasmine Crockett running for president, that party's in real good shape. Like, it was just fucking hysterical. Because they were talking about software for air traffic control. Because I guess Trump's putting in a brand new system for it. Because he's like, Pete Buttigieg apparently tried to patchwork satellite and hardwire or whatever, and it did not work. Like, he's like, the shit doesn't work, and that's why we're losing planes off radar, all this kind of stuff. Wes Hunt. Yeah, I think we've all come to the conclusion, though, that Jasmine Crockett is just playing that she's Ratchet, but she's actually like. It's actually big time. Like, she knows what she's doing. Doesn't make some of the shit she say any less incitive to racial violence or playing a card. But she knows what she's doing. She's not stupid like she pretends to be. Oh, all right. Let's see what you look like. Actually, let me hit these hands one more time with the orange. Wes Hunt. You mean Wes Huff? Now I'm thinking about that. You're talking about the guy that Danny Boss is talking about. You know, this is something I don't understand. Is David still in the chat? I've said the same fucking thing to David, too, that I'm about to say here. Like, good on him for going on a religious journey. When I was his age, I was too busy just, getting laid. I don't understand. Like, I really do appreciate the hell out of Danny Boss, because maybe he's a better man than me for that. But I was definitely just trying to get booty at that point when I was that age. Dude, when he blamed it on DEI, that whole plane crash with you're talking about with the helicopter, I was pissed about it. And I was like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? Like, are you legit trying to say, plane crash is DEI? You don't know what the fuck happened. Like, what the fuck's wrong with him? And he turned out to be right. And I was like, oh shit, I'm an asshole. You were correct, sir. And I'm an asshole. But legitimately, it's starting to look like a lot of the shit that Trump did, including the tariffs, he wasn't wrong. Like, as nutty as shit seemed and everything, he actually isn't wrong. He's actually like winning. It's like, yeah, you don't see what I envision, and it's like, no, sir, I don't. But yet he is pulling aces out of his ass. Like, I'm just like, how? Yeah, he does kind of look like a gecko, and it's Huff, I believe. Or no, is it Wes Hunt? I thought it was Huff. Talking about dude that's a religious guy, right? All right, your little fucking hands are painted. Yes, it really was a DEI accident. So the chick that was piloting the helicopter, right? So the whole thing was it was her and her flight instructor. Her flight instructor both of them got shit from the air traffic control telling them that they were in the possibility of being in a plane lane and to turn to the left immediately and go to 300 feet. And what ended up happening was she never turned left and she kept herself below. I think she was at like 200 feet where the accident happened. So she never climbed to 300 feet. The instructor told her to do it and she ignored what he was saying. It was her fault. So, yes, technically it was a DEI fucking person's fault. She didn't want to listen to her instructor's directions. She thought she knew better. And even though the tower warned them, fucked up. Like the whole thing could have been avoided. All she had to do, if she had moved up that extra 100 feet, the plane would have gone under him. If she had turned left, the plane would have missed him entirely. Like it was 110% the chick's fault. And the instructor told her to do it, and she said she was going to and never did. She never adjusted. Dude, old guy dating a young chick that's probably taking him for a chunk of his loot does not shock me ever. Old people with some money, right? Especially famous old people with some money are always going to get young girls if they want them. Always. The American Pope, the fact that you brought in an American DEI Pope shocks me. That is just honestly kind of fucking ridiculous in my opinion. I always thought that the Pope should be politically neutral. I mean, him being American, I don't know about all that, but you know, that's not for me to decide but I always thought the Pope was supposed to be the most devout person you could find. I didn't think they were supposed to be, you know, have a certain ideology about them, any of that stuff. I thought all that went out the fucking window. But I'm also going to say this, and maybe it is a prediction of what's to come. I have a feeling this Pope doesn't last long. And I don't mean dies, but ends up stepping down in one way or another. Or is forced to step down, what have you. Because I'm just looking at somebody like Devin, who is furious and upset about that development. And that tells me all I need to know with how devout she is in her faith. Beans, you honestly like have not kept up with some medicines out there, right? Like, so one, you had Viagra. Viagra, like, we'll do it right there. Just the chemical itself will make it work. Now, he may fire off like dust like blowing off a mummy, but you know, it'll still work. And, you know, like that chick, that's even better if his shit doesn't work, because then she doesn't have to do anything to him. She just collects when he dies sooner rather than later. Yeah, and you're not wrong. They are finding whoever fits the narrative. And it's a sad and scary thing. Like, if we're being seriously honest here, that's a scary thing. Like, why would you do that when, you know, find somebody who is actually devout with things? Find the best person, but you didn't. And I don't know how the Catholic Church works. I don't know how all that stuff plays. I know the Vatican and Disneyland are pretty much the same thing. That's all I know. So Alien is in that way about what? The Pope? Is he like devout Catholic? I didn't know that about Alien. Bina, you would be shocked. Yeah, so and there you go. So you got a DEI higher Pope is what you're telling me. I don't know because I'm not Catholic, so to me it's I don't give a fuck who's at the top of the food chain as long as he's not a pedophile. Right? But to somebody who is seriously Catholic, Man, that shit's got to be like a gut punch. Like it's got to be super upsetting. And I can't blame them for that because, you look at your church in your religion in a certain way. I like that line under his neck. You got a nibble neck. Like I said, I mean, I can't really, I can comment on it, but I don't know because it's not my religion. He snapped at who for bringing it up? Somebody in his chat? That's not like Alien. Alien usually doesn't get mad unless somebody's trolling him. I don't understand that. Why would he get upset about it? Like, I know Devin was upset about it, but she was like, hey, he's fucking woke. Like, I don't understand. I mean, if it's got him that upset, then I mean, then you just say, like if something's really pissing me off, I'm probably going to say, look, guys, touchy subject. Let's go to something else, or what have you. Or do like, actually, Danny did earlier where he was starting to get mad about everything, like, like with Jesus or whatever. And then he turned around and he goes, look, I'm just going to drop the subject. Like, you just drop it if it's pissing you off. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta say you're not wrong. Good lord. From this angle, this microphone sounds all fucked up like I'm screaming in it. It's from this angle it sounds good. But if I go over here, it's bad. Now, apparently the new Pope is American. I don't fucking know. But yeah, I mean, you're right. You're not wrong at all, Steve. You can tell when he gets upset. Like it's not hard to hide it, or like it's hard for him to hide when he's upset about something. You can kind of read it on his face. Yeah, but you know what? That's non-Americans criticize Donald Trump, who's the American president. We don't say shit to them, do we? So just because you're criticizing the Pope and you're non-Catholic, well, not that big a deal, is it? He was a two-fisted Peruvian bean-picking llama. Right. See how you look on that. I need to use glue on that waist. That's nice. I gotta tighten this up right here. I gotta blow out. Which isn't bad for painting lines freehand, huh? middle here. Yeah, like right now we got 12 people watching, guys. Steve's talking, Duke's talking every now and again. Sheree's still out there. She's chilling. She's making kids lunches and got her phone near her, I'm sure. And yeah, we still got 12 people watching us. That's thank you for watching, guys. Appreciate the hell out of you. He did ayahuasca. Sheree gave me the 100% because she's making the kids lunches. God damn, it's 2:30 in the fucking morning. This is what happens. I talk for like the first hour of this shit, just straight, and don't paint anything, and then start painting. So maybe I need to start painting first and then talk shit after. Dude, could you imagine it? Like, that's just it. If the Pope really is that woke, maybe he shits in the woods. Somebody should ask him. Do bears wear funny hats? Does the Pope shit in the woods? Oh no, I must have said that backwards, Your Eminence. You know, now I'm looking at this, I probably should have gone with the purple. She likes purple. That little tassel thing. His little belt tie. Maybe I'll change the color on that right quick. Yeah, I think I will. You be illin. Whatever happened to Run DMC? Peter Piper picked peppers and Run Rock Rhyme. Whatever happened to those guys? Whatever happened to the Fat Boys? Are they still out there? Are they still alive? They all die of like heart attacks by now. I think Jasmine Crockett's looking. Why, thank you, Beans. Thank you. The frog's name is Jasmine. What do you mean? Never mind, dear. I'm changing this over to purple. It is for the wife after all, and it is her favorite color, so let's purple that motherfucker out. I'm not happy about this purple paint. For some reason, it's separated and it's not even that old. Still looks blue. Yeah, it does. That's crazy. It looks blue on camera, but it's, and that looks blue on camera too. Perfect purple. Wow. Maybe that's what. Yeah, I did see. I know Run did that shit. It's good though that they went on like they're still going. That actually makes me happy. Run DMC was awesome. So this, I'm guessing to you guys too. This looks like it is a blue, right? This is actually blue. This is actually purple. And that makes me wonder about something. Hopefully this doesn't fuck anything up. That's camera control. Let me see something. No, that's just making it cancel out of that. Try that again. Configure video, device defaults, light sharpness. There isn't a color enable on this. That's fucked up. Camera control, exposure, focus, tilt, pan, low light compensation. All right, let me look under the control panel real quick. Brightness, saturation, contrast. No, that makes the purple pop, but man, it makes the contrast ugly. Huh. Wait, I'm an asshole? Or no, Run DMC is. Okay. Huh. I'm going to have to fuck with my camera later. Because, yeah. You can barely see how purple this purple actually is. Saw Bina call me an asshole or something. I got to look at that one. That comment. Bina said they're assholes, Gam. DMC released a song and animated video. Let's all get the vaccine to encourage the COVID vaccination. That's kind of interesting. Let me see something. Can I fuck with it this way? Image. This exposure, low light compensation, crop. Nah, I can't. The only thing I can like technically fuck with here is just doing this, I guess.
You growl, you must eat the brown acid. Eat the brown acid to growl. Ha 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 ha! Like the only thing I could fuck with. See, Jasmine don't like you messing with the filters. Actually, like, well, yeah, because this looks like an ink spot blue when I'm looking at them like this. And it's not, like, it's purple. Just very weird. It's definitely, it's cutting breads out of my shit. Nah, that wasn't saying, that was just Mike from down the street. Oh, if they're into the diddler stuff, huh? And you know my opinions on diddlers. Remove them right from humanity. Let's see if we can't get these little hand seeds to It's Christmas time in Hollis, Queens. Mom's cooking chicken and collard greens. Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to think there isn't anybody who doesn't have allegations made against them that's famous. Seems everybody wants to make allegations. That aren't, I don't know. These are heavier. They're going to actually stay. I think they will. I just got to be careful the way I'm holding them. Wait 20 minutes for the arm to glue. It's like your hair back with that glue. Have a good night, Steve. Thank you, man. Appreciate you dropping in, brother. Hanging in there. Glad everything's going much better for you, it seems. Do I still have my mic all fucked up, or do I sound like a normal human being again? Almost bonded. God damn it. 20 minutes of holding shit together. You know, Gorilla Glue makes one hell of a bond, but it takes forever for it to bond. I kind of should just get regular ass crazy glue, because that shit's just like instantaneous. As soon as it hits, whenever it's touching, you don't even have a second, and it's like bonded. What do you mean you don't understand anything? Is my microphone fucked up? What do you mean? Am I just talking nonsense? Don't make me talk to you. Wow. Penis broken. Somebody. Oh my god. Here we go again. Okay, so Bina has malfunctioned. I've never told anybody this, but the I and the A in Bina should be rankings. Like, seriously? Night beans? But, yeah, I was gonna make a joke about the A and I in Bina. And she needs to be rebooted. But, either she's too sleepy, or I pissed her off some way. I don't know which. I think I said anything to piss her off. I think I'm good this time. However, somehow, and I'll never understand fucking YouTube. It says I have 12 watching on my screen, and on the other screen it says I have 6 watching, and I'm up to 78 views. And I don't know how the fuck shit's getting there. Where do they pull these magic numbers from, people? And anybody explain this shit to me? Glue it all together. I don't know what you mean, Beans. Right, what the hell is she talking about? What did I do? What did I miss? Damn it. Where is Sheree? Oh, come on, hold together, hold together. Yeah, I swear to God, my stream's definitely gotten funky. I did something. Oh, wait a minute. Fiddlers. Still don't know what the hell. What do you mean way to end the stream? What? Wait, is the voice still on?
Oh my fucking God. Thank you, Bina. Thank you. I couldn't figure out what you were talking about. I didn't realize the voice was still on. I thought I turned it off. That is fucking weird. I hit it for a second. I didn't realize it was still on. Thank God you said something. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh shit. He's like, talk with the devil voice. I'm like, what do you mean talk with the devil voice? I'm not talking with the devil voice. I can't hear the devil voice in the headset. And I looked and it was still on. I'm like, oh shit. God damn it. I was wondering what the fuck she's talking about. She's like, I can't understand. I'm like, what can't you understand? Is the effect off now? Yeah, it is off. That shit's fucking great. I'm like, wait, what did I say? Did I piss somebody off? Like, what's going on? Dude, that is fucking hysterical. If you hadn't said shit, I would have gone through the rest of the fucking stream with the goddamn thing on. I didn't know. I was like, what are you talking about? What do you mean you can't understand me like I'm speaking normal? Because if I'm talking like this, it's the same fucking, like, it sounds the same to me. Like, I just hear my voice in my headset. So it's a good thing you said something like, what are you talking about? Like, I thought I said something like fucked up. I was like, I don't think I said anything fucked up. Yeah, diarrhea. I was like, what the fuck, Beans? Like, what did I say? And then she's like, you're like, yeah, explain it to him later, Sheree. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, you lost your fucking mind. And I'm looking, I'm like, oh, the voice changer is still on. That shit is fucking fantastic. God damn. You gotta love it. Call the shit happy accidents, right? Yeah, that was one of those unhappy accidents, apparently. So is this. I missed this little blowout on the toe. But yeah, next if some shit like that happens next time, just say, Gam, turn off the fucking voice changer, would you? And I'll be like, what are you talking about? And then you can be like, oh yeah, you're a fucking idiot. The fucking voice changer is still running. David's like, yeah, he's gone senile. Not that old yet. did lose pieces of my brain all over the place, but not that much of it. That shit's fucking hysterical, though. You're like, what the fuck's wrong with you? I'm just going to sleep. Like, why? Like, I was like, I'm sitting there running back like shit you said in the chat. I'm running back shit that I've said, and I'm like, yeah, I didn't say anything fucked up. What's going on here? Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, we're damn near we're hitting in stream anyway. Look at this fucking thing. I think he came out all right, little bastard. No pain, no strain. Let it drain. No, I have definitely walked out of a bathroom once or twice and just gone, and people will remember this day as only known as the Judgment Day. Thank you, Sheree. And you had to listen to the devil voice for 10 minutes. It's a good thing, like, I wasn't going like, I'm coming to get you, or, you know, yes, I'm crawling through the wall right now, or you hear that scratching on the window, guess who that is? Ha ha ha. Like, ha 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 ha, right? Jesus Christ. Miss Crockett looks fine as hell. Why, thank you. Actually, now that I'm looking at that eye, I wouldn't say Jasmine Crockett. It looks more like one of Cash Patel. Like he's got that one lazy eye that does that shit sometimes. Oh, I wouldn't do some shit like that to you on purpose. Like that would just be a fucked up thing to do to somebody. Yeah, I didn't even know it was on. Like, I swear to God, I didn't know it was on. I was just like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, why are you getting pissed? Now I completely understand. He got that googly eye, like the Cookie Monster. Smoke that into the night smoke, finish up right at 3 a.m. What is that? A fucking like 7-hour stream or some shit? Jesus. Oh, you guys don't see it, do you? The one arm is slowly falling off. Just like all slow as hell. It was just creeping out of the socket. Should be. No, still loose. I'm going to re-glue that arm. Jasmine, fight me on it. Well, we know one thing. It ain't the new Pope. Damn, dude. Why would Alien get so upset about the people saying the Pope's woke, though? I mean, if he's actually woke, like, there's nothing to be upset about. Like, like I said, people get upset about weird stuff sometimes. I mean, then again, it's because I'm not devout in religion. Poor Sheree, don't take it out on her. She's making the kids lunches and shit and getting all prepped for tomorrow. Poor woman has to put up with my bullshit on Thursdays, and can't really yell at her for that. It's not her fault. But it was funny. Because when you're like, Sheree, explain that to him later, I'm just like I thought I said something like seriously profane or detrimental to women or something. I was like, what did I do? Tell you what, This glue doesn't hold this arm up. I might have to do a weld on him. Like I did on Batman's leg. Just a pain in the ass. Actually, I think I got a good bond this time. Seems to be really holding. I glued out the peg on the interior, so. God damn. Wipe that glue off before it dries with my thumb, which is great. It means I'll be peeling the skin off my thumb soon. What do you mean, creepers? They're all good people. They're just watching the stream. Probably six, and David's here. David keeps chiming in here or there. This arm. That arm is going to piss me off. Give it like. It's not sealed by the end of the stream, then I will go fucking take it and grab my little flashlight or nail light and put a little resin in there and just freeze it right into place. Um, Superman would take me more than one stream. Plus, I wanted to do Henry Cavill's head on it. I found a decent model. I just don't like the head for Henry Cavill on it looked goofy. Like it wasn't Henry Cavill's head; it was somebody's interpretation of Henry Cavill. But I found somebody who did a perfect sculpt of Henry Cavill. If I can fuck around with it in Blender this week, maybe I'll shoot you something over on Discord so you can see it. And then I'll actually like print in place and all that, or try to with Blender. And if I can get it to work, hey, maybe I will do it. Do this Superman from the Kryptonite original video, the old man. Yeah. Let's see. I might be able to knock it out. Like, legitimately, I may be able to knock it out. It's just seeing if I can get it to structurally build right with the head that I found, then maybe I will do that. That's actually not a bad one. I didn't even know what I was going to do next stream, I'll be honest with you. This one I know I got to knock out because this one is the official refresh where I got to start working on Christmas presents, birthday presents, anniversary presents, Mother's Day presents, kids' birthdays, all that stuff. So I'm right in that lane again. Matter of fact, it's been almost a year since I started streaming, to be honest with you. I can't believe it's been a fucking year. Yeah, which puts me at, damn, coming up on my 50th. David's already been calling me old man GAM. Now what am I, ancient GAM? Like, what am I, Rhyme of the Ancient Gaminer? And when I die, he's going to call me fossilized GAM. I think that bond's actually holding this time, it looks like. Yeah, I'm not seeing movement on the arm. The Gaminator. Yeah, and I turned 50. That means I've only got 3 good ass whoopings left in me. And unfortunately, those ass whoopings are going to burn off quicker and quicker. Gamatron. Jesus Christ. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Oh. Those ass whoopings are reserved for people that truly fucking deserve them. But once those 3 ass whoopings are used up, I'm done. Like, that's it. And I mean, when I say 3 good ass whoopings, I mean that's me going to the hospital and everything else. Aged like fine wine. More like, well, that depends. Can you get fine wine from piss and vinegar? Because that's what I was full of before. Used to be full of piss and vinegar. Now I'm a fine wine. I don't know about that. It's crazy because my hair is long, right? I grew my hair. It hits right past my shoulder blades. But I noticed this the other day. I got so I've had a salt and pepper beard for the past like 4 years. And that gray's gotten more. But man, there's one hair and it's crazy because it goes brown and then it's like half the length is gray now. And I'm like, God damn it. I'm gonna be like that old sensei in the Japanese movies with the long chin hair and the white head of hair when I get old. I'm just gonna be like, boy, where is Chimpangfi? Yeah, it's just one hair. Like it's not the rest of my hair is gray or whatever. Just this one hair is half gray. And I'm like, what the fuck? But my beard, like I said, my beard, you can see where the grays really come in. Like I've gotten gray. But my beard is long. I mean my beard. This one long hair is just it's gray. Yeah, exactly, Duke. Exactly. Like I got hippie hair and I don't understand why just one strand turned gray. Like you would think it'd be a whole patch. Like maybe get that Reed Richards thing going on where it's gray like in a band around your head or something. I thought you shaved that though. Be careful. Yeah, you can curse yourself by accident. There was a point in time when I think I was like 43 and my kid said something about I think you're getting a gray hair and I was just like I won't go gray. Yeah, the fuck I won't. I'm all right with getting gray and getting old though, guys. There was a point in time where I was scared to death of it, and to be honest with you, I figured I was dead anyway, so it didn't matter. But yeah, I'm all right with getting old and gray. It means I'm still alive. Diarrhea in full effect, Gam. Telling you, got to be careful. Wow, high school, huh? Yeah, I shaved my head um God, 6 years ago. I just wanted to cut my hair short and let the wife do it with a pair of clippers. And she told me, do not move your head while I'm doing this. And I was doing it on I literally did like a Facebook live thing when I was doing it just to show people I was cutting my hair. And everybody's like, oh shit, or what have you. And I turned my head because my wife moved a certain way in the video. And all I heard was, "Rrrt," and I was like, well, it's all coming off to a crew cut now. Yeah, hereditary. I mean, I knew this one dude, my one buddy Murphy, he was full on bald by the time he was 22. Full on bald, like lost all his hair. His dad was bald, his mom's dad wasn't. So it was weird because I was like, that's usually genetically on your mom's side. But as far as gray goes, my stepdad was gray when he was 27 or 28, like full gray, like his hair just went gray. Dude, that would be fucking awesome getting that. The only way you could see it though is when you actually do either shave your head or, end up bald. Fucking crazy. Yeah, getting old is scary. How old are you again, Beans? You're gonna be what, 27, right? I think you're like 27, didn't Sheree like 28? Or maybe Sheree was the one that was 27, you're 28. Guys are young. Oh, you're gonna be 29. Yeah. Fucking crazy. Yeah, I know. I know. I knew it was one way. I thought one was 27, one was 28. You were 29, 30 years ago. Yeah, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I was 29, 20 years ago. We all get old. It's okay. It's all right. I just want the next generation to pick up the torch and run with it. Like I put my hope not just on my own kids, but also on David. He's like the sorcerer's apprentice. I figured, in this day and age, it's okay. David's gay, and I figured I'd help him out. I'm just kidding. David is not gay. I'm not so sure about his one buddy, but David's definitely not. Yeah, I picked up weight, although that is a funny story. I've slowly begun tossing like old furniture. Like we had this old chair, it was kind of beat up. I got another one I got to throw out too, but it's in the back room and it's this big ass recliner. And eventually I'm gonna get like theater seating back in my game room and replace it. But this recliner it weighed probably like 80 pounds or something like this. And so we go to the dump with it and you got to throw them in. They have different dumpsters for whatever. And I'm like, which dumpster? Dude tells me. So I pull it out of the back of the car and hoist this fucking thing up, take one step back, hoist it up and throw it. And like, I'm thin as shit, right? Like I've got a skinny build to me. Um, and I threw it like halfway into the dumpster or whatever, like up in the air. And the dumpster is probably about 5.5 feet tall to get over the lip or whatever. So I had to hoist this thing up. I just, you know, popped it up and threw it in. This this dude behind me, he was probably like in his 40s, late 40s. He's walking up with something to throw in there, and like he's ripped as fuck. Like, I mean, this dude just was like chiseled, and older black gentleman, and he sits there and he's just like, God damn, you're stronger than you look. And like at first, like I was gonna say something smart to him, and then instead I was just, thanks, I guess so. And just started laughing. He started laughing and I walked off, but I was like, damn. Yeah, Duke. And I'm right there with you. I should have been dead. I should have been dead when I was 21. I had this nightmare that I was going to get in a car accident. I was terrified about it and all this stuff for, from the time I was 16, I had this nightmare. I died in a car accident, head on collision. And then when I was 25, I actually did end up getting that car accident, but I thought it was going to happen when I was 21. That's where I banged up my neck, where my hands don't work quite right, and all this stuff. But fast forward, and I was drinking. I was well on my way to drinking myself to death, and then my wife saved me. And I always I wake up every day grateful because I'm like, I should have been dead. I should have been dead 100 times over. There's times where, like when I got shot. Well, I can't really get into that story real deep, but yeah, I thought that was my end, um, and still kept going. Like, I don't know. There's plenty of times I should have been dead. I'm skinny fat. So I got like the dad bod. Like, I got, I don't have a beer gut because I don't drink beer, but I've got like a little bit of a gut, broad shoulders and all that. And like my abdomen's broadened out like a dad. And then my arms are like thin. Oh, yeah, Duke. I can imagine. That's fucking crazy. Oorah, by the way, brother. Yeah, I was hood as fuck. But that, honestly, the funny part is where I got shot was in California. I was just visiting relatives. It's a whole story, and I'm not getting into it. I've had the scar my entire life, though. I got lucky. I would have had no knee if that shit had gone just a little bit. Like, honestly, a lot of my life has just been dumb, blind luck. It's been skilled, dumb, blind luck and just the right choices at the right time that got me through certain things. It's also been poor choices that I turned into good choices and got lucky. Yeah, seriously, Duke, thank you for your service. But yeah, I mean, I stabbed with a samurai sword in the back of the leg, beaten up by four guys with a baseball bat where I was bleeding out my eye and my ear, and still won the fight. Had my heart broken more times than I count. Head on car accident. Other guy, I was doing 40 miles an hour. The other guy was doing 65, trying to run and get over a bridge. Hit me head on. He was going the wrong way up a one-way street. Hit me head on. Destroyed the car. Totaled the car. Put the engine damn near on my lap. And I walked away from that one with just my neck, like, crushed in a bulging disc in my neck. Yeah, definitely. Definitely some crazy shit. Well, like I said, had my heart broken more times than I can count. A lot of stuff should have taken me out, and Somehow I just blessed and lucky. It's the only thing I can say. Sometimes it was just blessed and lucky. It let me walk through it. But there's got to be a reason. Maybe sitting here painting this shit on the internet and talking to you guys or whatever. Maybe somebody picks something up from me and it helps them in their life. I don't know. But your path is never quite what you think it's going to be. Oh, dude, that fucking, I can't imagine getting shot in the shin bone. Dude, fucking, I can't imagine ever getting shot again. Like, it just, getting stabbed again, okay. I can handle that one. Getting shot sucked. Like, you just, it burns the entire time, like, even after it heals. Yeah, alive and well. Yeah, I know somebody else that fucks with their head quite a bit too whenever they hear a loud noise like that. Like that's one of those things where what I can say is PTSD is a terrible fucked up thing. It really is. Um, I don't know. But I also look at some of those times as blessings for when I got older. You know what I mean? I shit. We're in a Walmart, and I look, and I'm like, that guy's gang, gang tats are clearly like, this, that, or the other. You're like MS-13. It's like, oh, look, right on his fucking neck, right there. My wife's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, that dude just walked past us. You just spot shit like that, and it's like, yeah. So it keeps you frosty and on your toes too. Yeah, I can't imagine that, Duke. That's some fucking terrible ass shit. Like it really is. Yeah, I honestly I'm not a big fan of guns either. Really not. That's why when somebody always says, "Oh, I'll just shoot your ass," yeah, you think you can put a round into somebody and it's going to be all that easy? It's not. Yeah, I believe it. You've got a better spot for him than I do. I'll tell you that much. I just I don't know. Like I said, I'm thankful for my experiences though. It allows me to survive. Survival is a hell of a thing. I got all kinds of big knives. Yeah, I'm not the shooter in the family. The wife can put a fucking round through a flea's ass at 1,000 yards. Me, I'm more up close personal. Appreciate you, Beans. Appreciate you, Sheree. I mean, look, like I say this all the time. I'm lazy. I'm an asshole. Stuff like this, but there's got to be a reason I'm here. Simple. Maybe it's just to protect my kids, so nothing ever happens to them, or if anything does, I can go deal with it, so they don't have to. And I mean, like the stuff that nobody wants to deal with, that kind of thing. Maybe it's just to protect my wife. I don't know. I don't know why I'm here. Maybe it's to tell people my stories and find lessons in them or enjoy them and laugh with everybody. May give you a laugh on your day. Maybe it's to paint this shit and, you know, stuff like that. I'm not 100%. on my birthday, you want to see my face, huh? See what old GAM looks like? Probably be disappointed. Especially if you've ever seen young GAM. Maybe I'll show a picture of young GAM and old GAM together. David, trust me, you don't. You got to remember, David's got my fucking Facebook info, so he knows exactly what I look like. David, like when I saw him, I was making fun of him because he was growing his hair out, and I was like, the way his hair was cut, I was like, dude, you got a Karen haircut. Jesus Christ. Touch of gray suits you anyway. That's all I have to say, and it's all right. I will get by. Do 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 do. See old GAM. I got a spiked haircut and a googly eye. I'm rocking a mullet like Joe Dirt, and like I got a glass eye that just rolls around in my head like a magic 8 ball, the answer thing in the magic 8 ball. That's how my pupil looks. Get old mullet head. Like look like an old fashioned redneck. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll do that on my birthday stream. No promises, but it's possible. One of those things about me was that you're never supposed to see my face. Big old dent in my skull. Okay, half my face is pushed in, like half my face is. Actually, to tell you the truth, that how funny would that shit be, right? I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do a face reveal or whatever, and then I'd have my daughter-in-law come over and do the makeup on half my face, so it looks like, and my daughter or my daughter-in-law, she legitimately was a professional like makeup artist for horror movies. That's why I always make her the horror icons and stuff, right? I could have her do it where like half my face is rotted off or something. Just really fuck with everybody. And then turn on that demon voice thing and be like, you wanted to see my face, raw. Yeah, now David's got a majestic mane. He looks like now he looks like what's his name from Kiss? Oh God, what the fuck's his name? Not Ace Frehley. Not oh God, what the fuck is that dude's name? What I'm drawing a fucking blank. Not the lead singer. It's not Ace Frehley. I bet you. Yeah, I bet so. Oh, that must have been creepy as fuck. I mean, I wonder if we got a bunch more viewers because they're like, "Holy shit, it's Satan on this stream." Oh God, why can't I remember who wrote "I was made for loving you"? Who wrote that? Because it wasn't the lead singer. God, I can picture him too. That's exactly what David Mon looks like now. Paul Stanley, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's who David Mon looks like now with his hair. Like he's got that kind of hair. Like it's all long, but like that fluffy curly hair. He's just like, I was made for loving you, baby. Yeah, Gene Simmons is the lead singer. Yeah, you don't look like Gene Simmons. Definitely don't look like Ace Frehley. You look like Paul Stanley. Yeah, he's got that big hair, but he's also like he's young enough where he can pull it off. You're a minute behind. I keep telling David, keep up on your guitar. His Gene is a drain weasel. Ah, shit. How do we know when old white men are having fun? Well, it depends. If we're royalty, then we're on Epstein's island. Like, what do you mean by that? You got it to Aussie length now? When they talk about 80s hair bands? Shit. We'd be talking about 70s bands. Yeah, Kiss is a 70s band. Like, yeah, I was gonna say Duke's more. He's more into the Grateful Dead stuff like that. That's more his era. My era was more, like pop bubblegum 80s and like 70s rock and roll. Yeah, Frank Zappa. Yeah. I mean, when it came to like people that did instruments, I was always big on Steve Vai and Joe Satriani. Like to this day, Joe Satriani, what is it, Tears in the Rain? Still like one of the fucking craziest songs I've heard on guitar. This is like this, just how gentle it is in the way he plays it. The New Bohemians, like Edie Brickell and the New Bohemians. Jesus. God, somebody please explain this to me. How the fuck are we at like 80 views? Like it's almost 3:30 in the morning. I still have 9 people watching and like 80 views, and I thank every last one of you crazy people. Yeah, Steve Vai is fucking amazing. The way he makes that guitar talk is just unreal. Satriani's his teacher. I mean, it makes sense. And Joe Satriani, like he elicits emotions out of that guitar. I swear to God, he does. It ain't all me. It's all you guys. Like you guys weren't tuned in for this shit. I wouldn't be like, I was done with the model or the paint job and everything else, gluing it together and everything at 3 a.m. Like that's, well, actually 5 minutes to 3 a.m. And I was like, okay, I'll smoke the cigarette and then we'll just go out. And yeah, now, and it carried on for another 35 minutes at this point, almost. Like I couldn't do this shit without you guys. You guys are amazing. And yeah, like some big ass streamers like, oh, you got a whole 10 people watching you and 80 views. Well, you know what? For a little asshole like me talking shit on the internet's, it's not too fucking bad, is it? And like I said, it's really the people that are in the chat because the whole show is driven by you guys. Everything we talk about is you guys. Like we've covered everything from politics to religion to, you know, fucking old school Run DMC, like all kinds of crazy shit throughout this stream. You guys are amazing. Driving that train high on cocaine. Casey Jones, you better watch your speed. Gotta love it. But yeah, I mean, we are at 3:30. Poor Sheree's got to get the kids up early. So we've kept her up all night. Poor Bina is probably too terrified to sleep right now. She's going to have to stare at her Henry Cavill poster for at least 6 hours. Duke's going to smoke some of that really good and enjoy life for us. My poor dog's probably got to take a shit and wants his puppy cup by now. And David, it is his bedtime because it is like 8:30 a.m. He stayed up all night again. I know. I feel bad. I'm so sorry about that one, Beans. I am so sorry. I didn't. It's a good thing you said something because the rest of the stream would have been me in a devil voice until somebody realized it and said, "Hey, do you even know that shit's on?" And it would have been like the whole conversation over again. Yeah, I'm over it for now. 3:30. I think we'll call it a show, guys. That's what they make next times for. I think I'll do the same shit this week though, going forward from today. Writing everything down in the book. It seemed a lot easier to just go over topics that I watched throughout the week instead of having to like flash back and remember that I don't know, like Shapiro's mansion in Pennsylvania burned down by some crazy lunatic, right? You know, I think that worked out better. And with any luck, not only will we be wishing Beans a happy birthday on Thursday, but I'll see if I can't get that Superman printed. Yeah, I could believe that. I could believe it's got to come out garbled too. I've got your toga sitting here, waiting on your order of candy, you son of a bitch. Tell me which candies you want so I can put them in the box and send this shit off. I know your birthday's Wednesdays, but I don't stream on Wednesdays. I stream on Thursdays. If you want, I'll jump in the ABL. You know what? I'm gonna jump in ABL's chat and scream it's being his birthday then. But again, thank you to all you guys for watching. Thank you all for chatting. Thank you for dealing with my shit talk and my paint job and everything else. And I appreciate every last one of you. Thank you, just for being you and being here and taking that time out of your day. I appreciate you guys to no end. Everybody try and enjoy the weekend and part of next week. And I'll catch you on Thursday and we'll all catch up together. And until next time, just remember, guys. Oh, no, wait. Before I do that, until next time, shout out to the greatest mod on these internet, Sheree. I can't believe I almost missed that. Sheree, you are a beast. You are amazing. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 100 times. All right, guys. Until next time, don't take shit from anybody. Good night.